Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Secret Shadow Assassin? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The day started normally for Class 1A. Almost everyone was in the common space chatting and doing their own thing. This changed when the local gadget enthusiast, Hatsume, burst into the room. Hiya, classy. Who wants to try out my new invention? Silence fell over the room until the hot-headed Bakugo shouted, "There's no way I'm testing that. You'll probably endanger someone this time." As much as I disagree with Bakugo's choice of words, he has a point, Hatsume. Are you sure this won't harm anyone or explode like the others? Ida questioned, and everyone nodded in agreement. Don't worry, it was tested on the teachers first. All Might and Aizawa entered the room, not exactly proud of what had happened to them, but they confirmed it was safe. What's going on here? Izuku walked in from training, catching Hatsume's attention. You'll do just fine, Mr. 10 Million. Wait, what am I doing? Trying out my new invention. Izuku found himself seated on the couch wearing a peculiar helmet that resembled something from World War II, adorned with strange gadgets. Hatsume connected wires from the helmet to a machine and then to the TV. So, what is this thing supposed to do? Ochako asked, concerned for her friend. I call this the multilife series. To put it simply, it shows multiverses where the person exists and how things play out, like pilot shows. She jumped up after connecting the last wire and flipping a switch. So, we're going to watch different versions of Midoriya? Awesome. Kaminari settled on the couch with popcorn while everyone followed suit. Watch and see. Hatsume flipped one final switch on Izuku's helmet, and the display began. Yui. The Kingdom of Greatness. For many years, the Yakuza family has watched over this mighty land with great care for their people. I thought this was going to be about Midoriya? Essays. Everyone hushed their friend Yakuza to listen closely. However, this mighty kingdom is protected by another faction, a secret order that maintains peace by silencing any who dare threaten it, Shadow's Fong. Once you step into their den, you become nothing but a memory. The tale begins with the court mage, Ochako Uraraka, being summoned by the king. I'm a mage in this? Not just any mage, the court mage it seems, Ida replied quietly. My king and queen, you have summoned me? Ochako bowed to King and Queen Yakuza, who smiled at her. Lady Ochako, you have reached the age of 21 and are still not wed. Why have you not chosen anyone? With all due respect, sir, I am not interested in marriage at this time. The king sighed. Sadly, we must have you wed soon so you may bear a healthy child to take your place as court mage when the time comes. Ochako gulped, knowing the implications. Who's it going to be? Ashido watched, munching on popcorn. You may come in now. A door opened, revealing a man dressed in green with a small sword, resembling a typical adventurer. The most notable feature was his wild green hair and matching green eyes. You have summoned me, your majesty? The man bowed as the king ordered the guards to leave the room. You can speak freely now, Izuku. There are no onlookers. The kind demeanor shifted to a cold, serious one, his eyes revealing a fierce intensity. Wow, it's like an opposite Midoriya, Kirishima remarked, sipping from a soda bottle. Izuku Ochako, from this day forth, you two shall be bound together in wedlock. What? Izuku and Ochako exclaimed in unison while watching. Yes. I ship it. Ashido cheered, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Sir, I do not think that is a good idea. My work relies on me being in the shadows and does not allow me to be associated with such a well-known name in the kingdom, Izuku stated, while Ochako looked on with curiosity. I apologize, but that will be the case. We will keep the fact you are married hidden to some degree to protect your occupations, but the decision is final. Izuku and Ochako exchanged glances before bowing to the king and taking their leave. Kinda abrupt, Shiro commented, and everyone nodded in agreement. Izuku and Ochako sat in the castle garden, contemplating what had just happened. So, who are you? As in, what's your full name and occupation? Izuku turned to Ochako before answering. My full name is Izuku Midoriya. My occupation is a little difficult to explain. Ochako listened with interest. On the surface, I'm a D-class adventurer. But when peace in this kingdom is at stake, I am the Blade of Darkness, leader of Shadow's Fong. Now I see where the opening came from, Yaoyorozu remarked, answering her earlier question. Snort, you mean that fantasy group parents tell their uncontrollable kids about to make them behave? Ochako chuckled, while Izuku remained serious. We exist. We just stay so under the radar that only we and the rulers of this kingdom know about us. We receive our assignments directly from His Majesty and execute them with precision and speed. Afterwards, we cover our tracks by having someone else take the credit. Sounds like a vigilante in our world, Aizawa commented, watching with a neutral expression. Prove it. Excuse me? Ochako stared at him, unimpressed as she repeated her challenge. Anyone can claim to be part of Shadow's Fong, so prove to me you're different from the hundreds I've seen make that claim. Izuku stood up and walked toward a column that seemed out of place. He pressed a few loose parts in a specific order, and a hidden door opened. My lady, Izuku said, bowing as he gestured for Ochako to lead the way down a flight of stairs. Secret passageway, cool, Jiro remarked as they proceeded. Once they reached the bottom, Izuku took the lead and grabbed a torch. Want me to light it? I got it. Izuku conjured a purple flame in his hands before igniting the torch. I'll take the lead from here. They ventured into the dark area until they reached another door. Izuku turned to Ochako before speaking. What you are about to see stays with you until you die. Nobody will believe you except those who already know and will try to silence you. Got it? Ochako nodded. Kinda cold, don't you think, Mido? Hagakure remarked, looking at Izuku, who seemed uncertain. As the door opened, it revealed a small room filled with books upon books of records dating back to the kingdom's founding. Everything here reflects the true happenings in the kingdom, what we intervene with, and what we adjust. The public perceives us as a fantasy because we want them to. It also simplifies our job. Significantly. Ochako couldn't believe her eyes. She examined some recent events, realizing they were nothing like the stories she had heard. Wait, I thought the attack by the Frost Knights was thwarted by the top adventurer, Katsuki Bakugu? That guy got knocked out after taking down two. I stepped in and took care of the rest with a single strike. He wouldn't have even a fraction of the credit he claims if it weren't for me and my friends. Everyone exchanged knowing glances at Bakugu, aware of his reliance on Izuku. Screw you all. Ochako organized everything back to its place before turning to Izuku. Just what are you? Izuku leaned against a wall, gazing at a flickering flame. A man who has been doing this since I just turned 21. The realization that Izuku had been in this line of work for 5 years sent a chill down Ochako's spine. While she had dedicated her life to studying magic and became the court mage by 18, this was a different realm. She focused on brewing potions to keep the guard strong, while Izuku faced threats that haunted her nightmares, receiving no recognition for it. That sounds incredibly frustrating, Kirishima remarked, and the scene shifted to a small tavern. Izuku sat in the tavern, observing the bustling crowd when a keg crashed to the ground beside him. So, Deku, do you know anything about the loser marrying Lady Uraraka? Izuku feigned ignorance in front of his childhood friend. She's getting married? Of course, a nobody like you wouldn't know. She's married now to some guy they won't even name. She deserves someone who doesn't care what others think. Hey, get me another beer. Izuku felt a surge of irritation but maintained his composure. Anyway, I'm receiving a reward from the king himself tomorrow. While I'm there, I'll find out this guy's name and get him to call it off. Bakugu chugged his beer, then grabbed Izuku's to drink from it as well. So, who do you think deserves Lady Uraraka's hand? Bakugu grinned at Izuku. You're looking at him. Yeah, not a chance. What was that round face? If I wanted, I could have you on your knees right now. Everyone ignored him, focusing intently on the conversation. The duo parted ways, Bakugu throwing out one last remark. We should team up for a quest one day. It'll be good for you to see what a real adventurer can do. Izuku smiled and waved goodbye. Maybe I'll take you up on that offer. As they separated, Izuku's smile faded into a look of frustration. When you stop acting like a pompous JRK and get off your high horse. Izuku entered his home to find his mother and Ochako chatting. Hi honey, how was the tavern with Bakugo? You know he's still a JRK. I had to stop myself from punching him 50 times today since he's getting a reward for Dabi's role in his so-called success a few days ago. Izuku sat next to them, and Ochako looked at him. Are you always this upset when people get recognition for work that others deserve? Not always, but it annoys me when the person brags about success that isn't theirs. I can understand that, Midoriya, Todoroki chimed in after listening quietly. Anyway, I'm turning off the lights. You two should head to bed, Inko suggested, causing Ochako to panic slightly. She slowly walked into Izuku's room, where he was unbuttoning his shirt, making her heart race. Is this how I'm becoming a woman? I'm not ready for this yet. Once Izuku was in his pajamas, he slipped under the covers and shifted over to make space for her. Ochako looked confused until Izuku glanced at her. Well, are you going to get in bed or stand there all night? We're not doing that yet? Why would I do that on the first night we meet? I want to get to know you first. Izuku emphasized the word, before, prompting Ochako to remove some of her robes to sleep in her undergarments and turn her back to him. He's a bit off-putting, but he wants to know me before anything else. Maybe marrying Izuku isn't as bad as I thought. The screen faded to black with Ochako clapping. That was amazing. Can we see another? Why not? Wait a second, let's get more people in here to watch. Kaminari shouted, while Yaoyorozu called her friend Kendo to come over, and Aizawa summoned some teachers. By the time everyone arrived, the class from Class B, with Monoma's mouth taped shut, the teachers, the big three, Eri, the Pussycats, and Kota, who came for a visit, along with MT Lady, who wanted to talk to Midnight, and Inko, who wanted to see her son, were all settled in the room. Class A rearranged furniture to accommodate everyone, with Izuku sitting close to the screen to be near the machine. Alright, let's get the next part going. So why is my son connected to a machine like that? Inko asked, her concern evident as Izuku felt anxious about the machine potentially malfunctioning. It's designed to connect to multiverses with him in it, Hatsume explained, pulling out a small tablet and connecting it to the machine. With this, I can also gather information about the world we're in. Hatsume, is this thing going to explode now that you added that? Izuku asked, fear creeping into his voice. Of course not. You have a 65% safety rating. That's not a good percentage, everyone shouted at Hatsume as she restarted the machine, which thankfully did not explode. Rain poured down on Mustafar on a dark night. In the distance, the pro-hero Midnight was patrolling with an umbrella. Man, this rain won't let up. Next time Shota asks me to swap patrols with him, I need to remember to tell him no. She has a point. I wouldn't want to be caught in the rain either if that was me. That is you. Aizawa glanced at Midnight with an emotionless expression as they returned their gaze to the screen. As they walked past a corner, a young girl carrying a boy on her shoulders dashed out of an alley. Anyone, please help us. As she ran out, she collided with a pro-hero, knocking them both down. Great, now I'm soaked. Midnight's attention shifted to the two kids. The boy was unconscious, breathing heavily, while the girl, still conscious, cried out, "Help him! He's going to bleed." Midnight noticed blood on the boy. Instinctively, she scooped up both kids and sprinted toward the hospital. As she ran, the boy's right arm fell, revealing severe bruising and damage. In her panic for the children's safety, she pushed herself to run faster. I can see the boy's Midoriya, but who's the girl? Kirishima asked, a bit confused. Izumi Midoriya. In this world, Izuku has a younger twin sister. When they were 4, their mother was killed by their father, who then kidnapped them. Inko felt a wave of disgust knowing this had happened to her own children in this world. This continued for 4 years until they managed to escape. Everyone felt a chill at this revelation before looking back at the screen. As the kids slept soundly in the ICU, Midnight collapsed to the ground after hearing the doctor's report. Kayama. Midnight looked up to see her friends Aizawa and Yamada. Aizawa handed her a cup of coffee as she got up. I read the report. These kids are the missing Midoriya twins. Midnight nodded, biting her lip in frustration. The boy. They said there was too much damage to his right arm. They had to amputate it. Midnight punched the wall in anger. It isn't your fault. Neither is it those kids, but they have to pay for it. The boy lost his arm, and the girl has severe nerve damage to her left. Why did they have to endure this? This is painful to watch, All Might said, with many nodding in agreement. I know, but you did all you could for them. Huh, so letting this happen to them is all I could? So what happens after this? They get better and spend the rest of their lives in an orphanage? You know as well as I do that's a nightmare for them, Shota. Midnight kicked a wall in frustration. Not much angered the seasoned hero, but the fact that these kids had gone through this made her blood boil. I didn't know you were such a softie, Midnight. Lady teased, nudging Midnight as she saw the image of Izuku and his sister crying in their sleep. Poor Deku. Ochako moved closer to hug her friend, who held his head down at the sight. So what are you going to do? Midnight pondered for a moment before answering. I'll take them in. What? Everyone in the room exclaimed upon hearing this. You can't be serious. Kayama, I may not be the best person to ask, but are you sure about this? The chances of them both being adopted in an orphanage are slim. They need a real home. It might not be as stable as child services want, but it's better than going to a place where they'll face more problems than they already have. Aizawa sighed before speaking. I'll get the paperwork. When they move out of intensive care, tell them what's happening. Midnight nodded, watching the Midoriya twins, feeling helpless. So I adopted Midoriya and his sister. Everyone expected Midnight to have a longing look, but instead, she wore one of sympathy. To be honest, I agree with Midnight in this universe. Child services would have just made them realize they have more problems and no means to help. The teachers and pros nodded in agreement as the screen shifted to 7 years later. Izuku was seen running through the halls of UA, trying to find his class. When he reached it, he opened the door to find everyone staring at him. Ahai! Their eyes immediately went to his right side, noticing he was missing an arm. Please don't stare. I get self-conscious when you do. They took the hint and turned away. Hello, my name is Tenya Ida of Samai. It is nice to meet your acquaintance. Ida extended his right arm reflexively, creating an awkward moment. So Four Eyes screws up, not surprised, Bakugu smirked, watching the scene unfold. Izuku Kayama. Izuku sent out a small whip of darkness to shake Ida's hand and smiled. Nice to meet you. Mr. Spooky. Izuku was suddenly tackled to the ground by a brown-haired girl he recognized as Ochako Uraraka. Thanks for the save back there in the entrance exams. That power of yours is totally awesome. Mr. Spooky? Everyone looked at Hatsume for an explanation. Turns out, Midoriya saved her by creating black spikes that punctured the zero-pointer, turning it into a giant pin cushion. Spooky, Ochako replied, answering everyone's question as the scene shifted to the first day of battle training. You look so cool. Ochako exclaimed, looking at Izuku in awe as everyone gathered to draw lots for their partners. Looks like we're on the same team, Izuku. Wait, why do I call Deku by his first name in this? Says here he wanted you to, Hatsume replied, and the screen cut to Izuku and Bakugu's fight. Bakugu unleashed a massive explosion at Izuku, who dodged. What happened? Bakugu shouted, his voice filled with confusion. Aunt Inko died, and you and your sister disappeared. Where were you? Izuku looked down, shame washing over him. I don't see you for over 10 years, and then you show up looking like this? Bakuga's eyes glistened with unshed tears. But why did this happen? I've asked myself that same question for over a decade. But you know what? I'm fine with it. I lost my arm protecting Izumi, and I have no regrets about that. Izuku dashed at Bakugu, determined to knock him out. I'll tell you everything when we're free of onlookers. Everyone watched as Bakugu struggled with his emotions, tears streaming down his face. This me is a coward. Everyone practically rolled their eyes at Bakugo while Eri rushed over to Izuku. I'm sorry you lost your arm in this world. Izuku gently patted her head and smiled. It isn't your fault, Eri. These things happen. The screen flashed to the USJ, where both Izuku and Izumi were fighting the Nomu together. You're wasting your time. The Nomu was created to defeat All Might. What hope do you, an armless weakling and a little girl, have against it? You're lower than dirt. As Shigaraki spoke, both Izuku and Izumi were reminded of their father, who had once kicked them and used a knife to threaten them with similar words. You two are nothing. You're lower than the dirt on the rug. He stomped on Izuku's right arm, causing him to cry out in pain. He continued this until Izuku's arm was visibly injured. Izumi covered her ears, tears streaming down her face as she listened to her brother's cries. That son of a beach! Everyone turned to Bakugo, who had been silent until now, as Midnight shouted in anger. Sorry. She sat back down as the scene returned to the USJ, where both twins were filled with rage. You want to see what we can do? Izuku formed a whip of darkness and slashed at the Nomu. You'll regret the day you crossed paths with the twin heroes, Yamikage and Akurui Hikari. Izumi created daggers of light that pierced the Nomu, searing the wounds upon impact. Izuku's whip transformed into a multitude of spikes that struck the Nomu, while Izumi conjured a sword of light to sever its limbs. Black hole. Izuku summoned an orb of darkness that began to pull everything into its grasp. Supernova. Izumi created a similar orb of light that scorched the ground beneath her without harming herself. Merge the swells, sis. They combined their attacks into one ultimate technique. Combo move, Twilight Eclipse. Now that's a manly name for a move. Kirishima exclaimed, and everyone watched closely. The combined ball of light and darkness began to draw the Nomu in, its skin sizzling from the heat. As it was engulfed, the orb imploded, creating a sonic boom that sent Shigaraki and others flying back. Sir, we must leave. Shigaraki glared at the area where the Nomu had been, scratching his neck in frustration. You cheated! You cheaters! He charged at them, but before he could reach them, the doors to the USJ burst open, and the pro-heroes entered. Realizing the situation was turning against them, Shigaraki and Kurojairi teleported away in anger. Midnight rushed to Izuku and Izumi, who were exhausted but smiling at their adopted mother. We did it, Ma. We stopped something that was made to defeat. Might. Izuku fainted, and Izumi nodded before following him into unconsciousness. Now that was cool, Kaminari remarked, and everyone agreed. As the two began to wake up, Izuku was tackled by Ochako, while Izumi turned to Todoroki. Hey, Mr. Edgy. How are you? Todoroki looked at Hatsume, confused. She saved you from an attack that could have seriously hurt you before she and Izuku fought the Nomu alone. He understood and turned back to the screen. Thank you. Todoroki lowered his head toward Izumi, who became flustered. Don't worry about it. I just did what anyone would in my position. Izumi heard Izuku laughing and turned to him. Izumi's got a boyfriend, Izuku teased playfully, and Izumi shot back. I wouldn't be saying that while your girlfriend is hugging you. Both Izuku and Ochako blushed as they let go of each other. The door opened, revealing Midnight and All Might. Could you two give the four of us some privacy, please? Midnight requested, and Todoroki and Ochako stepped outside. All Might transformed into his scrawny form and looked at the twins. Words cannot express how thankful I am that you both stood strong when it mattered. We just did what we had to, All Might. The scrawny hero smiled at them. You both carry so much pain, but you also possess incredible potential. Heroes are not defined by their power or past, but by their desire to do what is right, regardless of the obstacles. I see that in both of you. All Might smiled at the twins, who struggled to hold back tears. You both are worthy of being called true heroes. They began to cry, overwhelmed by the acknowledgment from someone they had idolized since childhood, the only person who could remind them of better times. They both thought the same thing as he spoke. Mom, please keep watching over us from heaven. The screen faded to black as many were in tears at the ending. Poor Midoriya twins. Ashido sobbed, blowing her nose into a tissue. I feel for Midoriya, not everyone could give up their arm. Sue said, her usual demeanor softened by tears. Sniffle. So, what do you want to see next? Everyone pondered this as Hatsume scanned the list. I found the perfect one. She pressed a button on the tablet, and the screen lit up. And that concludes this. I wanted to create a short one-shot since a few were asking for it. Make sure to share your opinions on any universes you'd like to see from my work. If you haven't checked it out yet, go to my page and find the story. Also, don't forget to vote on the stories for what you want to see next. Hope you all enjoyed and thank you for reading. Okay, so this one I did a little browsing on to see if it's a lot nicer than the one from before. Hatsume said, and everyone hoped it would be better than the last, where Izuku was nearly beaten to a pulp. To keep it simple, Midoriya here is dating Azui, Uraraka, Kendo, and Yaoyorozu, and managing these relationships is proving to be quite challenging for him. The girls mentioned exchanged glances as Hatsume began. I need to find a way to manage this better, Izuku mumbled to himself, contemplating his complicated love life. Relationships are not easy to navigate, especially when dating four attractive girls. How did this happen? Midoriya, you lucky guy. You get to date not just our class's most attractive girls but also Class B's hottest. Mineta exclaimed, but he was abruptly silenced when a giant hand slapped him against the wall. No one argued with Itsuka's methods, and they returned their focus to the screen. Izuku began to remember how Ochako had confessed to him after the second day of school, and he had agreed. After the USJ incident, Sue decided to take a leap of faith and confess her feelings to Izuku, with Ochako supporting her decision to date him as well. Later, during the sports festival, Itsuka gathered her courage to ask Izuku out, inspired by his bravery in the match against Todoroki, where he risked his own safety for others. Momo, too, found the confidence to ask the sweet-natured boy out after the final exams. The girls were all on board with the arrangement, and for a time, everything seemed to work well. However, Izuku soon found himself overwhelmed, trying to balance schoolwork, hero training, and the happiness of his four girlfriends. I kind of feel bad for Deku in this world, Ochako remarked, with Tsu, Momo, and Itsuka nodding in agreement. While working on his costume, Izuku visited the support course, where Power Loader and Hatsume were busy. Hatsume noticed that Izuku looked exhausted and asked him what was wrong. After hearing about his struggles, she had an idea. Tada! I call it the cloning master. It creates perfect copies of a person that can do the same tasks as the original. With this, you can manage your relationships and responsibilities without burning out. That's genius, other me. You're not making that, everyone exclaimed, aware of her invention's notorious track record. They turned to the screen just as the girls entered the room. So, if this works, Izuku will be split into 3 additional versions of himself? Momo asked, skeptical of the idea. That's right. Your boy here has been pretty worn out and won't admit it. This could help keep your relationship strong, Hatsume explained. The group exchanged worried glances before Izuku spoke up. If it works, you'll all have more time with me and I can enjoy our dates more. If it doesn't, well, let's not think about that. Young Midoriya must be exhausted if this is his reaction, All Might said, concern growing for his successor, with Midnight agreeing. Dating multiple girls must be tiring. I respect him for it. Izuku stepped into the machine, and Hatsume began pushing buttons and pulling switches. As the machine started, colorful smoke filled the container. Are you sure this is safe? Itsuka asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Absolutely. The mice I tested it on had a 50% survival rate. Tsu was the only one who could speak, while Ochako prayed for Izuku's safety, Momo was too nervous to watch, and Itsuka was ready to confront Hatsume if anything went wrong. When the door opened, smoke billowed out, revealing 4 shadowy figures of Izuku. Did it work? Kaminari asked, breaking the silence. The first Izuku emerged with a confident smile, heading straight for Tsu. The second had a passionate expression and blew a kiss to his girlfriends before standing beside Ochako. The third, looking shy and blushing, approached Itsuka. Finally, the last Izuku exuded determination and walked over to Momo, taking her hand with a joyful smile. "Okay, something's definitely off," Momo remarked. "I agree with this version of me," she added, and everyone nodded in agreement. "Seems I didn't clone Midoriya but created 4 different aspects of him. My bad," Hatsume exclaimed. "Wait, how do we fix Seek?" Ochako started to ask, but the passionate Izuku swept her off her feet. "Have I ever told you how much that adorable blush on you drives me wild, Ochako?" His words made her cheeks turn a deeper shade of red as he leaned in closer. "Can someone explain what just happened?" Tsu asked, looking at Hatsume for answers. Ochako felt a mix of embarrassment and admiration watching her version of Izuku kiss her in ways she had always dreamed of. A twinge of jealousy bubbled up inside her as she wished to be that version of herself. "Allow me to explain, my little tree frog. When the machine activated, it separated the 4 main aspects of our original self and turned them into different alter egos, along with splitting our feelings for all of you among us. That's the result you see now," the confident Izuku explained. "I'm Confidence, representing Izuku's courage and love for Tsu. I'm Desire, embodying his passion and affection for our Mochi," he added, winking at Ochako, who blushed even more. "I am Embarrassed, holding Izuku's bashfulness. Please stop looking at me, it's so embarrassing." He hid his face in Itsuka's shoulder, who comforted him by gently rubbing his head. "And I'm Determination, born from Izuku's drive and will, as well as his love for our princess," he said, smiling at Momo, who blushed at the compliment. "Wow, that's kinda nuts," Kirishima commented, and everyone agreed as the scene shifted to the next day. During training, each Izuku stood by their respective girl, their hair colored differently to distinguish them: pink for Desire, blue for Embarrassed, gray for Determination, and green for Confidence. "Today, we'll be doing joint exercises in a 4-team battle royal, with Shinso joining us," the instructor announced. The groups formed, with Embarrassed paired with Itsuka and Minoma. "It seems you Class A students wish to join us? How embarrassing for you to rely on us," Minoma taunted, but Itsuka swiftly knocked him out and hugged Izuku. "It's okay, my little Cinnabon, I'm with you in this." Embarrassed smiled at her words and hugged Itsuka back. Everyone cooed at the heartwarming moment, except for Minoma and Mineta, who were visibly unhappy and jealous. The Izukus worked diligently to support and protect their girlfriends, with the match concluding with the team of Confidence, Tsu, Todoroki, and Koda standing victorious. When the day finally ended, the Izukus took their girlfriends on dates, considering their likes and dislikes. Confidence took Tsu to the aquarium to see the new amphibious exhibit she had been eager to visit, while Desire whisked Ochako away to a romantic movie she had been wanting to see for ages. While inside, they only had one seat occupied, with Ochako happily sitting on his lap. Determined, Momo led them to a tea shop she liked, where they had a type of tea she fancied that fit within his budget. He also took the opportunity to try a new tea, wanting to feel adventurous. Embarrassed, Itsuka was brought to a lovely greenhouse filled with a wide variety of flowers. She enjoyed seeing them and the fragrance, as they were one of the few things that made her feel feminine rather than just a woman. "I agree with that. I never really liked the whole girly girl look too much. Flowers, though, I can accept," Itsuka stated, with her classmates nodding in agreement. She preferred visiting a motorcycle exhibit over going to a beauty salon. As the dates concluded, the 4 brought their Izuku to their room to spend the night with them. Although nothing significant happened, the girls felt happy to have their boyfriend all to themselves, even if he was just a part of what made up Izuku. Each of the Izukus reflected on their situation, thinking that life going forward might not be as difficult as they had believed. The screen went black, and everyone clapped. "That was cute." "A little weird, but cute," Tokage from Class B remarked, with everyone agreeing. "All right, let's see what else we have to watch." Hatsume looked down and noticed an intriguing title. "This one looks cool." "Okay, so this one involves the horsemen from Catholic belief who ride when the apocalypse occurs," Hatsume explained, with Izuku curious about his role in this. "Wait, who are these people?" Kaminari asked, with Shiozaki taking the lead. The horsemen are four figures known as war, death, strife, and fury, who signal the apocalypse by their presence. When they ride, heaven will fall, and hell will rise. This idea sent shivers down the spines of some, wondering how their innocent classmate from 1A would tie into this. In the beginning, there was chaos. The forces of heaven and hell waged war against each other, causing destruction wherever they clashed. This continued until an ancient order known as the Charred Council forced them to cease their conflict in the name of balance. Those who defied the council faced the wrath of their enforcers, the horsemen. The four were part of an ancient race that had perished long ago, known as the Nephilim. War, the leader and most loyal; death, the most feared, known as Kinslayer; strife, the swiftest and most elusive; and fury, the most fierce and eager to battle among her siblings. One of them's a girl? Kirishima and Tetsu shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Sorry. Though these four were bound by duty to the council, Fury had given birth to a child in secret. She hid this until the child was born. Unsure of where to turn, she sought guidance from her brother Death. Are you insane, Fury? This child shouldn't even exist. When the council finds out, they will take both your life and that of the child. Don't you think I know that? I understand the Nephilim were destroyed because of their actions in Eden, but he has nothing to do with it. He isn't even fully Nephilim, so I may be able to keep him safe. Eden? Shiozaki asked, intrigued by this universe and looking to Hatsume for an explanation. Apparently, the Nephilim tried to take Eden in this universe, which led the Charred Council to make a deal with the four and have them eliminate every Nephilim. The one who did most of this was Death. So why is Fury going to Death for help? Itsuka questioned as Hatsume searched for answers. Their souls were never returned to the cycle and were sealed in an amulet that Death possessed. He didn't dispose of the amulet as ordered. Instead, he entrusted it to someone to hide the shame of having to kill their own. So why come to me? War is bound by duty to the council and refuses to entertain anything that might disrupt their beliefs. Meanwhile, strife. Well, strife is elusive even to us at times. The only reason I came to you is that I know about the amulet. Death paused at this revelation, contemplating as the child in Fury's arms began to yawn. Where will you hide him? In the realm of man. It's the only place where he can grow up free from the council's watchful eye. Very well, I know someone who can help us get there without the council knowing. But once this is over, speak of this to no one. Fury nodded as they prepared to leave. So the child is growing up among humans. Big deal, Bakuga remarked, only half listening as the screen showed Fury placing the child in an alley. Stay strong, little one. I wish I could keep you, but I cannot. She attached a small trinket to the blanket before looking at her child one last time. Pray we never meet again. For if we do, I may have to harm you. She kissed the child's head before pulling away, revealing a baby boy with green hair and matching green eyes, opening his eyes to see his mother for the first and final time. Poor Midoriya. Saying goodbye to his mother so early in life must be difficult, Momo observed as the green-haired boy cried in the alley, seeking attention, only for the rain to begin pouring down. As the years passed, the young boy was raised by a caring human who treated him as her own. She even gave him a name, Izuku Midoriya. He grew up like all the other children in his realm but was far different from them. With little effort, Izuku tapped into his Nephilim heritage, becoming far stronger than many adults at a young age. People believed this to be what they called a quirk in their world, but it was shown to be no different than someone without one. Despite this, Izuku remained a happy, strong boy and began his journey to become a hero. So I grow up like normal in this? Hatsume nodded at Izuku as the scene shifted to the entrance exam. Izuku witnessed a kind person he had met before the exam in danger of being crushed. Without thinking, he acted on instinct, conjuring two large chain hooks at his side. He used the first to clear the debris off the brown-haired girl, and the second to slice through a robot in two swift strikes. He successfully saved the girl, but in doing so, he caught the attention of the Charred Council, awakening something deep within him. That does not sound good for young Midoriya, one of the horsemen remarked. There is an abnormal energy related to the Nephilim in the human realm. Go there to find out what it is and eliminate it, the Charred Council ordered. Fury felt a sense of dread. It can't be. The group made their way to the human realm, sensing an uneasy presence in the air. The forces of hell have felt this power as well. We must eradicate it before the realm of man is plunged into chaos. We don't even know what is war. Where are we going to start? Strife and War argued, while Fury felt deep in her soul that this was her child's doing. Please let me be incorrect. This is not going to end well, Ciro commented as the scene transitioned to the members of Class 1A riding a bus to the USJ. Izuku, can I ask you a question? Tsu asked, catching his attention. What's that weird pendant on your costume? You bring it everywhere, so I was wondering if it has any special significance. Izuku took the pendant in his hand, frowning. I was abandoned as a child. My adopted mother found me in the pouring rain, and this pendant was the only thing keeping the blanket around me. It's the only connection I have to my real parents. Everyone fell silent, feeling the weight of his words. It's not enough, is it? Kirishima asked, to which Izuku shook his head. I just want to know why I was abandoned. I don't care if the reason is good or bad, I just want to know. He's searched that symbol online countless times with no luck. Simply put, that pendant is his only lead, and it's a dead end. The bus came to a stop, and Aizawa instructed them to get off. It's sad that his mom abandoned him to keep him safe, and he just wants to know why, Kirishima said quietly. It is sad, but not everyone has a happy ending in life, Aizawa replied as the scene shifted to the USJ, where the villains attacked. As the center of the USJ filled with villains, various portals opened, unleashing beings that resembled demons. They began to attack, some noticing the class above. What are these things? One student exclaimed. They look like monsters, another added. I'd say they look like demons, someone else chimed in. The class prepared to fight, but one of the demons lunged at them. Just then, a shot rang out, taking the demon down. Everyone turned to see the horsemen enter. You demons thought it best to disrupt the balance. We shall show you no mercy. War leaped down, and the others followed suit, swiftly taking down the enemies. The class began to flee, but Izuku hesitated. The woman who had just arrived was someone he recognized from his dreams. He rushed forward, only to be confronted by a giant demon blocking his path. Show them what you've got, Deku. Ochako cheered, holding on to him. What are you going to do, puny human? You're nothing but a weak fool to jump in here. Prepare to die. The demon charged at Izuku, but he transformed into a powerful being with hooks for arms. He struck the demon's arm with a blade, severing it cleanly. Izuku moved behind the beast, placing both ends of the blades in its mouth and slicing upward, splitting its head in two. The horseman watched in shock. Hi, Izuku said awkwardly. War, furious, pulled his blade and aimed it at Izuku's neck. You are a Nephilim. For balance, you must die. And oh, everyone shouted, fearing for their friend's life. Just as War was about to strike, his arm was pulled back by a whip. He turned to see Fury holding him back. What is the meaning of this? I apologize, brother, but I cannot allow you to harm this child for reasons I cannot disclose. Fury stood protectively in front of Izuku as War seethed with anger. You dare stand against the council, Fury? Do you not realize how his very existence disrupts the balance? I do, but he doesn't. Come on, Fury. I know the council may have been a bit too hasty with the Nephilim, but you're directly opposing their orders. Strife tried to reason with her while Death stood beside Fury. The Nephilim of our time caused chaos and took from anyone they wished. This boy has no understanding, and if we continue this, we will be no different from our fallen kin. War's fury was palpable. Do you not understand that we are protectors of the balance? Explain that to them. To them, we'd be nothing more than murderers. Fury pointed to Class 1A, many of whom were ready to jump in to protect their friend. Tell me, brother, are you willing to fight humanity and your fellow horsemen for the council's questionable decree? War gritted his teeth before sheathing his sword. This is not over. If I find reason to kill the boy, then I shall. The horsemen began to leave, with Fury being the last to walk out. Before she did, Izuku called out to her. Thank you. I don't know why, but I appreciate your help. Fury didn't look back as she replied. It was the only way I could protect my son. She called her horse Rampage before riding away with her brothers. The screen went black, and applause erupted. So Midoriya's a Nephilim in that universe. That's so cool. Kirishima exclaimed with excitement. I guess I can understand why Fury stood up for Midoriya in the end, he added. Going against your own brethren for what you believe is right takes a lot of courage. I respect Fury's determination, Ida remarked, while Hatsume scanned the list of other universes. Let's see what else looks interesting. And that concludes this chapter, folks. I would love to hear your thoughts on this new idea. Also, if you haven't played Darksiders and enjoy dungeon crawling gameplay, I highly recommend checking it out. Hope you all enjoyed it, and thank you for reading. Chapter end. Just a quick note about this concept. Izuku is 19 in this story and is quirkless while everyone else has their abilities. He is also a licensed doctor after completing medical school before everyone attended UA and is interning with Recovery Girl. Izuku and Ochako grew up together, and he asked her something significant after the entrance exams. Enjoy. This one seems pretty calm, Hatsume said as she switched to the next world, and everyone settled in quietly. The first day of UA had finally begun, with students chatting in the classroom while waiting for their teacher. At that moment, a pink-haired girl noticed a ring on a certain brunette's left ring finger. Is that an engagement ring? The girl looked down and smiled, nodding. So who's the lucky guy? It's, all right everyone, settle down. A tired-looking man entered, prompting everyone to take their seats. Great, now I can't tell if Ochako is dating Mido in this, Ashido commented, causing a few snickers. Well, it's true. As the day progressed, they reached the end of the quirk apprehension tests, with Aizawa actually expelling someone, bringing the class total to 19, not Mineta, just a random student for later reasons. The day quickly came to a close, leaving many students worried about what had happened. The ring on Ochako Uraraka's finger had captured the attention of everyone in the class, except for a certain ash blonde who secretly knew and felt a surge of anger for some reason. As Ochako walked to the nurse's office, many questioned her motives as she opened the door. Inside was an elderly lady known as Recovery Girl and a green-haired boy who looked close to their age. Izuku! Ochako exclaimed, jumping over to hug the green-haired boy, now known as Izuku. Hey Machi, how was your first day? Izuku wrapped his arms around her, revealing a similar ring on his finger. Yes. I knew it. Ashido shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Sorry. Hey, Ochako, who's your friend? Ochako turned to see most of Class A in the doorway. Sorry, where are my manners? Izuku released Ochako and stood up. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I'm Machi's fiancé. Fiancé, everyone screamed, prompting Recovery Girl to tell them to take their excitement outside. Once outside, they bombarded the couple with questions about their relationship, which they explained included living together and sharing a bed, but they agreed to wait a few more years before discussing anything further out of respect for each other. Boring. Where's the excitement and romance in this? Mineta complained, only to receive a swift reprimand from Tiger, as the screen shifted to their average-looking apartment. To be honest, this isn't what I expected, Ashido remarked, looking around with Hagakure at the relatively normal home. I actually lived here alone for 8 years, so it's not that unusual. Wait, but you said why were you living alone since you were 11? Izuku's smile faded. My mom passed away from a heart attack in her sleep. The room fell silent at this revelation. Even Kaminari and Mineta, who had previously looked down on Izuku for being quirkless, turned to him with sympathy. I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be, Kirishima. You didn't know, and it happened a long time ago. The doctors said she didn't feel anything when she left, so I can't be upset knowing she left peacefully. Inko looked down, feeling guilty for leaving her son alone for 8 years. Don't be so hard on yourself, Mrs. Midoriya. This Izuku seems to have turned out just fine. Aizawa reassured her as the screen displayed the second day of UA, focusing on battle training. Everyone lined up, with Izuku watching closely. So, are you going to watch and see what a real hero can do, Deku? Bakugo boasted, while Izuku pulled out a clipboard filled with papers to review. Hey, I'm talking to you. The only real hero I see here is All Might. Compared to him, you're no different than the street thugs who think they're the best, Izuku replied coolly. What did you say? Young Deku, please control yourself, All Might interjected, explaining the day's activities while Izuku joined in to help divide the teams fairly. He found himself paired with Ochako against Bakugo and Ida. So it's kind of like how it was in the norm, Ochako said calmly, sitting on Izuku's lap with Eri on hers. The screen shifted to a fight between Izuku and Bakugo. So what are you going to do, little quirkless loser? Try to suppress me? Bakugo taunted, charging at Izuku. You should have never come here. That little friend of yours must be so miserable having you around. Bakugo unleashed an explosion to propel himself toward Izuku. Now you're done. As he closed in, Izuku struck specific points on Bakugo's body with quick precision, causing him to collapse to the ground. What did you do to me? I targeted certain pressure points in your body. You think I'm weak and fail at everything because I don't have a quirk, but power is more than just abilities. Because of my training, I know the human body very well and its vulnerabilities. To put it simply, I took you down from the inside out. You basta, Bakugo was cut off as Izuku struck a pressure point in his neck, freezing him in place. What do you know? A simple trick works on you. He just schooled you, man. Kaminari and Shiro laughed at Bakugo, who retaliated with explosive threats. Hero team wins. Izuku and Ochako high-fived as Ida stood below them, paralyzed from Izuku's precise strike to his spinal cord. Midoriya, is there any way to get rid of this paralysis? Ida asked. Sorry, just give me a moment, Izuku replied, gently tapping the same spot on Ida's back to help him stand again. What about Bakugo? Izuku picked up Ochako in a playful manner and smirked. Let him sleep it off. Izuku and Ochako stood close together as he assisted their teammates who were injured or facing complications. Once everything was settled, Izuku and Ochako headed home to relax. That's adorable! Hagakure exclaimed, bouncing with excitement at the sight of them. As the couple settled on the couch, Izuku received a call from his father. Hello? Yes, we're home. No major injuries. Yes, I'm fine. Seriously, you worry about me more than your own students. No, I'm not making this up, says the man who walks into class in a sleeping bag. Sigh, alright, I'll see you this weekend. Love you too. Bye. After hanging up, Izuku returned to the couch with some snacks for them. Seems you and Mr. Aizawa are as lively as ever, Ochako giggled, while Izuku sighed in annoyance. At least I don't have to worry about him asking me for grandkids yet. Ochako laughed and settled on Izuku's lap. That's good, because I'm nowhere near ready for that part of life yet. Izuku hugged her and smiled. Same here. The screen faded to black, and everyone turned their attention to Hatsume. It was short but a cute one, she said. So I'm married to Uraraka in this one. Izuku turned beet red, prompting groans of annoyance from his friends. Just kiss already, shitty nerd. Izuku and Ochako blushed even more, causing everyone to laugh. It was interesting to learn that Mr. Aizawa is Midoriya's dad in this, but it felt like a strange way to reveal it, Ashido commented, and everyone nodded in agreement. Okay, next world. So this one is kind of interesting, Izuku said, raising his hand hesitantly. How interesting? Someone asked. Your dad is a villain who leads an underground organization. In this organization, people are given code names for their work. You're the son he had on a whim and left you and your mother. How horrible, Inko gasped in shock. Hatsume began to play the world. The scene depicted an underground group with a man lighting a cigar. His slicked-back hair contrasted sharply with the large scar across his face. Sir, we have reports that a boy with your power is at UA. The man appeared agitated. Send Mr. Five and Miss Valentine to take him down. This will also serve as a good test of the boy's skills. Also, give them this poison. If he proves to be too much, they should use it. Yes, Mr. Zero, the woman replied before walking away, leaving the man to recline in his chair. Whoever you are, you won't be a problem for long. Mr. Zero? All Might inquired, intrigued by the code name. That's the name of the leader of the organization and Izuku's father in this world. Only the woman you saw, known as Miss All Sunday, knows his true identity and appearance. The scene shifted to UA, where the students sat on a bus, some feeling uneasy about their destination. Hey, Midoriya, can I ask you a question? A girl with frog-like features asked a boy dressed in a suit with a large overcoat and a staff with a hook, resembling Izuku. Go right ahead, Azui. Why do you look like that? Izuku sighed slightly. So I can show people I'm Mr. Zero's son. Many students considered this plausible given the unknown villain's skills, but they hoped it wasn't true. My mother and I faced ridicule because of who my father is. I want to prove I'm nothing like him. Sounds like me, someone said, and everyone nodded in understanding of both Izuku's and Todoroki's desire to forge their own paths. It's okay, Do. I know you're not a bad person, Ochako reassured him, her bubbly nature shining through. Thanks. However, some students were not as accepting of Izuku being at their school, given the notorious reputation of his father's organization. No offense, man, but you won't be looked at the same. Being a villain's son isn't something people can just overlook, a redhead named Kirishima pointed out, which sparked anger in a blonde nearby. I bet you wouldn't say that if you knew what people did to slander you and his They nearly burned down their house while they were inside. Oh look, a nice Bakugu, Kaminari remarked sarcastically, provoking Bakugu's ire. He has a point though. Families of villains are often treated poorly. They're sometimes worse off than the villains themselves, slandered by neighbors, unfairly targeted by low-ranking officers, and some hero schools even deny them entry into hero courses because of it. A chill ran through the group at Aizawa's words, realizing the harsh reality their classmate faced. When the class arrived at their destination, they were briefed by Pro Hero 13 about their mission. Just then, a group of villains emerged from a portal. Mr. Aizawa sprang into action to confront them. Ida, we need to inform the faculty about what's happening. Izuku called to Ida, who nodded in agreement. Before they could act, two figures blocked their path. I don't think so. The boss wants some kid named Midoriya dead, and that's what we're here to do. You might as well show yourself. If you do, we might let your little friends live. Izuku stepped forward, glaring at the two. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. This is going to end in an epic fight, I just know it. Kirishima shouted with excitement as Mr. Five lunged at Izuku, ready to unleash his explosive attack. Deku! Both Bakugu and Ochako looked at their friend with concern. Did you really think that would work? Izuku emerged from the incident unscathed, with Miss Valentine floating above him. Let's see how you handle this. 15-kilogram press. Miss Valentine descended with force toward Izuku. He quickly grabbed Mr. Five and positioned him in the way, allowing her to knock him out. Seizing the moment, he delivered a swift punch to Miss Valentine's face, incapacitating her as well. That was kinda lame, Kaminari remarked, unimpressed. Are they really that weak? Hatsume looked up to answer Jiro's question. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine are high-ranking and dangerous members of the organization known as Baroque Works. They can go toe-to-toe with a top 10 pro and avoid capture. So no, they just weren't able to beat Midoriya. Everyone turned their attention to the screen, which showed the USJ incident coming to a close. As Mr. Five and Miss Valentine were being taken away, Izuku noticed a phone that had been dropped. It began to ring, displaying the caller ID labeled Boss. Without hesitation, Izuku called over any nearby pros before answering on speaker, masking his voice to sound like Mr. Five's. Hello. Is the job done? Done. The kids are out of our way. But did you need to use the poison I gave you? Nope. He was weak enough that I could handle him myself. There was a moment of silence before the man spoke again. The unlucky ones are on their way to give you your next assignment. They will also verify your report. Everyone looked over to see a condor and an otter flying away. That won't end well. Many didn't know why, but they agreed with Mr. Aizawa. The pros indicated it was fine to drop the charade and speak normally. You're going to get a harsh report from your agents, Mr. Zero. That you're the boy, aren't you? Perhaps. Would you prefer that name, Crocodile, or Bisud Father? Laughter echoed from the other line, as this was the funniest thing Crocodile had heard in a long time. So the woman actually had my child. How adorable. Not like she had much of a choice. Also, if you speak ill of my mother again, I will make you regret it. Scary. Without a doubt. Ochako and Izuku exchanged worried glances while Bakugu smirked. I like this Deku style. On the other end of the call, Crocodile smiled, draining his drink as the flour used to stir it wilted. I'd like to see you try. Starting now, boy, you're at the top of my list. And that is a list you do not want to be on. Izuku smiled at this before whispering into the phone, try it. I dare you. He hung up, slightly irritating Crocodile. The boy's dead. I don't care how or who gets involved, he dies. He walked out of the room, grinning at his hook hand. This could be fun. Is it wrong for me to wish for my son to punch this man in the face? Inko looked around, and many shook their heads in disagreement. It's natural to feel anger toward villains. Don't think of yourself as a bad person, Mrs. Midoriya, Nizu reassured her, and she smiled a bit. As Izuku ended the call, Principal Nizu approached him. It seems you have an organization after you. Let them. Izuku crushed the phone in his hand before dropping it. If I cause enough trouble, Crocodile will come to me. While I admit you are skilled, those around you are in the most danger. I suggest we discuss what you know about Baroque works to pass this information on to your teachers and classmates. Izuku nodded as the two made their way to Nizu's office. The screen went black, leaving some viewers disappointed. That's it? I wanted to see Midoriya kick butt more. Sorry, Kirishima, but that's all there is. Time for the next one. Hatsume glanced down the list before stopping at one. And that concludes this chapter. The next two will be based on story ideas, one featuring Izuku in Shai Hasaikai and another titled My Thunder Goddess for anyone interested. Hope you all enjoyed and thanks for reading. Okay, so this next one has Midoriya as a leader of the Yakuza, Hatsume announced, noticing Eri go a little pale. It says here that he took command after his father, Overhaul, tried to use this little kid for evil purposes and attempted to kill their boss. The Yakuza then transformed into a hero organization to help people. So the bad people who had me before are now good people? It would seem so, Eri, but we should have guessed if Deku was part of them. Ochako began, and both watched happily at the screen. The day was rather normal for 12-year-old Izuku. He had completed his usual training routine with his father's subordinate, Kendo Rappa. Keep going, kid. Don't stop until you give me 100 good punches. I want to feel them. He pushed through until he reached his goal and even surpassed it, hitting, all right, we're done here. So Rappa's training Midoriya? It would appear so, Kirishima replied, surprised as the screen showed Izuku walking into an office. Boss. Izuku bowed to an older man behind a desk before turning to bow at two others. Mother. Father. Izuku's mother smiled at him, while his father remained distant and neutral. What did you want us here for, boss? I'm sorry to spring this on you three, but recently my daughter entrusted me with my 2.5-year-old granddaughter, saying she could no longer care for her. Goodness. Did she say why? Inko asked, genuinely concerned for the child. She mentioned the child is cursed but didn't elaborate. I believe this may relate to her quirk, so I would like you three to take care of her and find out the reason. Yes, sir. All three bowed before leaving. This can only go downhill, knowing the type of man Overhaul is, Aizawa stated, with Mirio visibly upset, recalling what he had done to Eri. It's okay, Eri, it's just a shot, Izuku tried to reassure her as she trembled in fear of his father holding a needle. I'm scared. She remained unyielding and his father was about to grab her arm to take her blood by force when Izuku intervened. What if I did it first? Do you think you can do it if I show you it's not as scary as you think it is? Eri looked up and nodded as Izuku extended his arm. In a moment of agitation, his father jabbed the needle into Izuku's arm, causing him to flinch. He didn't show his discomfort, but he knew his father had crossed a line. Once the procedure was over, Eri was more willing and allowed a small amount of blood to be drawn. That was uncalled for, Jiro remarked, glancing at everyone around her. Did I say that out loud? She added sarcastically, prompting the group to turn back to the TV where Izuku and Chisaki were discussing their findings with their boss. It seems the child possesses some sort of rewind quirk, the boss said, a hint of surprise in his voice as Izuku explained. As you know, quirks from earlier generations tend to be weaker than those of the current generation. Eri's quirk, however, is an example of a very powerful and somewhat unstable ability. Unstable how? The boss inquired. She doesn't know how to activate or deactivate her power, and she could potentially rewind even genetic codes to earlier states if she understood how, Izuku explained. As he spoke, Chisaki's mind began to formulate a troubling idea. Going forward, I recommend we keep a close watch on Eri and find ways to manage her quirk safely, with your approval, sir. The boss nodded, and Izuku and Chisaki exited the room. This can only lead to trouble, Tamaki said nervously, and many others nodded in agreement. Izuku and his father continued their work in a laboratory beneath the Yakuza's main residence. It was just the two of them, with Izuku focused on developing a drag that could help individuals regain control of their quirks. Meanwhile, Chisaki began experimenting with small samples of Eri's blood, glancing over occasionally to see Izuku watching. If you're just going to stare, you might as well come over. It's annoying to have you trying to be discreet, Chisaki said. Izuku complied and approached. Sorry, I didn't know what you were working on and got curious. It's understandable. You want to know where our group is headed. I admire that trait in you, Chisaki replied, his cold demeanor softening slightly as he respected Izuku's intelligence and allowed him to assist. So what exactly is this? Izuku asked. These are the foundations for a drag that could restore the Yakuza's power, Chisaki explained. Izuku's interest peaked as he examined the guidelines. This drag is designed to completely erase quirks by targeting the brain's enzyme responsible for managing them. In essence, we could sell the drag to villains while offering heroes a vaccine at a premium. Izuku smiled at the thought but then noticed the labeled sample of Eri's blood beside him. Dad, what's the starting factor for the drag? Chisaki looked at his son, trying to reason with him. Izuku, you understand how the Yakuza operates, so you need to realize that what I'm doing is for the benefit of our family and the group. Izuku clenched his fists at this. That slime wants to use Eri as a tool. The tension in the room escalated as everyone stepped back, sensing his rising anger. I've accepted that we're an underground gang. I've come to terms with the fact that we hurt people from time to time. But one line I will never cross is using an innocent child as a human lab rat. Be reasonable, Izuku. With our power, her life will never be at stake. I refuse to be part of this, Izuku declared, removing his lab coat and hanging it up before grabbing a small sweatshirt. I won't tell the boss about your plan because it goes against the very reason Eri was placed in our care. I won't share this with anyone as long as you abandon it. Remember, Eri is a child who has already endured so much. I'll tell Mom you're running late, but you need to destroy your files on this and think of a different plan that doesn't involve hurting her. With that, Izuku stormed out, leaving Chisaki with a dark thought. If the boss were out of the picture, I could easily take his place, and that would solve the problem with Izuku. I don't like the sound of this, Tokoyami remarked, with Dark Shadow emerging to agree. The next morning, Izuku entered the laboratory to find his father absent. He didn't come home last night. Maybe he's looking for something new to do, he thought, noticing his father's computer was still on with some notes open. Maybe I can help him if he's in a bind. As he scanned the notes, he realized they were extensions of what he had seen the night before. Come on, Dad, you know the boss won't allow this as long as he's in charge. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed Izuku's mind. He dashed out of the lab, running into Chisaki's assistant, Chrono. Hey Midoriya. What's going on? Chrono asked. Where's Dad? Izuku shouted. He went to talk to the boss. What's this about? Chrono replied, confused. I'll explain on the way. Eri sat in fear, worried that her grandfather might be in danger. Chisaki stood in a room facing the leader of the Yakuza. I will not allow you to do something so terrible to my granddaughter. End this now. Chisaki glared at his boss, frustration boiling over as he removed his glove. You and my son are alike. Neither of you sees the bigger picture. A dark aura surrounded him as he extended his hand toward the boss. Just then, Izuku burst through the door, with Chrono right behind him. Sir! Izuku shouted, activating his quirk and filling the room with smoke to obscure the scene. Did Deku stop him? Ochako asked, cradling Eri in her lap. When the smoke cleared, Chisaki was revealed, spikes protruding from his chest, while the Yakuza leader lay on the ground. Boss! Izuku rushed over, with Chrono trying to assist their leader. Stay with us. Izuku! I'm sorry you had to witness this. It's not right for a son to kill his father, the leader gasped, his strength fading. Izuku fought back tears for his leader. Save your strength. You'll pull through. Please listen, the leader said, placing a hand on Izuku's chest. You have the heart to care for your subordinates and the will to keep our way of life alive. Please, boss, stay with us. For now, I leave the Yakuza in your hands. I have faith you will. Protect us and help us. Izuku's eyes filled with tears at this. I'll keep us alive, sir. Just please don't leave us. The leader smiled faintly before slipping into unconsciousness from Chisaki's attack. Izuku felt helpless, unable to assist his leader when he needed it most. In a moment of desperation, he found a small knife and, with a deep breath, made a swift decision that would change everything. Dude! Kirishima, Siro, and Kaminari exclaimed, shocked by the intensity of the moment. That is so Yakuza style. Creepy. Ashido and Hagakure shuddered as the scene shifted to the 8 precepts, Inko, and Eri sitting in a room with Izuku. So the boss is gone, Nemoto stated, and Izuku nodded in response. My father tried to kill the leader of the Yakuza. I took no pride in it, but it had to be done. So what are we going to do now? Izuku sighed at Sakiki's question before answering. Though my father's ideals for the future were flawed, he wasn't wrong. The Yakuza are fading and we need to survive. I've called in a few favors with some people in the police, and we can transform into a hero organization. What? Everyone looked surprised at this revelation, and Izuku continued. We all realize we need to adapt. If we work with the professionals, we can survive and become an underground hero organization. We may still be seen as villains, but our way of life won't be completely overthrown if we do this. So, as the current leader of the Yakuza, I announce that everyone here will be a member of the hero organization Shai Hasaikai. It won't be easy, but when has what we did ever been easy? Everyone agreed, and Izuku walked outside, holding his father's mask in his hands before putting it on. I will save our way of life, boss. We may not be what we were when you wake up, but we'll be alive for you. The screen faded to black, leaving everyone in awe. So Midoriya was a gangster in this? Sato questioned, scratching his head. It would appear so. I applaud his attempts to preserve the world he knows, even if it is one of villainy, Ida stated, striking a few robotic poses. Kinda cool, that one. Next world. Hatsume began to read some information on her device about the next multiverse. Okay, so this one is where UA is a college and Midoriya is married. Ashido raised her hand. To who? Not one of us. Ochako lowered her head slightly at this. Strangely enough, she's open to polygamy. Everyone exchanged glances, raising their eyebrows as Hatsume started playing the next scene. An alarm clock buzzed in a room, and a tired hand reached out to silence it. After several attempts, a woman guided the man's hand to the snooze button. Good morning, gorgeous. The man sat up, revealing a familiar set of green hair. Good morning yourself, my darling, a woman with long black hair and a warm smile replied, leaning in for a kiss. Everyone felt a bit flustered, realizing both were only covered by the sheets of the bed. Midoriya, do you believe that is proper bed attire? Relax, for eyes. They probably just dozed off after a late night. I'd rather you not use that language with kids in the room, Mandalay said, covering Koda's eyes and ears. As they parted, the sound of 2 babies was heard from a monitor. Seems our fun is up. Your pick, Akino, kids or breakfast? Izuku asked while putting on a pair of boxers and pants. You handled the kids yesterday, so I can take them today. Akino dressed quickly, glancing at Izuku's back, where 2 noticeable scars were visible. Izuku began to button up his shirt. What happened to Deku's back? It says here that Izuku is part angel on his father's side. His father fell not long after, and Izuku had wings with black and white feathers. One night, some people attacked and ripped his wings off, thinking he was a monster. They never grew back. Ochako felt a pang of sympathy at this revelation as the scene shifted to a daycare where the couple dropped off their twins. Goodbye, Saya. Akino kissed her daughter before moving to her son. Goodbye, Kosa. She kissed his head, and Izuku did the same. Mommy and Daddy will be back after school to pick you 2 up. The 8-month-old twins shrieked, waving goodbye to their parents. Outside, Izuku and Akino shared a quick kiss before parting ways, both adjusting their wedding bands to their right hands to avoid unwanted questions. On the train, Akino smiled, reflecting on how well everything was going for her family. And this is when things go wrong, Ciro remarked, and everyone braced for what was to come. Akino arrived at school to find a car waiting out front. A tired-looking man who resembled her husband stood at the gates alongside a woman in a striking outfit. Are you Akino Himejima? Yes. The long-haired man gestured for her to approach the car, the woman following closely behind. We're going to need you to come with us to UA. What's this all about? Wait, did he say UA? Oh no. What did I tell you all? Ciro shouted as the scene shifted to UA. Izuku sat in homeroom, waiting for their teacher, who was running late. He didn't mind too much, as it allowed him to catch up on some paperwork from his job. I wonder what's keeping Mr. Aizawa? It isn't proper for a teacher to be late for his own class. If this is a mistake, it reflects poorly on UA, Ida stated, performing a few karate chops. Just then, Aizawa walked in with Nizu, surveying the class. Today is a free PRD. Midoriya, we need you in the principal's office. Izuku felt a lump in his throat as he walked with the 2 students. He tried to ask them what this was about, but they insisted he would find out once they entered the office. When they arrived, Akino was already seated, and both Izuku and Akino exchanged worried glances, sensing something was amiss. If you would please have a seat, Mr. Midoriya, we can settle this right now, Nizu said as he took his place at the desk. All the teachers were present, observing the meeting with keen interest. Now, it has come to my attention that the 2 of you have a more personal life than you have let on and have refused to disclose anything. Before Izuku could respond, Nizu raised a hand to stop him. The information I obtained was a picture of the 2 of you holding twin infants who bear a striking resemblance to you. We have 2 options. You can tell us the truth, or we can delve into the city records to uncover it. If we do that, the outcome will be far less pleasant. Izuku sighed and glanced at Akino, silently urging her to speak the truth. To be honest, sir, we're both married and the children you saw are ours. Nizu nodded, indicating he had suspected as much. Before we proceed, could you please tell us who informed you of this? I suppose it's worth mentioning, Nizu replied. Everyone turned to Mineta, who looked puzzled. What? He asked. You know why, Ashido said, and everyone shared a knowing look. As Izuku, Akino, and the teachers entered Class A, all eyes were on them. Mineta, Aizawa called out to the small student, and the married couple shot him a disapproving look. Why? What did I do to deserve this? Mineta exclaimed. Your kind is all the same. Girls always fall for you and never me. He wore a smug expression. You thought you were untouchable, living a married life with that attractive girl, while she should be with me instead. Now I can enjoy watching you get in trouble for this. The lights began to flicker as Akino trembled with anger. You threaten my family, expel my husband, and cause this chaos just for your own insecurity? Akino's fury was palpable, and sparks of energy crackled around her. Ms. Himejima, please calm down, or you may lose your children, Aizawa warned, trying to suppress her quirk. Aizawa, why aren't you stopping her? It's not working for some reason, he replied as lightning formed in her hand, causing the ground beneath her to crack. Izuku, calm her down before she hurts someone. Midnight shouted, and Izuku rushed to embrace Akino, holding her hand gently. It's alright, Akino. I won't let anything happen to our family. I promise. Gradually, Akino began to calm down, though a few lights exploded, startling the class. Once she regained her composure, many students and teachers looked at her with a mix of fear and awe, recognizing her immense power. That was scary, Mike exclaimed, and no one could argue with him as they witnessed her display of strength. Principal Nizu, please don't take away our kids. That's all I'm begging you, Akino pleaded. Nizu sighed deeply, looking around the room. Honestly, I didn't want to take that step in the first place. Knowing now that this was all due to a misguided attempt at popularity, I should apologize for the trouble caused. Could you please explain your situation, Midoriya? Izuku and Akino nodded and stepped forward. To make a long story short, my name is Akino Himejima Midoriya. I usually go by my maiden name since it's easier to keep my marriage at 19 a secret. Ochako raised her hand. When did you two meet? We've known each other since we were about 6. I was running away from some trouble when I stumbled upon the shrine where Akino's mother worked. She was outside playing and helped me with some scrapes, and we became friends from there. Kirishima raised his hand next. You mentioned kids, Himejima. Are you 2 parents? They both nodded and displayed a picture of their twins, who had Akino's hair color and Izuku's eyes. The one on the left is our son Kosa. The one on the right is Saya. The girls smiled at the image, while Bakugu and Mineta looked less than pleased. So you and Deku have known each other for years? How come I haven't met you? Akino rolled her eyes, hiding behind Izuku. Why you remember now, Emini? She said timidly, prompting Bakugu to react in astonishment. Stuttering Beach? Call my wife that again, Kachin, and see what happens. Izuku warned, his protective instincts kicking in. Midoriya's a little fierce in this one, Tsuyu commented, glancing at Tokoyami, who was equally surprised. You think so? Tsuyu raised her hand next. Why did Ms. Midnight call you by your first name, Midoriya? Izuku and Akino exchanged glances before explaining. I'm his mother, Akino said. What? The class gasped. To make a long story short, my father, Hisashi, was killed when I was younger, and my mother thought it would be safer for me to live with my Aunt Inko. The people who harmed my father tried to find me too, so I barely escaped. My mom thought it was safer for me to pretend I was quirkless to avoid them. Ida raised his hand. You said they tried to kill you. How did you survive? Izuku hesitated. I don't want to talk about it. Ashido raised her hand again. How long have you two been married? 2 years. Izuku's mom agreed to it, and my legal guardian did too. We got married when he was a 2nd year in high school, and I was a 1st year. We decided to keep it a secret to avoid complications. Yaoyorozu raised her hand next. How old are your children? 8 months. We had a holiday party the night they were conceived, and Mr. and Mrs. Bakugu brought over some strong eggnog. One thing led to another, and it was a bit impolite to discuss a woman's nighttime activities. Akino smiled slightly, a blush on her cheeks, as she leaned against Izuku, making everyone around them feel a bit uneasy. She's calm 1 minute, angry the next, and then flirty. This girl is unpredictable. Kaminari exclaimed. We get it, Kaminari. Now sit down, Jiru said, pulling him back to focus on the situation at hand. After a few more questions and some light-hearted stories about how they managed their lives, the moment of truth arrived. Well, I guess we should give our ruling, Nizu said, drawing everyone's attention. I do not plan to expel or involve child services. You both appear happy and healthy, along with your children. It would be wrong to take such action since there are no signs of abuse from my perspective, and Midoriya is a model student with no reason to harm anyone unless absolutely necessary. The small rodent then turned his gaze to Mineta. You, on the other hand, Mr. Mineta, will be spending the next 2 months in detention. Mineta slammed his head down in frustration, while Nizu returned his attention to the couple. Mrs. Midoriya, I apologize for all of this. If you would like to spend the day here as part of a learning program, we can make arrangements. I might consider that. I would like to learn more about my husband's friends as well, Akino replied. She then turned to the class to add one final note. Also, I'm open to sharing my husband with anyone who wishes to have a relationship with him before you met me. All I ask is that our children must like you for that to happen. Ochako buried her face in her hands, embarrassed, while Akino chuckled lightly. The screen went black, revealing Ochako's confused expression. So, Deku has a wife and kids, and I could potentially date him in this universe? Yep, Hatsume said with a smile as she scrolled down the list to find another topic. And that concludes this chapter. As with my other multiverses, feel free to share your feedback and opinions below if you enjoyed this or have any suggestions for future ideas. Thank you for reading. Alright, so we all know about the villain All for One, right? Everyone hesitated, aware of how powerful he was. They nodded as Hatsume reassured them. He's still in jail in this universe, but it revolves a bit around Uraraka having ties to him. Wait, what kind of ties? You're related to him. She stiffened at this revelation as the video played. The scene of the Hasaikai raid appeared, showing it under control from the outside. However, a villain named Rikia Katsukame began to move again. Everyone seemed to lose their vitality as he inhaled deeply. Uraraka. A girl with brown hair looked over to her friend, who gestured for her to bring support to the street he was heading towards. Uravity, Froppy, Nijire, let's get this guy to that area and provide support. Right. Ochako began to use her quirk on the large villain, but it didn't work as she felt an unusual power in her hands. What? What's the matter? Nothing. She attempted to use her quirk again, but it felt strange. That was odd. Why do I feel so energized now? All Might swallowed hard, recognizing the look in Ochako's eyes. They were subtle, but he noticed a hint of red, reminiscent of his sworn nemesis. The beast charged toward the three heroes in training and the dragon hero Ryukyu, who rushed to assist. What in the world? Deku? I thought you were up above. They looked up to see the villains Himiko Toga, Twice, and Compress, realizing they had been outmaneuvered. Izuku wasted no time and tried to save Eri once again. In an attempt to grab a cape she had once been wrapped in, the little girl reached for it and unintentionally rewound the merged overhaul back into the two beings that had been used to create him. I remember this part. Deku saved me and then he defeated Chisaki when he turned into that monster, Eri said, mimicking a few punches as they escaped, with Overhaul preparing to pursue them. You filthy heroes. Do you really think you can defeat me? Night Eye had explained what he had seen with his future sight, causing Ochako to worry for her friend. I won't let that happen. She began to run toward Overhaul, who was about to harm his subordinate. I won't let you hurt my friend or that little girl. At that moment, Ochako's hands began to glow red, her eyes mirroring the same blood-red hue. When she touched Overhaul's wrist, he was disgusted and attempted to retaliate. However, he found he couldn't use his quirk against her. In a moment of desperation, Ochako attempted to flip him, but the action resulted in a shocking outcome. She noticed this and began to tremble. Adjust. I didn't. She started to breathe heavily, horrified by the consequences of her actions. Ayaha. There is only one explanation for this. What she used was All for One's quirk to steal Overhaul's power, Ragdoll said, understanding the gravity of the situation. It's not a pleasant feeling. It's like someone reaches inside you and pulls out what is rightfully yours. It's sickening. After the raid, Aizawa deemed it best to bring Ochako to Recovery Girl for answers. When she returned with the results, her face went pale as she asked Ochako a few questions. Uraraka, what do you know about your father's side of the family? He was abandoned at birth. Why? Because we ran some quirk and DNA tests and found two things. First, your original quirk wasn't a zero-gravity quirk. That came later through an external force. Wait, then what's my real quirk? You know about the villain from Kamino Ward, right? Ochako nodded. Your father seems to be biologically related to him. Your original quirk allows you to steal other quirks from people. Once taken, you can either use them yourself or give them to others. To put it simply, your grandfather is the person who nearly killed All Might, and your original quirk is the same as his. Ochako lowered her head, feeling overwhelmed, while Izuku tried to reassure her. It's okay, Uraraka. I'm sure this universe's version of me and our friends will accept you. Days passed, and everyone tried to maintain a sense of normalcy. However, a few accidents occurred when Ochako unintentionally absorbed the quirks of her classmates, leading to her feeling isolated. Although the quirks were returned, the initial incident left a mark. The only person who continued to support her was her friend Izuku, who still viewed her as his cheerful and lively companion, even when others turned away. One day, All Might invited Ochako to the teacher's lounge to discuss something important with Izuku. Uraraka, I understand this is a challenging time for you, and it may feel like you're losing everything. But please know that both I and young Midoriya are here for you, All Might said, trying to offer reassurance. Ochako looked at them, tears streaming down her face. But why do you both still stand by me after everything? And why isn't Deku afraid I'll take his quirk? Because I know you can't, Izuku replied. The quirk I have can only be passed on with the user's willing consent, it can't be taken away. Ochako gazed at him, puzzled. Let me explain the connection between your grandfather and my quirk, one for all. Everyone listened intently, looking to All Might and Izuku for answers. Is this true? One student asked. All Might began to sweat nervously, lowering his head. Sadly, yes. So Deku is like a chosen hero? Another student remarked. He'll never surpass me, Bokogu scoffed, while Yaoyorozu calculated the statistics. Honestly, considering how quickly he has adapted to his quirk, it's impressive. He has progressed faster than any of us could have imagined in less than a year. Yeah, he went from being at the bottom of Aizawa's exercises to one of the top in the class. So impressive, Bokogu grumbled, his frustration evident. Days passed, and Ochako's situation showed no signs of improvement. Seeking guidance, she asked All Might if she could speak to the one person who might help her, her grandfather, Efo. You have 5 minutes, she was told. Ochako sat behind a glass window, facing her grandfather. So, you are my son's daughter. It's nice to finally meet you, he said. Hello, AFO. You may not know me, but I know about your past, she replied. The villain chuckled. What brings you here? I recently awakened a quirk that I'm struggling to control. Because of this, my friends have distanced themselves from me. As the original holder of such a quirk, I wanted to ask you how to prevent myself from taking the quirks of others. I don't want to scare them. Efo paused before asking, why do you want to hold back? Ochako felt a chill at his words. Why not embrace your power? The less you restrain yourself, the more empowered you will feel. This ability is meant to elevate you above others. Restraining it will only weaken you. Let it unleash and show the world who you are. Ochako recoiled from her grandfather, his laughter echoing in her ears. Prove to the world that you are its master and that they should bow to you. Uraraka, please leave, she pleaded, wanting to escape the moment his words turned dark. She rushed out of the room, tears streaming down her face, feeling as though she was destined to become a monster. That Bisudi! Izuku exclaimed, standing up in anger. Sorry, I let my emotions take over, he said, sitting back down as the screen shifted to show Ochako alone in her darkened room. Uraraka? Are you okay? Izuku knocked on the door, but there was no response. Can I come in? I want to talk. Still no answer, so he tried the door and found it unlocked. He opened it to see Ochako curled up on her bed, silently crying. Uraraka, are you all right? He asked gently, attempting to comfort her by patting her back, but she shouted, Stay away from me. Respecting her space, Izuku stepped back as her sobs grew louder. All Might told me about the incident at the prison. I want you to know that I don't see you as a monster, he said softly. Sniffle, how can you be sure I won't become one? If you heard what he said, you'd know it's in my blood. His dark legacy runs through me. Why are you defending me, the granddaughter of your and All Might's sworn enemy? Izuku wrapped her in a comforting hug. Because you're not him. You're my friend, and you're nothing like that monster. You want to be a hero to help your parents have a better life, unlike your grandfather, who spent his life causing pain. You're not him, and you never will be. Ochako looked up at Izuku, tears in her eyes. How can you be so sure? I just believe in you. You're not a bad person, so don't think that way. We will find a way to control your power, I promise. Ochako clung to him, sobbing into his chest as he rubbed her back, trying to think of ways to help his friend. The screen faded to black as Ochako reflected on her situation. So this is a universe where I lose everything, and Deku is trying to help me? Your friend there is truly one in a million, no matter the world, Ashido said, rushing over to hug Ochako. I'm so sorry, Ochako. Can you forgive me? I didn't mean to shun you. The Gravity Girl smiled through her tears, patting her pink friend's arm. It's okay, I know you didn't mean it. Alright, next world. And that concludes this chapter. What's this one about? Reiko asked as most of Class B remained silent, captivated by the multiverses and keeping Monoma quiet, which took most of their attention. Midoriya has a quirk called Monster. It allows him to transform into strange beasts with unique abilities. As he grows, he learns about different beings and some subspecies of the monsters. At this point, he can use 4 forms: Rat Halos, a giant dragon, Baroth, a type of brute, Paolyamu, a flying creature that manipulates wind, and something called Radabon. Izuku pondered this world and asked about any drawbacks. What happens if I use the quirk for too long? If you do, you risk succumbing to the beast's base instincts, which makes you a danger to everyone around you. The room fell silent at this revelation. Because of this risk, you and your mother received permission to travel the world and train with professionals to gain better control. You returned at this point in time believing you have mastered it enough to not pose a threat to others. Hatsume pressed play for everyone to see. May I have your attention, everyone? We are approaching Japan. Please put your seats in their upright position as we begin our descent, a stewardess announced as a mother named Inko gently shook her son awake. Izuku, sweetie, wake up. We're almost back in Japan. The boy stirred, blinking sleepily. Upon landing, they grabbed their belongings and noticed a woman in a skin-tight bodysuit and a man in leather with a speaker, holding a sign that read, Midoriya. You must be the Midoriyas. Nizu informed us of your arrival. My name is the Rated R Hero Midnight and the DJ Hero Present Mike. We are both pro heroes and teachers at UA. Thank you for meeting us here. Izuku, filled with excitement, bowed to them. Why yes, let us show you to the car so you can head over to UA and start your first day. Wait, I didn't take the entrance exams? You were allowed to enroll without taking the exam due to your skills and power. Izuku understood this, knowing how his abilities could be overwhelming. As the group arrived at UA, Izuku changed into his uniform and waited in the hallway until the teacher called for him. Today, we will be going off campus for hero training. But first, we have a new student joining our class. Confusion spread among the students as the class representative, Ida, jumped up. Why didn't they come here on the first day and make their appearance in the morning? This seems very unofficial, he exclaimed, gesturing emphatically. He just arrived a few hours ago. Since he was 4, he has been traveling to gain control of a powerful quirk that was particularly dangerous to those around him. This piqued the interest of a certain ash-blonde student. The door opened to reveal the green-haired boy entering the room with a smile. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya. It's very nice to meet you all. As he smiled at everyone, Bakugo suddenly shouted, No way! Deku! Kachin! Izuku walked over and playfully put his childhood friend in a headlock. What the heck, man? You didn't say anything about this. I wanted it to be a surprise. It's not a shock that you got in. As they exchanged banter, Aizawa gestured for Izuku to continue. Anyway, you're probably wondering about me, so feel free to ask any questions you. Sniff sniff. Like. Izuku began to sniff around, approaching a brunette. He took a few deep breaths, which startled her a bit. Before anyone could react, Izuku wrapped his arms around her. Mine, he exclaimed, causing everyone to feel a bit uneasy. I'm already looking for a reason since this is a little Strange, Hatsume remarked while trying to find an explanation. It seems that when you hit PBRI, you were informed that when you find a mate, she will smell irresistibly good to you. If anyone messes with her, you'll have the urge to defend her fiercely, even against friends or family. It's another aspect of your quirk. The room fell silent as Ida began to confront Izuku on the screen. Midoriya. I do not believe that is appropriate in a learning environment, Izuku interrupted by exhaling a small plume of fire while glancing at Ida. Step off, bookworm. This woman will be my mate, and I will protect her from anyone who dares to take her from me. Wait, what? Izuku paused the fire, continuing to enjoy the scent of his mate as a frog girl named Tsu looked over. Hey Ochako, do you know this guy? I don't think so, but can someone help me? Ochako exclaimed when Izuku playfully nuzzled her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. Midoriya, please take a seat so we can continue class. Izuku sat in Ochako's seat, facing her. As good as I'm gonna get right now, huh? I'm not letting this one go, he said proudly, gazing at her. Anyway, change into your hero costumes and meet me out front. The walls opened to reveal 20 costumes, and Izuku grabbed his and Ochako's, heading into the changing area. Thankfully, his chivalry prevailed, and they changed in separate rooms. Once on the bus, Ida attempted to organize everyone by seating order, but Izuku ignored him, sitting at the front with Ochako on his lap. Most students didn't challenge him, and those who did received a warning when he breathed a small flame. After they started driving, Tsu asked Izuku a question. So Midoriya, what exactly is your quirk? He paused, pulling back from giving Ochako affectionate nibbles that made her blush. It's called monster. I can transform into these giant beasts and fight with them. He leaned closer to Ochako, whispering sweetly in her ear. So why are you acting this way around Uraraka? Kirishima asked seriously. Another aspect of my quirk allows me to sense my mate. I need to give her the love and attention I didn't provide before. And I plan to give you as much joy as I can. He playfully nibbled on Ochako's ear, causing her to blush a deeper shade of red. The bus came to a stop, allowing everyone to step off and meet 13, who was assisting with today's exercise. Do I need to worry about Midoriya and Uraraka starting a family in this universe? Aizawa asked, glancing at Hatsume, who was focused on the screen. Not at the moment, but that could change since this universe is unpredictable. What does that mean? Yaoyorozu asked, clearly confused. Basically, it means that the universe can change significantly from what it shows here. The thing is, it's still in the process of being created, so nothing is set in stone. Are there universes that are stable? Everyone asked, with Hatsume responding, yup, I'll show you one of them after this one. Everyone turned to the screen, where Izuku stood in front of the league, preparing to face the Nomu. What do we have here? A little kid wanting to play hero? How adorable. Shigaraki sneered, glancing at the monstrous Nomu. Eliminate the boy. The Nomu lunged at Izuku, transforming its body into something massive and ready to strike. Don't underestimate who you face. Izuku charged at the Nomu in his Baroth form, the two seemingly evenly matched in strength. Get him, Midoriya. Ochako shouted, but Izuku soon found himself overpowered. The Nomu lifted him and slammed him to the ground repeatedly until Izuku reverted to his normal form. It's useless, kid. You're not going to defeat Nomu. He was created to take down All Might, Shigaraki taunted, but Izuku ignored him and tried a different approach. If I can't match you in raw power, let's see how you handle this. He transformed again, his hands becoming wings and his body resembling a dragon. Like a true dragon, Izuku unleashed a torrent of fire at the beast, trying to stop it. However, the monster seized Izuku's dragon form by the mouth, attempting to rip it apart. Izuku fought back, using his talons to strike the beast, but Nomu retaliated by breaking his talons and dislocating one of his wings. The Nomu then grabbed him by the tail and slammed him to the ground repeatedly, leaving Izuku battered and bloodied before he transformed back into his human form, the damage still evident. Pathetic. To think you gave us a scare. Shigaraki approached the barely conscious Izuku, raising a piece of pipe threateningly. Izuku looked up to see Ochako trembling but standing her ground. Let him go. This is your only warning. Shigaraki began scratching his neck violently before turning to Nomu. Eliminate her. Nomu charged at her, and Ochako braced herself, fearing the worst. I can't watch. Ashido covered her eyes, and everyone braced for the worst. Just as it seemed all hope was lost, the temperature in the room plummeted, as if something had changed. Get away from my mate. Izuku stood up, transforming into a beast covered in ice. An icicle formed near Ochako, halting the Nomu in its tracks. Before it could react, a tail resembling a spear of ice pierced its torso. Everyone turned to see what looked like an ice dragon glaring at the Nomu with fierce intent. Roar! The beast let out a tremendous roar, causing everyone's ears to ring. What is that? Kaminari shouted, while Hatsume observed. Volcana, a type of monster that inhabits freezing cold areas. Some say its presence can make even tropical islands feel like the Arctic. Izuku hurled the Nomu back at Shigaraki, positioning Ochako safely beneath him as if he instinctively knew to protect her. In an attempt to end the fight, Izuku inhaled deeply and unleashed a breath so frigid that it froze everything it touched, aiming at both Nomu and Shigaraki. Shigaraki narrowly dodged, but the Nomu became encased in ice, resembling a frozen statue. Izuku began descending the steps toward Shigaraki, ready to confront him. Kurogyri! Get us out of here now! The Warp Gate villain complied, whisking them away just in time to avoid becoming an ice sculpture like the Nomu. The doors swung open to reveal the teachers of UA entering, witnessing Izuku in his monstrous form. Aya! A monster! Mike shouted, with Snipe, Cementos, Ectoplasm, Vlad, and Hound Dog ready to confront Izuku. He took a defensive stance, but Ochako rushed in between them. Stop! It's Midoriya. He's not a threat. Everyone watched as the beast lost consciousness and transformed back into Izuku, revealing all the injuries he had sustained. Someone get Recovery Girl, quick. So that thing just froze something that was supposed to kill All Might like it was nothing. Wow, Midoriya means business. Awais remarked, and everyone nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to the infirmary, where Izuku lay. Izuku slowly opened his eyes to see a white ceiling, pain coursing through him. Ugh, what happened? Midoriya! Ochako exclaimed, tackling him in a hug while crying. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. You shouldn't have been hurt because of me. I'm really sorry. She continued to apologize, and Izuku hugged her back, trying to comfort her. It's okay, I'm tough. This won't keep me down. Izuku smiled at her, ensuring she was unharmed. What happened after I blacked out? You turned into some kind of beast that froze that brain creature and passed out shortly after. Everyone's okay thanks to you. Izuku held Ochako close, worry etched on his face. I didn't lose control, did I? No. You saved us all. A smile spread across Izuku's face as he realized his school life was beginning on a strong note. The screen faded to black as everyone applauded. Awesome! Eri and Koda cheered, seeing their hero become even cooler in their eyes. Alright, let's see what else we have in store for universes. Hatsume glanced down at the list before starting another one. And that concludes this chapter. What did you all think of this one? Leave a comment down below. The next story I'm considering is one of my own works, either one I'm currently developing or one I've already completed. Let me know which one you'd like to see next, and I'll start that one. I hope you all enjoyed, and thank you for reading. Alright, next one is, Hatsume was interrupted when a girl with messy buns and a guy with scars all over his body crashed through the ceiling. I told you to stop drilling holes in the floor. It wasn't secure enough. But I couldn't see that well. They were quickly ensnared in Aizawa's capture gear, immobilized. Care to explain why two villains are in this school? Easy, Eraser. We aren't here to fight. We just wanted to see what you all were doing. These two are Himiko Toga and Dabi, right? Hatsume asked, prompting everyone to confirm. Awesome. You two are heroes in this universe. What? Everyone responded in unison as Hatsume elaborated on their situation. So, to put it simply, you're traveling to different universes with Midoriya in them. And in this one, Dabi is a pro hero while I'm a hero in training. Precisely. The two villains exchanged glances before proposing a deal. If you let us watch, we won't cause any trouble. Miss Toga will need to relinquish all her knives for everyone's safety, and you both must wear quirk-canceling cuffs for this deal to go through. Fine. But I wanted to see Izuku get hurt. Ochako took a defensive stance, ready to confront Toga, who reluctantly handed her knives to Aizawa while Nizu placed cuffs on the two. As a side note in this story, Midoriya has been adopted by the Bakugas, and he and Uraraka are married with 3 kids. 2 are Kota and Eri, who are adopted, and the third is their biological child. Both teens blushed at this revelation while Eri sat calmly on Izuku's lap. Sai, just keep calm and focus. All Might may be the #1 hero, but he's still human. You can do this. Before Izuku began, he was informed that his scenario involved being the backup hero called to assist in subduing a villain encountered by a first response hero. His goal was to stop the villain while minimizing damage. There was no time limit, no restraints, and no holding back. The only way to win was to restrain the villain or incapacitate him. The rules are simple, but the fight itself is another matter. The gates opened for Izuku to enter. He walked in about 10 feet before a shockwave surged toward him. He used his darkness to absorb as much of it as possible, but the damage done before he could stop it had already destroyed buildings, signs, and the pavement in the street. Izuku turned to see All Might glaring at him. Protecting property damage? Who cares about that when you're a villain? I am your opponent hero. Now come at me with everything you have. This isn't going to be an easy fight, is it, All Might? Izuku charged in, aiming to take down All Might as quickly as possible. He unleashed a full cowl 27% punch aimed at All Might's face. All Might blocked it with one hand and seized Izuku's fist. And here I was hoping for a challenge from you. It seems I was mistaken. All Might slammed Izuku into a building and followed up with an uppercut that sent him crashing through the floors. Regaining his balance, Izuku used his darkness to encase the entire building as a trap. Not bad, but not good enough. Izuku took a punch to his stomach that broke through his barrier. The force knocked the wind out of him, and he stumbled back, struggling to stay upright. Oh, how the mighty fall. Seems you were never meant to go toe-to-toe with me after all, young Izuku. I should have chosen someone else to fight. But in the end, Izuku felt a knee drive into his lower back, forcing him deeper into the pavement. I obtained the world's weakest hero in all recorded history. Geez, All Might! Kirishima exclaimed while All Might tried to defend himself. This looks like it happened during the final exams. Don't blame me. What's with that creepy darkness Deku has? It's his quirk in this universe, Uraraka. It's called Black Prescience and allows Izuku to do virtually anything. The drawback is it requires negative emotions and can cause severe headaches, even leading to bleeding from his nose and eyes. Most people viewed him as a villain in this world, with only a few seeing past that before you. They include his late mother, the Bakugas, the Urarakas, the Pussycats, and his kids. Inko looked a little shocked, realizing how difficult it must have been for her son in this world, especially as she watched All Might relentlessly overpower Izuku. Izuku felt himself starting to lose feeling after several more punches and slams into the ground and buildings. Fortunately, he kept All Might in areas already damaged by his earlier attack to minimize further destruction. New Hamps! All Might landed another solid hit to Izuku's chest, sending him crashing into a concrete wall. A pity, really. Here I thought you could go far in this world. All Might seized Izuku's wrist and twisted it as if it were a twig. It seems you're still stuck in your past, huh? Well, let me tell you something, you're nothing. All Might began to rain down punches on Izuku's stomach, shouting insults with each strike. You're worthless. You're garbage. You're filth. You're sludge. Izuku fell to his knees, coughing and tasting blood from the relentless barrage. Who would ever care for a monster like you? I can't watch. Yaoyorozu covered her eyes, afraid of what would happen next to Izuku. Everyone fell silent as they witnessed All Might's fist poised above Izuku's forehead, who looked utterly defeated. Izuku felt the blood trickle down his face and drip off his chin. Go right ahead. Call me a monster, call me nothing, call me the devil for all I care. It won't matter to me. Because I'll be the one to persevere through it all and show you what a monster like me can do. Izuku stormed in, channeling One for All and Black Presence to 20%, creating a translucent barrier of darkness around them both. He began to shift his movements from offensive to evasive, then back to offensive, using his agility to his advantage. Each time All Might attempted to strike Izuku, he dodged at the last moment and landed a punch to All Might's face. I must say, young Izuku, you're faring better than I expected. But you're still too weak. Another punch landed, and Izuku seized All Might's arm, throwing him into the air. Izuku leaped up, positioning himself right behind All Might. Time to end this. He drew back his arm, infusing all his darkness with every ounce of determination he could muster for a maximum One for All attack. All Might turned around, ready to counter with his own move. The United States of Pillar of Smash Rage. The force of their clash sent Izuku crashing through a nearby line of buildings, while All Might was propelled 10 feet into the ground below. That definitely wasn't fun. He looked down at his arm, which felt completely shattered from the impact, then glanced up. Hopefully my last-ditch effort did the trick. He collapsed to the ground, fading into unconsciousness. Whoa, that was pretty awesome. Dabi's comment went unchallenged as everyone witnessed the epic showdown. I have to admit, I might have been a goner if I hadn't hit him with that attack. All Might began to pull himself out of the hole he had landed in when he noticed a small shimmer on his wrist. Wait, how did? Ha ha ha, Izuku Midoriya, you truly are one of a kind. It seemed that at the last second, Izuku had managed to win by slapping the cuffs onto All Might's wrists. I guess you were able to persevere after all. Nicely done, my successor. What does he mean by successor? Toga asked, prompting everyone to facepalm, remembering that she didn't know. He did it. I can beat All Might. Did you guys see that? Izubro actually won. I can't believe it. Izuku was able to beat All Might without holding back. Of course he did, earbuds. He's my brother after all. Everyone turned to Bakugo, surprised by his almost cheerful outburst. What are you all looking at? They returned their attention to All Might as he carried Izuku to the infirmary. Nice job, bro. You proved to yourself what you wanted to. I'd expect nothing less from someone I respect as a rival. The screen went black, and everyone began to clap. Wait, but the kids were barely shown in that one, Mandalay remarked, while Hatsume simply shrugged. Sorry, that's what I got. Oh man, I wanted to see what Ochako and Midoriya's baby looks like. So unfair. Ashido groaned, resting her head in her hands as Hatsume searched for the next video. And that concludes this chapter. As I mentioned before, the story link is above, or you can just visit my channel to find it. Hope you all enjoyed and thanks for reading. Chapter end. Alright, so this one is kind of strange, and you'll see why in a minute. Many looked at Hatsume as the screen displayed a playground. The day was relatively normal for a child named Katsumi Bakugo until her friend Izuku Midoriya ran over. Kachin! I got my quirk! Izuku exclaimed with excitement, while Katsumi looked at him curiously. That's awesome! What is it? It's called Ink Maker. I can create things out of ink that are just like the real thing. I can even make cartoons. Wait, I'm a girl in this? Bakugo shouted, echoing the thoughts of many. Yeah, apparently there are a bunch where you're a girl. A lot of them feature many of you as girls. Todoroki is a personal favorite for a female in some cases. The bicolored boy was left speechless as they continued watching. So how does it work? I'll show you. Someone actually wants to say hi to you anyway. Izuku cleared his throat, ink forming in his hands. Presenting, the one and only Bendy. Izuku threw the ink down, and it took the shape of a little devil. How you doing, everybody? The sound of clapping filled the air as Bendy began to entertain. Gee, it's great to be out here, laughter. It's great to be out here, laughter. But it's great to, laughter. Bendy looked around with an unamused expression before speaking again. Sheesh, who's working the laugh box? A monkey? Wolf, to be exact. Two other figures stood behind Izuku, one resembling an angel with horns in a black dress, and the other a wolf in overalls. Anyway, my name's Bendy, and it's nice to finally meet you, Katsume. Thanks. Pleasure to meet you too, Bendy. As everyone got acquainted, the five began to play together, enjoying the day filled with humor and fun, accompanied by a bit of music provided by Boris the Wolf and Alice Angel. This is so cute, Ochako remarked, watching the trio dance and sing along with Alice. With a quirk like this, Midoriya could easily be part of a music industry or cartoon production studio if heroism doesn't work out for him. That would be if the world was just. Everyone turned to Hatsume, who was reading something that made her frown. What do you mean by, if the world was just? Sai, you're just going to need to watch and see. They all turned their heads back to the screen as they saw the group walking home. Mom, I'm home. Is it okay if Kachin spends a little time here? Izuku opened the door to his home, noticing an unusual silence. Mom. He began to search the house, making his way into the kitchen. There, he was met with a shocking sight. His mother was in distress, confronted by a robber who looked at Izuku and Katsume in panic. Where's the money? The robber lunged at them, leaving both too frightened to move. The image of his mother in peril struck Izuku hard, and he began to panic internally. Half. Izuku screamed, and in a moment of desperation, Boris grabbed the robber's weapon to neutralize the threat. As he did, Bendy, Alice, and Boris began to transform, their forms twisting into something monstrous, leaving Izuku and Katsume horrified at the sight of their once-beloved friends. What just? Before Katsume could finish her sentence, Bendy lunged at the robber, while Alice and Boris overwhelmed him. Izuku watched in horror as the creatures he had created for laughter and joy morphed into something out of a nightmare. Stop it. Stop it. Izuku shouted in fear, and the three noticed his terror, looking at themselves in shock at what they had become. In the heat of the moment, Izuku shouted something he would never forget. Don't ever come back out. Wait, what just happened? Someone asked. It's Midoriya's quirk. It allows him to create sentient beings, but they're deeply connected to his emotions. With the negativity inside him, these three became physical manifestations of those feelings. Everyone fell silent as the scene shifted to a few years later. After Inko's passing, Izuku was taken in by the Bakuga family to keep him out of an orphanage. He remained tight-lipped about what happened, and Katsume was hesitant to speak as well. She never revealed the details but assured others that it wasn't Izuku's fault. As she walked toward her room, she noticed Izuku's door slightly ajar. Peeking inside, she saw Bendy, the ink demon, crying over Izuku. Bendy? He jumped, startled, knowing he was breaking Izuku's wishes. It's okay, I'm not going to say anything. Katsume, you really scared me there. The two sat near Izuku's bed, watching him cry in his sleep. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you and Izuku like that. None of us did. The small ink demon began to sob, blowing his nose. We were just responding to Izuku's emotions and wanted to retaliate against the man who hurt him so much that we ended up hurting him instead. Now he hates us and won't let us out consciously. We can only come out when he's asleep to help him cope with the pain. He wiped his nose with a tissue while Katsume lowered her head. I should have done something. Everyone says I'm the best and can be a hero, but I can't save one person who means the world to my best friend. I can't take it. I should be the one suffering, not Deku. He's hurting because of me. Everyone hung their heads, knowing this was yet another story of Izuku's internal struggle that he needed to overcome. No tears, Katsume. You didn't do anything wrong. You're still a kid, so you shouldn't carry such heavy burdens. Katsume hugged Bendy, both trying to hold back their tears. We're going to make it up to Deku somehow. If I can get him to use his quirk again, maybe he can become the hero he wants to be. But for that to happen, he needs to accept the three of you again. I need your help. Bendy nodded, pulling off his bow tie. Whenever you need to talk, This bow tie will connect us and allow us to communicate. I can let you know if there's something you can do to help him by sensing what he's thinking. Thank you. What are friends for? Bendy returned to Izuku, allowing Hatsume to leave and head to her room. Inside, she tied the bow tie in her hair, though it looked a bit odd since it was new. So I helped Deku with this? What's next? Me and Round Face are his girlfriends. Hatsume stayed silent as Bakugo turned pale. There's no way I would be in love with that nerd. The others ignored him as the scene shifted to the first day after the exams. Hey, you two, wait up. A girl with a bob cut approached Izuku and Hatsume, clearly interested in them. So, are the two of you dating or something? No, kinda. Kinda no. They exchanged glances as Hatsume explained. It's complicated. We've been friends for years, and we do things that make people think we're dating, but we never officially say it. Oh, is it possible for me to, join the two of you? Izuku and Hatsume looked at each other. Whatever. What's your name, Round Face? Ochako Uraraka. Hatsume Bakugo, but you can call me Kachin. Izuku Midoriya, but Kachin calls me Deku. Can I call you Deku too? Izuku blushed and nodded. Sure. The three left with smiles on their faces. The screen went black as everyone exchanged glances. So Deku is with me and Bakugo, who's a girl in this? Kinda. This is one of those worlds with tangents that aren't set in stone. Ochako understood, while Hatsume searched for the next world to explore. On a stormy night, a group of high school students set off for a senior trip to the Bahamas by boat, only to be caught in an unpredictable storm. Below deck, Izuku Midoriya was trying to sleep through the chaos. The time for your arrival has come, fated one. Will you save my people from a destined fate, or will your fate be intertwined with theirs? Izuku tossed and turned in his sleep as a woman with a ponytail and a strange outfit appeared in his dream. Abandoned ship. He was jolted awake by someone shouting. Midoriya, we must abandon ship at once. There's a hole in the lower hull. Izuku saw his friend Tenya Ida rushing to wake him. Where is everyone? On the lifeboats. Your mother is already on board, but we need to leave now. We're on a sinking ship? Izuku exclaimed, realizing their teacher and male classmates were still on board with Inko and Mitsuki. Wait, where are the girls? Ochako and the other girls from Class A asked, prompting Hatsume to respond vaguely, you'll see soon. As the members of UA paddled with their teacher and two chaperones, they tried to navigate into the eye of the storm to avoid being thrown into the sea. Keep paddling. As they continued, a small boy named Mineta suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on something ahead. When the others turned to look, they saw a massive wave approaching. There's no way we can avoid it. Many braced themselves, holding their noses or shutting their eyes before the impact. As the wave crashed over them, everyone was tossed in different directions. Pant, where is everyone? Izuku shouted, struggling to find his way above the water before being pulled under. Ida. Kachin. Aunt Mitsuki. Izuku fought to keep his face above the surface as the waves relentlessly crashed down on him. Eventually, he was submerged and lost consciousness. Did we just die? Fortunately, no, but you're not. In the best situation right now. What do you mean? Cough, blue, what the pant, where am I? Izuku woke up on the shore of an unfamiliar place. Looking around, he spotted his classmates, his teacher Mr. Aizawa, and both his and Bakugo's mothers safely on the beach. How did we survive this? Before he could move further, he felt something sharp at his back. Don't move. He slowly raised his hands in a defensive gesture as someone grabbed them to tie them up. What are you doing on our island? Nobody can get here, especially men. I know this sounds cliché, but we're here by accident. All we want is to return to civilization and cause as little harm as possible. You're right. You men are all the same. Ochako, Momo, tie the others up and bring them to the village. Izuku turned to see a girl with AUX cords for earlobes and another who resembled a frog, both pointing spears at him. So much for being civil. Maybe they won't harm us, or at least not Mineta. Oh, come on. Why me? Everyone shot him a look that seemed to say, Why not you, before turning back? So we're on an island inhabited by natives? Correct. Also, quirks are only known here. Everyone else is just normal. Izuku and the other boys found themselves hanging upside down in a cell, some of them waking up. Huh, what the heck? Glad to see you're okay, Kachin. Forget being okay, get me down. Shut up. Izuku and Bakugo looked over to see a tanned woman with rabbit ears glaring at them. Wait, where are my mom and Kachin's mom? Are they okay? If I were you, I'd focus on yourself right now. You're on sacred land belonging to the Amazons of Shimura. Here, it is law that any man who comes here is to be put to death. You're gonna kill us. Don't worry, we'll use your bodies for fish bait and pottery. Nothing will go to waste. That's not the issue. Many of the boys started to wake up and panic at the same news. Please, Miss Amazon Warrior, is there any way you can spare us? Sorry, but that is the rule of our goddess, Lady Shimura. She pointed to a wooden carving of the woman for Izuku to remember her face. Wait, that's your goddess? That's what you say, boy, or you'll be in serious trouble. A woman with blonde hair and dragon-like eyes warned him. I've seen her in my dreams before. She told me of a great evil and that she needed my help to save her people. The tanned woman grabbed Izuku by his torn shirt, pulling his face close to the bars. And why would she speak to an outsider, especially a man, over her own loyal subjects? I don't know, she just said something in my dreams, and then we were caught in a massive storm. Well, we're doomed, Kirishima stated, looking around at the others who nodded in agreement. Should we trust her, Lady Maruko? If he is telling the truth, perhaps we can find out by having Lady Shimura speak to him at her shrine. But if he goes alone, he might run away. Maruko thought for a moment before coming up with an idea. Get you Ravity, Froppy, Creati, Pinky, Invisible Girl, and Earphone Jack here. Yes, ma'am. Maruko opened the cell and cut Izuku down, but unfortunately he fell face first onto the ground. Ow. Let's get one thing straight, kid, I don't believe you. But if by some chance you are telling the truth, our goddess Shimura will present herself to you at her shrine. That is, if you survive the day-and-a-half trip. What about my friends? For now they live. If you come back and we find out you weren't telling the truth, you'll wish for a quicker death. Also, the women in your group are under house arrest. They aren't as much of a threat as men, and we have no quarrels with them. As long as they don't cause trouble, they'll remain unharmed. Maruko brought Izuku in front of 6 women around his age. You 6 will guide this man to the shrine of Shimura. If you think he's dead weight and causes too many problems, you're free to drop him. Izuku shivered at the thought as the 6 nodded. All right, let's go. A girl with pink skin said, pushing Izuku out of the village and into the forest. Oh dear goddess of this island, please let me and my friends survive whatever this is. So Midoriya is being led to a shrine of this Shimura person. Yup. And all of us guys are alive just because of this situation. For the most part. Silence filled the room until Bakugo bluntly pointed out, the us in this world are basically dead. Come on, Bakugo, have faith in Midoriya. Aya! Izuku screamed as he ran from a wild boar charging at him. Someone stop this thing. Ida saw Izuku running and tried to correct himself. I've been wrong before. Duck. Izuku obeyed, and an arrow struck the boar in the skull, stopping it. Pant thanks. Here. A girl with black hair, known as Momo, handed him a knife. Carve out the insides so we can eat it for dinner tonight. I've never done that before. I don't even know how to trim meat. Fine, I'll guide you through it. Momo helped him, and Izuku managed to make surprisingly clean cuts. Not bad for a first time. Thank you, but I only cut where you told me to. Most of this is because of you. This made a smirk grow on Momo's face. You're carrying this, you know. I guess I have no room to complain. The group continued on to the shrine, with Izuku noticing several familiar plants from his botany research. He wasn't the most athletic boy for his age, but what he lacked in strength, he made up for in intelligence. Because of this, he stopped the pink-skinned girl, Mina, from eating some berries she almost ingested, which the others had warned her were poisonous. As night fell, the frog girl, Tsu, began to shiver from the sudden drop in temperature, prompting Izuku to offer her his blanket to keep her warm. Although they had started off on rocky terms, Izuku had formed friendships with the 6 girls by the time they reached their destination. Behold, our main realm of worship. The temple of Lady Shimura, goddess of our tribe. As they entered, a spirit of a woman appeared before them. Hello, fated one. I see you've made it here safely. Master? All Might spoke up, drawing everyone's attention before he quieted down. I shall get straight to the point. I need you to save my people from an evil that has been sealed away for hundreds of years, deep beneath the sea in an underground temple. If you fail, all of this land and its people will perish. Okay, but how do I win? Unlike everyone here, I don't have a quirk or superpower, or whatever they call it. Shimura presented an orb of green light to Izuku. This quirk will grant you the ability to save this world. Only with its full power will you be able to protect those in need and prevent this world from dying. Izuku realized he didn't have much choice in the matter and agreed, absorbing the strange green orb into his body. Also, I leave the next generation in your hands. Raise many strong warriors, young man. This will be your reward when the time comes to end the evil. The spirit vanished, her last words echoing in Izuku's mind. Wait, I can't be a dad. I never even kissed a girl yet. Come on, I'm sure Lady Miruko will enjoy hearing this. Kyoka, the girl with the EUX cord, remarked as they made their way back to the village to explain the events to their leader. The screen went black as Izuku sat in shock. So I'm some kind of ultimate warrior in this, and I'm supposed to create the next generation of Amazon warriors? Pretty much, Hatsume replied cheerfully, scrolling through the screen for another multiverse. Chapter end. This one is pretty strange. Aren't most of these strange? Aizawa remarked, and everyone nodded in agreement. Yeah, but this one allows Midoriya to transform into a giant monster that's bigger than MT Lady. What? I'm 40 feet tall at my maximum height. How big can he be? As she exclaimed this, the door opened, and pro-hero Ryukyu walked in. Why is everyone in the first-year dorms? We're watching different universes that Midoriya is part of to see how they're different from ours. Want to watch too? The dragon hero looked around and shrugged. I don't have anything else to do today. Might as well. Awesome, because you're Midoriya's second adopted mom in this. Second? Everyone asked as the screen turned on. Deep in the kingdom of Sakura, snow fell on the island as angry townsfolk entered the dark forest with pitchforks and torches. I heard it ran over here. Their target was an adult-sized monster that had been rummaging through their garbage. It was injured in the shoulder and began to flee. I found tracks, it's this way. They charged after the beast, which was panting in pain. Eventually, it found itself cornered on a cliff, with the townsfolk blocking its escape. Got you now, monster. The people with guns aimed at the beast, which backed away slowly in fear. Suddenly, the ground beneath it gave way, causing the beast to fall down the cliff. Its roars echoed as the townspeople shot down at it, some bullets hitting their mark. Okay, what does this have to do with Deku though? Ochako asked while Hatsume pointed at the screen. After the townsfolk left, believing the beast couldn't have survived the fall, they went home, leaving behind a mound of snow stained red at the bottom. The beast emerged, panting and holding its wounds. Well, look what we have here. The beast noticed an elderly woman in front of it. Seems I found myself some kind of monster. She began drinking from a bottle of plum wine while the beast snarled at her. Relax, you big oaf. I don't want to hurt you. Not believing her, the beast lunged at the elderly woman, who effortlessly knocked it into the snow with a single punch. I said I don't want to hurt you. The woman noticed the beast's injuries and saw it was barely alive. Guess you need some help. Given what happened, I'm not surprised you thought of me as a threat. The beast began to transform into a 5-year-old boy with green hair, surprising the woman. Well, didn't see that coming. At least you're easier to carry now, kid. That was the Midoriya. Yup, and the person who took him is a doctor. This revelation surprised everyone as the scene shifted to an old castle with a flag bearing a Jolly Roger. As the boy woke up, he found himself covered in bandages. "So you're finally awake." The woman entered, and the boy immediately tried to run and hide. "Relax, kid. Who do you think patched you up?" The boy ignored her, staying under the bed, hoping she would leave. "Look, I'm not going to hurt you, so just come out from there and—" "Liar!" The boy finally spoke and the woman replied, "So you can talk. I'm guessing you understand what I'm saying too. So listen closely. I took a medical oath to save people. Whether you're a man or beast, I always try to keep my patients healthy and get them back to their best condition." The boy peeked out from beneath the bed, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Why, you're not going to shoot me?" "Sorry, kid, I don't harm children." The doctor pulled out a bottle of wine and took a sip. "My name is Dr. Kureha. Care to tell me yours?" "Izuku." "Last name?" Izuku lowered his gaze, revealing that he didn't have one. "Where are your parents?" "They left me. I turned into that, and they abandoned me 2 years ago." "That's not right. You're just a kid." An alarm rang, prompting Kureha to stand up and approach Izuku. "What are you doing?" "Changing your bandages, you fool. If we don't, those wounds can get infected, and then you'd be in serious trouble." Izuku began to struggle, feeling the urge to transform into his larger form. "Enough of this." Kureha gently knocked Izuku out with a swift motion before continuing her work on his bandages. "This better not become a regular thing with you, kid." Everyone was taken aback by how bluntly the doctor subdued Izuku. "That's a bit harsh," Recovery Girl commented, as Izuku rubbed his head where the younger version of himself had been struck. "I could feel that hit and it was painful." As days passed, Izuku became less defensive around Dr. Kureha, to the point where he no longer hid under the bed when she entered or needed to be knocked out to stay calm. Eventually, he began to watch her work and noticed some of the books she had. "What are you doing?" "Ah." Izuku jumped back, trying to avoid being seen by the doctor. Sorry, I was just trying to see what's in the books and learn from them." Kureha picked up the book he had been looking at and noticed it was a medical text. "I didn't know you could read." I learned as best as I could. I used to sneak around the schools in the towns below, so I know the basics. But I can barely read." The elderly doctor lifted Izuku and sat him on her lap. "How about I teach you then? If you want to learn, why should I stop you?" She began to explain to Izuku how to read and write, and with his eagerness, he quickly absorbed everything from her books. Even after he healed, Dr. Kureha kept him around as he continued to learn from her extensive library. By the age of 10, Izuku had acquired enough knowledge to pass a test to become a medical doctor in the kingdom. Immediately after, he began training under his adoptive mother with all his might. Few knew of Dr. Kureha's son, except for those who made the journey to Drum Castle to see him. For Izuku, this was fine, as his resentment towards the townspeople lingered. However, he channeled this into a desire to help others, striving to be a better person than the villagers had been. "So Midoriya was smart enough to become a doctor at 10? That's quite impressive," Yaoyorozu remarked as the scene shifted to a dark one featuring a pirate ship approaching the island. Finally, back where we belong, boys." A portly man emerged from an enormous ship, several people pointing at the townsfolk. "Who is that guy?" "I don't know, but he looks like someone from a textbook." "Yeah, what was his name, Wapple?" The man, irritated, ordered his soldiers to storm the town. "Take everything, men, and bring it to my castle. I have some unfinished business with a doctor to settle." He headed toward the castle where Izuku and Kureha lived. "This won't end well," Todoroki commented, and everyone nodded in agreement as the scene shifted to the castle, where the two were going about their daily lives. "To treat this illness, you need the essence of this root and the petals of this flower." Izuku was focused on his studies when his foster mother entered to check on him. "Izuku, I need you to head into the forest and collect more daikon root." "Yes, ma'am." Izuku marked his place in the book, then put on his winter coat and boots. "Make sure to hurry back, I have a friend coming soon." "I will." Izuku dashed out of the castle, only to be confronted by a group of guards and the portly man. "Well, it seems you've taken the liberty of living in my castle while I was away." The man was furious as he shouted, "How dare you live in the castle of the rightful ruler of Drum Kingdom? Guards, take him down now." Izuku felt a wave of fear wash over him, recalling past encounters with the townspeople. He paled, backing away slowly. "I'm going to die here." Everything slowed down for him until he felt someone push him out of the way. When he hit the ground, he saw Kureha standing in his place, taking the bullets meant for him. She fell back into the snow, and Izuku rushed to her side. "Doctorine." "Ah, that old fool is as much of a joke as that quack from years ago." Izuku tried to apply pressure to her wounds, but she had been hit in several critical areas, and he couldn't stop the bleeding. "Izuku, get out of here." "I'm not leaving you, Mom. Please, hold on." "It's no use. I won't survive this." "Yes, you will. Just hang on." Desperately trying to save the only person who had ever shown him kindness, Izuku began to cry and plead for anyone to listen to save her. "A long time ago, an old quack told me how he found a way to save this nation from a sickness of the heart. Thanks to him, this land was cured with the blooming of cherry blossoms. He may be gone, but his legacy lives on. I give you this last piece of advice, my son. As long as you keep someone in your heart and never forget them, they never truly die." Kureha offered Izuku one last smile before whispering her final words. "I've had a wonderful life. Thank you, Izuku." Kureha's body went limp, and Wapol laughed at her. "Ah, truly a fool, just like the quack." Izuku laid his adoptive mother down gently before walking over to Wapol and his men. "What, do you want to die too? Fine then. Mend, take aim." Before they could respond, Izuku began to grow, reaching an impressive height of 50 feet as his monstrous form emerged. "Roo Arair." "Holy cow, that thing is huge!" Mineta exclaimed, hiding behind a sofa at the sight of the colossal Izuku. "Retreat! Fall back!" In a blind rage, Izuku focused solely on Wapol, ignoring his men. Just then, a giant dragon swooped down to intervene. "I don't know what's happening, but stop whoever or whatever you are." Izuku wrestled the dragon to the ground in his fury. Seizing the moment, Wapol and his crew made a hasty retreat to their ship. Before they could escape, Izuku lifted a massive boulder, aiming to sink their vessel, but his throw just missed the mark. With one last, heart-wrenching roar, tears streamed down his face. The townspeople fled in fear as Izuku returned to the castle. Once inside, he transformed back into his original self, overwhelmed with grief for his adoptive mother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't help you." His cries echoed into the sky until a woman with blonde hair approached, her arm injured. "So you were that beast from before." Izuku tensed, ready to defend himself. "Don't worry, I won't attack you. My name is Ryuko Tatsuma. Doctorine was a friend of mine." She revealed a noticeable cut down her left arm. "I'm sorry I couldn't come sooner. If I had, maybe this wouldn't have happened." Izuku's tears flowed uncontrollably as he shared who the doctor was to him. "She was the only one who never saw me as a monster. I never got to repay her for everything she did. She died saving me." Ryuko embraced Izuku as he mourned the loss of his mother. Though she felt the same pain, she knew this wasn't the time for her own grief. "I promise. I will find the man responsible for this and bring him to justice. It's the right thing to do." "No. I will. When I find the one who did this, I want him to feel everything Mom felt when she died. I want him to know that I will be the one to take him down." Ryuko sighed, seeing the hatred in Izuku's eyes. "As a hero, I can't allow you to seek vengeance. But if you become one, I can have you help me bring him to justice. Death is a quick punishment, but imprisonment lasts much longer. Together, we will avenge the doctor and allow her to rest in peace. Is that all right?" Izuku nodded, and Ryuko gently patted his head. "I'll have the men in the village dig a grave for her so we can give Doctorine a proper send-off." "No. I'll do it." Izuku walked away to dig the grave, while Ryuko went inside to wrap her old friend, feeling it wasn't right for her to lie cold in the snow. Such a heavy burden this Midoriya carries. Everyone watched solemnly as Izuku dug the grave, doing his best to honor her memory. As Izuku packed his belongings, he noticed the flag flying above the castle. His mother had once told him that the flag symbolized her friend's fight against diseases. Determined to uphold this ideal, Izuku took the flag. Before leaving, "What's the flag for?" Ryuko asked as he revealed it and explained its significance. A long time ago, Mom knew someone who raised this flag in the battle against all diseases. In honor of her friend, she raised it here to show she too supported the fight to cure the world. As her son, I'm raising it as well to honor them both. A noble act. Come along, our boat to Japan leaves soon. Yes, ma'am. As they walked away from the castle, Izuku took one last look, knowing he might never return. I promise, I'll take down Wapol and avenge you. When I do, you can finally rest peacefully, Mom. He turned to leave, ready for whatever lay ahead. The screen faded to black as applause filled the air. So in this version, he's raised by me at the age of 12 to become a hero and find this Wapol guy? Yes. Midoriya is driven by a singular goal to find him and avenge what happened. Truly impressive. Hatsume continued scrolling, searching for the next story. And that concludes this one. This idea has been on my mind for a while. Let me know what you think. Hope you enjoyed it, and thanks for reading. Chapter end. Now, here's an idea where Eri is Izuku's adopted daughter and has a large family of moms. I'm still working out some details, so it's not too long. Enjoy! Alright, so this one is largely about Eri. The little girl perked up, curious. A world about me? Yep, this one's about your life after being adopted by Midoriya here. You have quite the family, I must say. What do you mean? Hatsume began the story with a smile. You'll see. The scene opened in a small room where a little girl was waking up. As she stretched, the door opened to reveal a shirtless boy. Eri, it's time to get up, sweetie. It was none other than her adopted father, Izuku, bringing a smile to her face. Morning, Daddy. Eri jumped up and ran to hug him, planting a kiss on his cheek. Breakfast is ready when you change. Your mommy's in the bathroom waiting to help you. Izuku kissed her head where her horn was before taking Eri's hand and leading her to the girls' restroom. There, they were greeted by a girl with black hair named Momo, who held Eri's clothes. Good morning, Eri. Good morning, Mommy Momo. They hugged as they entered the restroom to start their day. Wait, so Miss Momo is my mommy in this? Yaoyorozu blushed at this revelation while Hatsume remained composed. There's more to it than that. As Eri changed and began washing her face, she was joined by a brunette named Ochako, who offered her a small towel to help clean her face. Thank you, Mommy Ochako. You're welcome, sweetie. Wait, I thought Ms. Momo was my mommy. Why am I calling Ms. Ochako mommy? You'll see. Hatsume's comment stirred curiosity among the group as the scene shifted to the kitchen, where Izuku and Tsuyu were. Mommy too. Eri ran to hug the frog-like girl, who knelt down with a smile. Hello, Eri. How did you sleep, Ribbit? I slept great. That's good. Tsuyu led Eri to the table where some members of Class B were sitting. One was an orange-haired girl named Itsuka, and the other was Setsuna, a girl with dark green hair and pointed teeth. They wore Izuku's shirts and beamed with happiness. Morning, Eri. How are you today, little snowball? Great. Thank you, Mommy Itsuka and Mommy Setsuna. Alright, Hatsume, why does Eri keep calling all of us Mommy? Setsuna asked, clearly eager for an answer. In this world, Izuku is quite the charmer. Right now, he's dating most of the girls in Class A, some in Class B, Hato, me, and strangely, Toga, who changed her ways after a talk with her. Everyone fell silent, then asked in unison, how many girls is he dating in total? 12. That's a lot of mommies. So that means I need to remember. Eri began counting on her fingers. 14 birthdays and Mother's Day gifts? Laughter erupted, and Izuku affectionately patted her head. The scene transitioned to UA's campus, where Izuku and Eri bumped into two members of Class B. Izuku and Eri passed the calm, dark-haired Yui and the vine-wielding Ibra, stopping to say hello. Good morning, Mommy Ibra and Mommy Yui. Good morning, little lamb. Good morning, Eri. Both girls knelt to hug her before standing up to greet Izuku. Good morning, Izuku. I hope you are doing well. I am. And good morning to both of you as well. Blasphemy. This was the only word that escaped Shiozaki's lips as she prayed for forgiveness for her thoughts about a man outside of marriage. It isn't that bad, Shiozaki. Besides, Midoriya is actually a nice person, Kodai reassured her as the scene shifted to lunch on the roof. Eri sat happily on their third-year friend Nijire's lap, watching her father discuss several inventions designed to assist him as a hero in training. So this device will help with the power output to prevent severe rebounds and alleviate pain if a limb does break. That's quite interesting, May. Oh yeah, do you mind if I stay over tonight? I want to try out something else I discovered a few days ago. Izuku turned red, glancing at Kyoka, whose night it was. Do you mind sharing? As long as it doesn't start until I sing Eri's lullaby, I'm fine with it. Yes. Practice for me using some special tools to make it all the more enjoyable. Can you please not say this with I present? Everyone shouted, with Nijire covering the little girl's ears while she happily ate her lunch. Mommy Nijire, what does Mommy May mean by special tools? It's an adult thing that we'll talk about when you're older, sweetie. Everyone turned to Hatsume after witnessing her alternate self's comment. Don't blame me. I can't control what I do in these worlds any more than you can control your counterparts. Everyone sighed as the scene shifted to the evening, with Eri on the couch surrounded by the girls and Izuku. The group of 14 watched a show with their former enemy, now classmate Himiko, styling Eri's hair into buns like hers. There you go, sweetie. Now you look like me. Eri smiled at her reflection. Thank you, Mommy Himiko. You're welcome, sweetheart. You're just so cute like this. Himiko hugged her joyfully before Izuku turned off the TV. Alright, it's getting late. Time to head to bed. Eri understood and began to get up. Kyoka led her to her bedroom, while Izuku kissed Itsuka, Himiko, Setsuna, Ibara, Yui, and Nijire goodnight before they left for their dorms before curfew. As Eri settled into bed, Kyoka began singing her a lullaby, which the little snowball enjoyed immensely. As she closed her eyes to drift off to sleep, she felt Kyoka kiss her goodnight, followed by Izuku entering the room to do the same. After they left, Izuku turned on the night light before shutting off the main lights. She's adorable when she sleeps. She's incredibly cute when she does anything, Mina remarked, kissing Izuku goodnight. Have fun with Mei and Kyoka. But not too much, we don't want Eri having siblings yet. Mina laughed, causing a deep blush to spread across Izuku's face. She knows how to make people embarrassed. Momo gave Izuku a quick kiss goodnight, followed by Ochako and Tsuyu. But she does have a point. Mei can get a little carried away, so you may need to be cautious, Ribbit, Tsuyu added before walking away with Momo. See you in the morning, Deku. Ochako quietly joined them as Mei grabbed Izuku's shoulders. Time for our fun to begin. Let's go, Kyoka. Right behind you. Izuku was pulled toward his room, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension about what Mei had planned. Can we at least avoid anything too embarrassing? I don't want Eri walking in on something awkward. Last time, I barely convinced her that Yui, Ochako, and I were just wrestling. Fine. Kyoka's better for that stuff anyway. Wait, what? As they left, Eri slept peacefully, dreaming of her mother's, father, and a happy life filled with siblings. The screen faded to black, with Eri looking at Izuku for an answer. Deku, what does it mean when a mommy and daddy wrestle? That's a tough question to answer. Everyone sighed as Dabi began asking, do you have any more of those multiverses that are free of tangents? I actually do. Let me see what I can find. Hatsume scrolled through the screen before stopping at one she liked. This one seems good. The idea revolves around how Eri lives with many mothers, sprinkled with light humor and some playful references. It's primarily filled with adorable moments featuring the little snowball. The next story will be one of my completed works, So let me know which one you'd like to see the group react to. I hope you enjoy this and thank you for reading. Chapter end. Okay, so this one is another fantasy AU that's somewhat like an RPG with levels, Hatsume explained as Dabi rolled his eyes. I thought we were doing one without tangents? This is one. Everyone listened as the pink inventor elaborated. Midoriya was the greatest warrior of the kingdom of Yui before being framed for the death of the first princess. After that, Bakugo took on the mantle, and things went downhill quickly. Why didn't the king get Deku back? That's where this starts. The screen opened to a tavern. On the border between Shinketsu and Mustafar, a small tavern bustled with activity. Being a key stop for travelers heading into either territory, many paused here to refuel and rest. The door swung open, revealing 4 figures. One was a royal knight-class warrior around level 42, clad in armor and wielding a sword. The second was a level 56 mage, seemingly harmless in her basic spell garments and with a wooden staff. The third was a noble girl, dressed elegantly and marked as level 39, her royal lineage evident from the crest of Yui on her necklace. The final figure, a man in tattered black rags, surprisingly held the highest level at, "Attention everyone, we seek the traitorous Reaper. Has anyone seen him?" Silence fell over the tavern until a patron hurled a keg of ale at him. "Go back to your pathetic kingdom." "That was just rude," Ida remarked as Hatsume continued. Apparently, many kingdoms sought Midoriya's help in the past, and he always stepped in to make things right. So when the outside kingdoms heard that the man who always did good was accused of killing the first princess, Yui's reputation was tarnished for allegedly lying about Reaper. "How dare you insult the mighty kingdom of Yui?" Ida began to draw his sword, only for it to be snatched away by a demi-human tavern worker who resembled a frog. "I don't care who you are, fighting in my tavern is forbidden. If you want to pick a fight, take it outside where you won't break anything." Though she appeared unassuming, the woman was over level 48, indicating her strength. "My apologies, tavern owner, but we are here on serious business. You don't venture outside the kingdom of Yui much, do you?" 3 of the 4 shook their heads, while the older man remained still. "All right, sit down, and I'll explain the situation. My name is Tsuyu Azui, but everyone calls me Tsu." Tsu poured 4 Alesh for everyone as she explained. "You see, no one here believes Reaper did what your kingdom claims. Some even think he was set up. That is absurd. Why would someone do such a thing and believe that Reaper committed such a terrible act? Because there's a difference between Reaper and Bomber. Everyone admires Reaper, even if he doesn't show much emotion. Bomber, on the other hand, let's just say he's arrogant and doesn't care for the people nearly as much. I guess Bakugo's ego is just as bad here." "Shut up, frog." The door opened again, and 4 new adventurers entered, taking a seat. One was a woman with orange hair in a unique dress that revealed her legs. The second was a woman with vines in her hair, dressed like a priest. The third was a man with black hair and scars, wearing a black overcoat and a mage cap. The last was a man with green hair in simple clothes. Their levels were 52, 54, 59, and 89, respectively. "Can we get the cheapest lunch meals you've got, Sue?" "I gotcha, Dabi." Sue went to the back, leaving the 8 at the bar in awkward silence. "Been a while, master. I see you're doing well." "Nice to see you're doing well yourself, Izuku." Ida heard this and drew his blade toward Izuku. "Reaper, by order of the Yui Kingdom, you are commanded to return. Go SCK on your mother's milk, you oversized baby." Snort that was kinda blunt. Ochako stifled a laugh, while many others tried to hold back their amusement. "Midoriya, how dare you insult me in such a manner here?" Laughter erupted as the scene on the screen mirrored the moment. "Look, buddy, why would I return to the place that wrongfully judged me for Princess Hana's murder? Also, it's nice to see you again, milady." Izuku bowed to the princess before the woman with vines intervened. "I believe we're getting off on the wrong foot. Allow us to introduce ourselves and our classes. My name is Ibra Shiozaki, and I'm a priest. Our friend in the unusual outfit is Itsuka Kendo, a martial arts combat class. The man in the black cloak is Dabi, a flame mage class. And of course, you already know Izuku Midoriya, a dark mage warrior class. Silence lingered until the brunette mage broke it. My name is Ochako Uraraka, a mage class and the head mage in Yui after the fall of the former. You probably know Princess Momo Yaoyorozu, a magic caster class. And finally, we have Shota Aizawa, a former adventurer and shadow assassin class. Izuku interjected, with Ochako nodding in agreement. Please, Midoriya, our kingdom needs your help, and only you can save us. Tsu returned with food and kegs, and Izuku took a sip. Here's the issue, princess, I can't. How dare you insult you by, relax, Lord Robok Knight. I said I can't, because of part of my punishment. Silence fell as Momo lowered her head. Because of what you all believe I did, I had the curse of pacifism placed on me. It prevents me from holding weapons, wearing armor, and even casting any magic that isn't for resource efficiency. So we shall have Lady Uraraka break it. That wouldn't be the issue. The problem is that the curse can only be broken by someone equal to or stronger than the mage who inflicted it. Since this was the former castle mage, we need someone who is at least level and who's the only person in the kingdom at level 80 or higher. This guy. Izuku pointed to himself with a smile before returning to his meal. Even traveling to another kingdom is out of the question since Deldrum was the strongest mage. Besides, I have no desire to return to Yui's capital anyway. Wow, I'm kinda mean in this. If I were wrongfully convicted and cursed in such a way, I'd be angry too. Hatsume pointed this out as they continued watching. Please, Midoriya. Bomber, Bolt, and Boulder can't do this alone. We need the Reaper back. Izuku continued sipping from his drink before responding. I'll make you a deal, princess. Get on your hands and knees in front of everyone here and apologize for your kingdom's rash actions. Do this and I'll help. How dare you? Asking the second princess to do such a, it's fine, Ida. Momo stepped in front of Izuku and knelt on the hard wooden floor, her head bowed. In the name of the kingdom of Yui, I humbly apologize to you, Reaper, as their second princess. We have wronged you unnecessarily. Because of this, you have endured such hardship for over a year. If there is anything I can do to make up for this foolish act, please let me know so I may rectify this sin my family has committed. Everyone was surprised as Izuku knelt in front of Momo to meet her gaze. It takes great humility to apologize as a princess. Your sister understood this. If I can help your nation in any way, I will. I knew Midoriya would show himself as a true hero, Togata remarked, giving a thumbs up. The group finished their meal, paid, and headed out. As they did, Izuku noticed Ochako staring at him with a hint of discomfort. If you have something to say, then say it. Is there any chance you can train me? Help me get stronger? Izuku smirked as he replied, might as well. Chances are, I'll need to help you grow stronger so we can break the curse. Ochako smiled at this, thinking to herself, so this is the man I admired. He's a lot different than I thought. Though he's not exactly kind, his heart is still in the right place. The screen went black with everyone clapping. So I'm cursed and need to train Uraraka to break the curse. That's right, Hatsume confirmed as she scrolled through a list of multiverses. Next world. So this world is quite different compared to the others. How different? All Might asked, with Hatsume responding, you and that AFO guy's roles in this world are switched. You're the symbol of evil, and AFO is the symbol of peace. Midoriya is also his son and has a similar natural quirk to his. Everyone fell silent, unsure of what a life would be like where All Might was the exact opposite of himself. The scene shifted to a small, quiet home where a green-haired woman and a young boy who had just turned 5 were inside. Is Dad home yet, Mom? Not yet, but he should be here any second. The little boy was coloring in a book, eagerly awaiting the sound of the door opening. When he heard a creak, he bolted to the door to greet his father. Dad, I saw you on TV today. You were so... He stopped short when he saw the man from the TV with blonde hair glaring down at him. Well, it seems AFO has found a taste for family life along with victory. The boy felt a surge of fear as the villain smiled at him. Izuku, is everything all right? His mother approached to see the imposing man herself. This is my lucky day, isn't it? I was hoping to take down that hero in his own home, but taking out his family would make it all the sweeter. The man reached for the boy, but his mother quickly grabbed a kitchen knife and threw it at him, cutting his cheek and forcing him to look at her. Izuku, run! The boy named Izuku began to run toward his mother, who took out another knife to defend them both. You want to play hero, woman? Fine, let's see how far that gets you. The man moved too quickly for them to see and struck the woman. In an instant, they all realized the horror of what had happened. The woman looked at her son, tears streaming down her face as she whispered something to him. The villain pulled back, leaving a devastating wound. Whoa, this escalated quickly, Kirishima exclaimed, while Inko and Izuku looked horrified at the scene they had just witnessed. All Might himself went pale. Izuku rushed to her side, seeing the emptiness in her eyes as blood pooled around them. Enhanced healing. The young boy tried to heal his mother as best he could, but all he could manage was to close the wound slightly. Mom, please stay with me. Dad's on his way. He's going to make you all better. Hate to break it to you, kid, but she's gone, the blonde villain said as he entered the kitchen. Oops. He broke a nozzle on the stove, turning it to high, before lighting a few fires in the house. I was going to break your neck, kid, but I thought a slow, painful death would be more fun. He tried to walk out before Izuku spoke up. What's your name? The villain turned to him, curious. What is your name, so I know who to stop? He smiled before answering, All Might, but it won't matter in the next few minutes. Ah. He left, leaving Izuku alone with his mother. Seeing her like this felt wrong. He wanted her back, he wanted her safe again. But more importantly, he wanted revenge for what had been done to her. All Might. I'm going to stop you with my bare hands, you monster. The door swung open as Izuku's father rushed in and grabbed him. Eraser, take my son and get out of here. Understood. A man with scruffy hair quickly scooped up Izuku and dashed out the door, his father pulling his mother along behind him. Just moments after they escaped, the house erupted in flames. AFO, are you all right? The man known as AFO looked down at his wife, tears streaming down his face. How could this happen? She was a good woman. She didn't deserve this. He held her close, with Izuku sobbing beside them. Dad, the one who did this was All Might. Both men turned to Izuku, confusion etched on their faces. He found out where I lived. That might be what Paragon meant by more important matters. This is my fault. FO, you didn't know. If you had, you would have taken them away the moment you found out. That doesn't change anything, Eraser. My wife is gone because of my past mistakes. So I know AFO apparently? You were one of his sidekicks and someone he taught how to be a hero. To you in this world, AFO is one of the most remarkable figures in your line of work. Aizawa listened, intrigued by this alternate reality. Izuku didn't fully grasp what his father meant by back then, but he pulled away from Eraser's arms to approach him. Dad, I want to be the one to stop All Might. Izuku, please don't. Your mother died protecting you so you could live your life. She didn't save you for revenge. I don't care, Dad. I want to do this because I couldn't help her when she needed me most. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. I hate it. I hate that monster gets to live while my mom is gone. What right did he have to take her from us? It isn't fair. I want my mom back, but I know that will never happen. Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see it was AFO's. Then let me tell you about OFA and why your mother and you were targeted. And Mrs. Midoriya. Young Midoriya, I am truly sorry for this. I would never do that in this universe. All Might searched for a way to redeem himself in the eyes of Inko and Izuku, who both looked at him. This isn't your fault, All Might. This world just has you cast as a villain. That doesn't mean you're evil here. Izuku reassured his mentor before launching into a passionate explanation. Come to think of it, this aligns with the theory that there's a mirror world where roles are reversed. If that's the case, Could there be more variations, like some villains being good and some heroes being evil? Also, how do the rest of us fit into this with, Deku, why are you mumbling? Eri asked, pulling Izuku from his thoughts. Sorry, let's keep watching. They saw a scene unfold similar to the USJ, but this time All Might was the aggressor instead of Shigaraki. Momo and Bakugo joined Izuku, while Aizawa urged them to flee. Get out of here. Cough cough, this is beyond what you can handle. I know you hate him, but this isn't the right choice. Izuku ignored him and spoke to his friends. Like we practiced. This is the real deal, not a test. I know. That's why we can't hold back. Izuku charged at All Might, delivering a powerful punch enhanced by muscle augmentation and strength enhancers. Cute, but not enough. All Might countered, striking Izuku in the chest and sending him flying. However, Izuku smiled, using shock absorption from the recent Nomu encounter before All Might lunged at him again. Over here! Bakugo shouted, unleashing a massive explosion filled with smaller blasts. You think this is worth my time? All Might turned his attention to Bakugo, but Izuku took the opportunity to strike him with a punch enhanced by rivets. All Might staggered back but quickly regained his footing. Izuku pressed on, combining rivet, muscle augmentation, and scales to amplify his punches. Combo quirk, Dragon Muscle. He accelerated his attacks, leaving All Might struggling to keep up. Kachin! Light him up! Bakugo shouted, raising his gauntlets as if aiming at a target. Eat my strongest blast. He pulled the pins with his teeth, sending 2 blasts toward Izuku and All Might. At the last moment, Izuku dodged and pushed Bakugo into the blast. Momo! Momo had crafted a machine gun and opened fire on All Might's position, while Izuku and Bakugo added their own attacks to the mix. They continued their assault for 10 relentless minutes until Momo ran out of ammunition, Bakugo could no longer use his explosions, and Izuku was exhausted. All 3 were drenched in sweat, hoping they had defeated the beast. Those watching from above were speechless. Had the trio actually bested All Might, a figure even AFO, the symbol of peace, struggled against? Is it over? Did they win? Jiro asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Toga and Uraraka watched in apprehension as well. Wait, I'm a hero in this? Yes, you are. Mineta is the only one not part of the class. Also, Inesa has taken Minoma's place. Hatsume pointed this out just as they saw Momo, Bakugo, and Izuku being overwhelmed by All Might after their combined attack, who was now glaring in Ochako's direction. Uraraka felt fear but glared at the villain with determination. Leave him alone. You've already taken so much from him, let him live. All Might looked at Izuku and recognized him. The foe's child, of course. He seized Izuku by his shirt and grabbed Uraraka by the neck. Tell me, what is this girl to you? A friend? A lover? Keep your hands off her, you monster. Ah, so you do care for her. Shall we reenact the scene where your dear mother dies, and you are powerless to stop it? All Might grinned as he tightened his grip on Uraraka, applying pressure. Ochako struggled to use her quirk, but it seemed ineffective. She fought to free herself, but it was futile. Leave her alone. Izuku shouted, desperately trying to break free and strike All Might with whatever strength he had left. If you're going to hurt someone, hurt me. Izuku cried, desperate to save Uraraka from a terrible fate. Stop it. In an instant, All Might was pushed back by a force, causing Izuku and Uraraka to fall to the ground. Izuku rushed to her side, finding Uraraka unconscious from the near catastrophe. Going after people my son cares about now, All Might? And here I thought you couldn't stoop any lower. Now things will look much better, Kirishima exclaimed, pleased to see the hero AFO at the scene. I wouldn't be so sure, young Kirishima. If this AFO is anything like the one from this world, then he's barely holding on right now. Even when I wasn't in my prime, I was holding back to avoid harming anyone nearby. This means AFO is doing the same as a hero. Okay, let's go. Izuku dashed to the side of the battle, closing in on Aizawa. He launched an attack that sent AFO stumbling back. Get up, old-timer. This isn't the time to be slacking. Fo rose, revealing a cracked visor and a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth. Dad. This isn't a safe place, Izuku. Get out of here now while you still can. I'm not leaving you and Mr. Aizawa alone with this monster. Afo glanced over to see his young disciple unconscious. I'll create an opening. Get Shota out of here and don't come back. He charged at all might, delivering a punch that sent him crashing into the ruin zone. Izuku seized the moment to pull Aizawa off the field and back to safety. Whis, why did you come back for me, kid? Are you trying to get yourself killed? If I left you, how could I call myself a hero in training? That you're as stubborn as your father. Then again, you're the one saving me. Izuku helped Aizawa to the others before racing back to assist his father. Meanwhile, All Might was sent crashing into the ruins zone of the UFA. Afo coughed, feeling disoriented. Slowing down, are we? All Might unleashed a shockwave that shattered the foundations of the building. The suited hero dodged and stepped outside, meeting a flurry of punches. Afo was holding his ground but began to falter. All Might struck him in the face to disorient him before launching a series of blows to Afo's stomach. Eventually, Afo was knocked down again. Get up. I'm not done with you. Good, because I'm not done with you either. Izuku landed a punch on All Might, sending him sliding back. Wait, what's wrong with Afo? Todoroki asked, and Hatsume replied. He has a tumor in his head. He can't heal it, and it's in a spot where doctors can't operate. Right now, he has very little time left. Yet he is using it to stop a villain's wicked deeds, truly a hero in this world, Ida pointed out, emphasizing his words with karate chops in the air. What are you still doing here? Get away! Afo wanted to shout, but he saw the determination in his son's eyes, knowing he wouldn't back down. I guess that stubbornness your mother had when I did something foolish is alive in you. Listen carefully, because we will only have one shot at this. Back when we last fought, I caused an injury to his left side, near his stomach. It's subtle, but he's struggling to manage where I hit him. If you can land a solid hit there with one of your full power attacks, we might be able to stop him. I'll create an opening, you hit him when I do. Izuku nodded as they prepared to attack. How adorable! A father and son trying to take me on. It's almost amusing. All Might charged at Afo, holding the blonde back. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, and blood trickled from his nose. Not now. Dad! Stay focused, Izuku. I need you now more than ever. All Might summoned all his strength to push Afo back. In a final effort, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, his respirator starting to crack as his true voice emerged. I will not allow you to continue harming innocent lives. If I'm going down, I'm going to show this world that I didn't go down without a fight. Afo began to push back, revealing All Might's weakened state. Izuku! Hearing his father's call, Izuku rushed to All Might's left side. Channeling every ounce of power within him, he delivered a powerful punch to the villain. This is for my dad, and all my friends and loved ones you've hurt. Combination quirk, Calamity. A massive shockwave erupted, sending All Might crashing back to the center of the USJ, embedding him into the ground and causing the entire area to shatter from the impact. Izuku and Afo stood tall, fists raised to signal the end of the battle. As they approached the dust cloud, they discovered a skeletal figure with blonde hair, dressed in a suit similar to All Might's. You may have won this round, but I will return to finish what I started. Mark my words, Hisashi and Izuku Midoriya. The man smiled before being enveloped by a strange black sludge and disappearing. Once he was gone, Afo collapsed, a significant amount of blood spilling from his mouth. Dad! Izuku rushed to support his father's head as others hurried to their side. Dad, you have to hang in there. I need you. I'm sorry, Izuku, but I can't. Afo's condition worsened, blood leaking from his ears and nose. The mass ruptured. I'm going to die soon. Please don't go. I can't lose you too. Izuku held his father's head, tears streaming down his face. Izuku, my boy, I have many regrets in this world. However, there are two I cannot forgive myself for. The first is your mother's death. I loved her just as much as you did and hated All Might for involving her in this. You took on that guilt to shield me from the truth. I'm sorry you had to bear that burden. The second is when I failed to stop All Might and became like this. I had the chance to avenge Inko, but I failed, placing even more weight on your shoulders. But know this, my death is my own to bear. Do not let it become your burden. Dad, please don't talk like that. You're going to be okay. Izuku tried to reassure himself, though he knew it wasn't true. This is terrible. Yaoyorozu covered her mouth, horrified at the sight of Izuku's father dying. I have one request for you, Izuku. Do you remember what I told you I would say when the time came? Izuku nodded. I want you to take every quirk at my disposal. I can't be there for you anymore, but I want you to live for your mother's sake. She wanted you to have a happy life, but we both know that won't happen anytime soon. Please do this before I die, that is all I ask. Tears streamed down Izuku's face as he nodded, placing his hand on his father's head, green energy radiating from him. Thank you, my son. I'm so sorry. Fo's body went limp, and Izuku held him close, screaming, and all. Tears fell as he realized he had lost both his parents. He was now alone. The screen faded to black, leaving some viewers with tears in their eyes. To them, this was the harsh reality that heroes might face. It wasn't right, but it happened. In this world, there's no true justice for some and torment for many. Dabi clenched his fist in frustration at the unfolding events. Alright, let's switch to another world to lighten the mood. Hatsume, slightly shaken, looked down at the available universes. And that concludes this chapter. It was longer because I thought adding both Izuku's origin of hate and AFO's tragedy would enhance the story. Thank you for reading. Okay, this one seems interesting. Please let it be better than my parents dying on me, Izuku said, echoing the sentiments of those around him. This one is kind of like that other story where Uraraka was a major protagonist. To sum it up, you messed up badly and were given a second chance. Hatsume pointed out as she activated the screen. The screen displayed a brunette in her late 30s or early 40s walking home, looking rather despondent. As a door opened, the camera zoomed in to reveal none other than Ochako Uraraka. In her hands were a bottle of wine and a snack from a local convenience store. I'm home. Not like anyone is here to greet me. The sparkle that once lit up her eyes in high school was gone, replaced by a hollow expression. What happened to me that makes me look like I hate the world? You'll see. Ochako sat at her kitchen table, opening her convenience store bento and the bottle of wine. Happy birthday to me. Just me and my friends here. She poured herself a glass and downed it quickly. As she sampled the bento, she realized it was nearing its expiration. To mask the taste and ease her troubled mind, she poured another glass and drank it just as fast. Way to go, Ochako. You really are probably the biggest loser in the world right now. She hesitated before pouring a third glass, then stopped to look at the bottle in her hand. Knowing she had no one to celebrate with, she began drinking straight from the bottle. So why am I celebrating my birthday alone? Back in high school, you burned every bridge with your friends and family to the point where your mom and dad can't even look at you the same way anymore. Ochako's eyes widened at the realization, especially as Bakugu made a joke about it. What did Roundface do, get involved with Deku? He laughed as Hatsume corrected him. No, you. The ash blonde fell silent as everyone turned their attention back to the screen. Congratulations, Ochako. You're 40 today with no boyfriend, no friends, and your own family hates you. Tears welled up in Ochako's eyes as she finished the bottle of wine in her hands. Why did this happen? Why did my life have to fall apart like this? I had everything, so why did one mistake in who to date ruin my life? At the end of her first year, Bakugu declared that they would date, and Ochako didn't exactly refuse. Because of this, Izuku and Ida were pushed away, along with the other girls. She believed her life was fine until the girls tried to convince her to stop dating Bakugu. What she failed to see was that Bakugu controlled her social circle, preventing her from spending time with anyone else. Blinded by love, she thought they were jealous of her relationship and wanted her back at their level. This ultimately led to the other girls resenting Ochako, though she didn't care at the time. When third year came around, Ochako faced a life-altering accident. She found herself unexpectedly pregnant with Bakugo's child. He abandoned her the moment he learned of it, forcing her to make a heartbreaking decision. She chose to give up the child, knowing she couldn't support it and fearing her parents' reaction. Emotions had been tense ever since she began dating Bakugo, with her parents arguing with her about it. They had warned her against the relationship for 2 long years, and her refusal to listen pushed them to their breaking point. In a moment of despair, they told her that she had dug her own grave and now had to lie in it. The most painful moment came when she tried to reconnect with Izuku, only for him to express his hurt, saying she had broken his heart and that he was happier without her in his life. In the end, Izuku began dating Azui in their 2nd year and later married her after learning she was pregnant. After graduation, things spiraled further for Ochako. She worked for Ryukyu for a few years alongside Sue, but their conversations barely exceeded a few words. Eventually, Bakugo was labeled a villain after publicly attacking Izuku, who had consistently outperformed him. Ochako's life continued to decline as she faced the reality of never being able to have children after being injured in a fight with a villain. She watched as her former classmates started families while she felt trapped in her own life. Although she opened her own agency, few recognized her as a hero, and attempts at dating ended in disappointment whenever Bakugo's name came up. Oh dear God! Ochako watched the scenes of her life play out on the screen, realizing how badly she had messed up. Why am I a villain in this? Everyone turned to Bakugo as Lady responded, "To be honest, kid, you kind of give that impression, like you're ready to jump ship to the villains." No one disagreed, only fueling Bakugo's anger as they returned their focus to the screen. Why did I have to date Bakugo back then? I should be living a happy life with friends, my parents proud of me, maybe even a child. Instead, I'm here, drinking wine and eating junk food alone with no one to talk to. Ochako caught a glimpse of herself in a mirror, enraged by the reflection of the woman she had become. God damn it. She hurled the empty wine bottle at the mirror, shattering both as she sank to the floor in tears. It's not fair. I made one foolish decision in who to date, and this is how it turned out? Sniffle. I wish I could take it all back. I don't care about this life anymore. I just want my friends back and to fix my mistakes. She fell to her knees, sobbing, fully aware of how far her life had fallen. Eventually, she went to bed, knowing she had to wake up early for a heroes meeting, though she dreaded it since the number 1 hero, Deku, would be there, likely ignoring her as if she didn't exist. I don't want to be Uraraka in this universe, Shiro remarked, prompting agreement from others. It gets better. The next day, Ochako woke up to find herself in unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? She glanced around the room, realizing it looked exactly like her old high school dorm. Reaching for her phone, she was shocked to see her body was as it had been 25 years ago at UA. What the? An alarm rang, prompting her to check the time and date. No way. She quickly opened the window to see she was back at Heights Alliance and noticed her high school uniform beside it. I'm 16 again. Did my wish come true, or did someone use a quirk on me? She checked the date again, remembering what day it was. Deku! She rushed to put on her uniform and ran down to the common area, where Izuku was waiting for her. If I'm right, I can fix everything if I can talk to Deku first. As she approached him, a hand wrapped around her, pulling her close. It belonged to none other than Katsuki Bakugo. Starting today, round face, you're my woman. Great, here we go again, Ashido commented, anticipating a repeat of the past. Ochako thought back to her past and how she had smiled and nodded at him without hesitation. Sorry, Bakugo, but I can't date you. What? Bakugo exclaimed, his anger flaring as she pulled away from him and wrapped her arms around Izuku in a hug. I like Deku. This declaration infuriated Bakugo, who looked ready to lash out, but Ashido and the other girls quickly surrounded Ochako and Izuku, hearing the whole exchange. So does this mean you two are officially dating now? Ochako glanced at Izuku, who was blushing furiously. Would you mind dating me? No. I actually like you, too. Ochako wrapped her arm around Izuku's as they walked out of the dorms and headed to class. I'll make things right this time and change my future for the better. The screen went black, capturing everyone's interest in this ending. So Uraraka gets a second chance to make everything right in this world. I like it, Kirishima pointed out, and Hatsume gave a thumbs up before checking the agenda for what was next. And that concludes this chapter. This story idea had been in my head for some time, and I wanted to bring it to life. Throughout the narrative, Ochako will experience events from two perspectives, one during her initial experiences and the other reflecting on how she can change them. I hope you all enjoyed it, and thank you for reading. Alright, this one's kind of special, Hatsume announced as everyone turned to her. In what way? Midoriya's father is a pirate. The room fell into a puzzled silence as the support course student explained. Midoriya is the son of Katkuri Charlotte, a pirate from the Big Mom Pirates. They're a very dangerous group that doesn't hesitate to hurt those who anger them. Because of this, both Midoriya and his mother are outcast and treated like villains. One person even went as far as to give Midoriya a scar across his jaw, similar to his father's. That's horrible, Ochako exclaimed, fear for Izuku's safety evident in her voice. What's worse is that everyone here thinks he's a villain too and doesn't trust him. Hatsume paused to roll the clip. The scene shifted to the bustling streets, where chaos unfolded as people attempted to escape. Get back here, a store owner shouted as three individuals rushed toward a getaway car. From the Charlotte family, we appreciate it, man, they called out as they sped away, only to be confronted by a towering blonde who lifted the vehicle effortlessly. That's as far as you go, Charlotte family. All Might. The hero smiled as a shadow loomed behind him. You all chose the wrong day to attempt a robbery. The figure knocked All Might aside, revealing it to be none other than one of the suite commanders, Katakuri Charlotte. Standing at a towering height, Katakuri prepared for a confrontation. This guy looks enormous. Zero marveled as everyone watched the number one pro hero struggle against the massive figure. I hate to cut this short, but I have somewhere I need to be, Katakuri stated, beginning to walk away as All Might launched one last attack. United States of this was countered by the pirate, who darkened his fist and knocked the wind out of All Might. Farewell, number one. Hope you enjoy this defeat. With that, Katakuri departed, heading to a hospital. Disguised with a hat and casual clothes, he kept his head down as he entered. Excuse me, can you tell me where Inko Midoriya is? He asked a receptionist, who quickly provided the information. Down the hall to the right in room 286. Thank you. Katakuri walked through the halls until he reached the room, opening the door to find a green-haired woman cradling a small infant. This is him. Inko looked up and smiled. This is our little Izuku. The image of the infant with green hair and freckles brought a smile to Katakuri's face, hidden beneath his scarf. Ah. The girls in the room cooed at the sight of baby Izuku sleeping peacefully in his mother's arms. Something tells me he'll face many challenges in life, Aizawa observed, prompting everyone to look at him. His father just overpowered All Might. It wouldn't be surprising if people picked on him because of that. They didn't want to believe it, but everyone understood the stigma that came with being associated with someone like Katakuri. Their attention shifted to a 7-year-old Izuku running. Ha! What's wrong, villain? Scared? Go back to your freak show of a family. Nobody wants you here. A group of kids hurled rocks and other objects at Izuku as he tried to escape. One child picked up a sharp metal scrap and threw it at Izuku, slicing through his cheek. Ah! Oh my gosh! Tokage gasped, horrified by how the other kids treated Izuku, with only Minoma echoing her sentiments. Izuku rushed to the nearest emergency room, where doctors managed to reattach his jaw, but the scar from the incident would remain as a reminder of that day. Izuku! The hospital told Ami something bad happened. Inko burst into the recovery room to find Izuku's mouth bandaged. Izuku, sweetie, what happened? Sniffle, these kids were throwing rocks at me, and one threw something sharp. It hurts. Why am I treated like this? I just want to be a good person. Inko struggled to find the right words, knowing she too faced judgment for being part of the Charlotte family. Both mother and son were ridiculed and often attacked for reasons beyond their control. I hate this. All because of what the Charlotte family does, we have to be judged. I'm going to stop them, even if I have to do it myself. Izuku's anger flared. No one treated him kindly because of his family name. If he could find a way to change that, perhaps he could find peace. So Deku wants to be a hero to change his family's reputation? It seems so. I don't blame my younger self. Those deemed villainous for things beyond their control often become easy targets for ridicule. Izuku reflected as he watched his younger self train and learn to harness his abilities. The day of the UA entrance exams arrived, and everyone was on. Izuku stood in his testing area, holding his scarf over his face to conceal his identity. You there? A man with engines in his calves called out, scolding him. If you think this is a joke, wearing that ridiculous scarf to avoid taking this seriously, then leave. Do you take this seriously? Unlike me, who is minding my own business, you're going after someone you don't even know for something as trivial as a scarf. Next time you want to be a JRK, pick on someone else who cares, you know? Izuku walked away, giving the guy a dismissive gesture. Midoriya. It wasn't me, Ida. At least not the real me. He does have a point, though, for eyes. You can be a bit too uptight, Bakugo remarked as the UA entrance exams began. Izuku dashed into the area, quickly taking down a couple of 1- and 2-point robots. Just as he was about to celebrate, a 3-pointer lunged at him. He dodged the attack and, with a powerful punch, took out the 3-pointer and 4 others behind it, racking up points. That's 20 right there. Let's head to the back alleys now. Izuku sprinted into the less exposed areas, where he encountered more 3- and 2-pointers to defeat. As he continued, UA's faculty observed him with growing interest. This kid seems to have a unique quirk, commented a man who appeared to be made of cement, directing attention to Izuku. Doesn't he remind you of Katakuri a bit? Mike added, prompting a small creature to pull up information. Izuku Midoriya is what he listed as his name. His real last name, however, is Charlotte. His parents are Inko and Kakuri Charlotte. Why is a Charlotte taking the entrance exams? They're the last people you'd expect to become heroes, a man with white hair remarked, prompting a woman in a striking outfit to suggest something. Should we deny him immediately, sir? Not yet. I'd like to see if he's truly dangerous, the small creature replied, pressing a large red button. You can deny someone in the middle of the exam? Kirishima asked, and Nizu confirmed. If we discover during the exam that someone is lying to the point of having a criminal record, we could deny their entrance request. It doesn't happen often, but it does occur occasionally. Everyone tensed as Aizawa mentioned that any one of them could have been disqualified if they had lied or done something wrong. The ground beneath Izuku began to tremble, revealing a massive metal monster. Panic spread as everyone started to flee, but Izuku noticed a girl with brown hair in a bob cut trapped under rubble. No one was coming to her aid, and he felt a surge of frustration. Why won't anyone help her? Izuku dashed toward her, positioning himself protectively. Get away. You're going to get hurt. I'm not letting anyone get hurt if I can help it. It's happened too many times to me to let it happen to someone else. Izuku pulled back his arm, expanding it to twice its size. Machi Machi. As the robot's foot loomed over them, Izuku unleashed all his strength. Cannon fire. He launched a flurry of punches, striking the robot's foot and causing it to lose balance. It toppled over, and Izuku stood victorious. Are you okay, miss? Izuku asked, turning to help the girl by clearing the debris. Suddenly, someone shouted, You're that monster Katakuri's son, aren't you? In that moment, Izuku realized his scarf had fallen during the chaos. Get out of here. This is a school for heroes, not villains in training. One contestant threw a rock at Izuku, hitting him on the head. He felt a sting but remained unfazed, continuing to help the girl before navigating through a crowd of people hurling objects at him. That's ridiculous. Bakugo shouted, witnessing the crowd's hostility toward Izuku. I agree. Midoriya just saved Uraraka in this exam, yet they're treating him like the villain, Ida remarked as the scene shifted to the faculty discussing the situation. A weary man addressed a group of 12 other faculty members. All right, let's put it to a vote. Who thinks the Charlotte boy should be disqualified from admission? 6 out of 13 raised their hands. Now, who believes we should at least give him a chance? 7 of the 13 raised their hands. You can't be serious, Nizu? He's the son of one of the most dangerous members of the Charlotte family. That doesn't mean we should categorize him the same way. There are heroes who shouldn't be heroes in our society, yet we choose to overlook them. Even though he faced repercussions for something beyond his control, this boy has shown he can manage his anger and desires to do good, Vlad countered. The pro-hero wasn't entirely convinced, but Nizu continued, we will keep a closer watch on Mr. Charlotte compared to the others. If he shows signs of becoming a villain like the rest of his family, we will expel him. The faculty understood and began discussing where the first years would be placed. The screen faded to black, prompting applause from the audience. So I'm seen as a threat in this universe just because I'm Katakuri's son. Yep. Harem continued scrolling until she found a story that intrigued her. And that concludes this chapter. I have more ideas for future stories, and I hope you enjoyed this one. Thank you for reading. Chapter end. This next one involves a form of science known as alchemy. What's alchemy? Kaminari asked, while Ashido laughed, equally confused. Alchemy is the science of creating things from what you have through equations. In simple terms, it's about giving something of equal value for what you take, similar to paying for something, Yaoyorozu explained. Both Kaminari and Ashido looked puzzled. It's like paying someone for the things you buy. Oh. They finally understood, and Ochako asked, what's special about Deku in this one? He's a country alchemist, and you all are pro-heroes when you meet him for the first time. He also committed a taboo from what I'm reading. Taboo? Everyone asked as Hatsume displayed the screen. In a meeting room, 20 people who were once part of the former Class A sat together while the head of police explained their findings. From what we can tell, this man was able to alter the chemical makeup of these victims before Ground Zero took him out. A strange red crystal was taken from him that shattered upon claiming. Among the group, several were confused, except for the number 1 pro at the time, Katsuki Bakugu. Since we do not know much about this and believe alchemy is involved, we have decided to bring in a specialist. Specialist? Yes, they're called country alchemists, you blonde idiot. Pay attention. The door opened to reveal a man with green hair in a peculiar blue outfit. Hello everyone, I'm Green Lightning, and I will be the country alchemist assisting you in your investigation. So he's introduced to us when we're what, in our 20s? Zero asked, and Hatsume replied bluntly, 27. Hey Deku, what's up? Bakugu shouted, causing the green-haired man to smile upon noticing him. Kachin. Seems you're a top dog now. Both smirked as a woman with brown hair asked, you two know each other? This is Izuku Midoriya, or Deku as I call him. In return, I give him a hard time by calling him Kachin. It's nice to meet you, sir. My name is Ingenium, and these are the members of the group you will be working with. A man with glasses that moved like a robot stood up. I already know who all of you are, Ida. You're Shinso next to him, Kaminari, Jiru, Kirishima. Izuku continued naming everyone until he stopped at the brunette. And you're Uraraka. Nice to finally put a face to the names. Now, I've reviewed all the information regarding the man. You do? A bicolor-haired man named Todoroki asked, prompting Izuku to respond. What he had was a philosopher's stone, a special object that enhances alchemic equations. I've been searching for one for almost 20 years. 20? Everyone exclaimed, only for Bakugu to explain. Deku became a country alchemist at the age of 12 after deciding to pursue it at 10 when he began his search. You see, the stone is something he wants to use to help recover something he lost. What was it? Kirishima asked, both looking away, hesitant to answer. I'd rather not say what I lost. So I lost something in this time? From what I'm reading, you committed one of the 3 taboos of the Alchemist Code. They are, do not use it for monetary gain, do not use it for acts of violence, and do not use it to create human life. Of these 3, the third is the one you absolutely cannot do, and Midoriya committed this taboo. Everyone waited for an answer from Hatsume as she looked back at the screen. So where are you staying, man? Bakugo began asking Izuku about his residence. I'm not sure yet. Do you have any good hotels around here? You can't stay in a hotel while working on this investigation. You're staying with me and Kami. Didn't you say you couldn't fit anyone in your house? Kirishima prodded at the ash blonde, who made small explosions as a threatening gesture. I don't want to impose. So I'll just stay at the hotel. No way. Round face, you said you had a spare room in your apartment? Yeah. Bakugo pushed Izuku toward Uraraka before speaking. Done. You better not go live in a hotel, Deku, or I'm going to make you regret it. Knowing you, that's a possibility. But then again, most of that is just talk. Bite me, metal cyborg. Izuku and Bakugo exchanged playful gestures before sharing a laugh. Like night and day, man. I hear you on that, Eijiro, Ashido and Kirishima remarked, watching the two act annoyed with each other before smiling and laughing. The group went their separate ways, with Izuku following Ochako to her home. When she opened the door, the brunette felt slightly embarrassed showing Izuku her place. Sorry, it's not what you'd expect. He looked around and saw that while it wasn't the most luxurious home for a pro, it had a comfortable feel that made it inviting. No, it's really nice. It's not what I'd expect from the 16th ranked pro, but it feels very homey. Thanks. They began placing their things down, and Izuku contemplated whether to take off his coat. You can take your coat off and stay a while. Ochako, unsure why he was hesitant, made a joke to encourage him to reveal his metal arm, which had several scars around where it connected to his body. Izuku turned around to see Ochako's wide-eyed expression. Sorry. Most people don't like seeing this. Izuku sat on the couch, away from Ochako, as she tried to find ways to avoid discussing it. If you're going to ask about the arm, just do it. I've also got a metal leg if that makes you want to ask more. I lost my limbs? Yep, part of that taboo you committed. Okay, what happened? I did something I shouldn't have, and here I am without an arm and a leg from the knee down. What did you do? Izuku looked away, not answering. If it's a bad thing, then I understand not wanting to. Have you ever lost someone you care for? I'm sorry. A parent, close friend, a loved one. Have you ever lost one of these? Ochako shook her head. You're lucky. When I was 7, I lost my mother. She was all I had and supported me even though nobody else would. Because I was born without a quirk, everyone picked on and bullied me. The only light in my life was my mother, and a villain took that away. I was so sad and distraught that when Kachin's parents took me in, they didn't see me as the same Izuku anymore. By the age of 6, I discovered alchemy. The first night I slept in the Bakugo's home, I realized that I could create a human. I could bring my mother back and give her the life that was taken from her. Izuku's face went pale thinking about this. This is where I went wrong. In what way? Izuku pulled out a book to begin listing off things. Water, 35 liters. Carbon, 20 kilograms. Ammonia, 4 liters. Phosphorus, 1.5 kilograms. He continued listing them off before finishing and closing the small book. That is what a normal human is made of according to the chemical equation. When I had all this and created a special circle to transmute it all into my mother, I did it in an abandoned home. This is where I created the ultimate sin I could have. Wait, you tried to? Yes, I tried to bring my dead mother back. Everyone went pale hearing this. Ha! The poor baby misses his Kendo swiftly knocked Monoma unconscious without taking her eyes off the screen. But what did you do for the soul? In my mind, I made it as simple as possible. Something that could spark life. So, I added a drop of my blood to the mix since half of my DNA came from my mother. Ochako lowered her head before asking, Does Bakugo know this? He was watching from the sidelines because I wanted him to see what was going to happen. I should have listened to him when he said something didn't feel right about this. I told him that this was going to happen whether he wanted it to or not. Unsure of what would happen, he stepped aside to watch. As I started the process, it seemed to be going well. Nothing was going wrong, so I kept going. Sadly, this is where I should have walked away. Izuku's face paled as he recalled the memory. The room went dark, and a giant eye appeared in the center. Strange appendages emerged and latched onto my right arm and left leg, taking them from me. The pain of that moment still lingers. Ochako struggled to understand how things had gone so wrong before Izuku continued. It was a rebound. Something was wrong with my calculations, and it was trying to fix it by taking parts from me. But even during all this, I hoped for my mother to come back. I screamed for her, begging for whatever was in the center of the room to hear me. But what was there wasn't my mother. Izuku swallowed hard before explaining, I don't even think I created something human. It was horrifically deformed. In my mind, I brought my mother back, but she struggled to breathe because of how distorted the creation was. I blacked out after that, with Kachin saying I went into a panic before he ran out, calling for help. Fortunately, his mother was nearby and called an ambulance. But she nearly got sick when she saw what I had created. Dear God, I don't even know what to say to that. The vivid explanation was enough to make Midnight's stomach churn, and everyone felt a chill at the thought. So, why do you want the Philosopher's Stone? It's the only way I can get my original body back. I'll only get one final chance for human transmutation. I can't afford to mess up again. Ochako lowered her head, feeling the weight of Izuku's desperation to bring back his mother. I didn't want to play God. I just wanted to see her smile again. That smile that tells me everything is all right. He stood up to gather his belongings for the guest room. I'll see you in the morning. The screen went black, leaving everyone shaken by what they had just heard. So Midoriyabro's on a quest to find this stone? That's right. Midoriya wants to find a way to return his body to what it was and fix some of the damage he caused. Needless to say, that probably won't happen easily. Why? Hatsume looked at All Might, unsure how to explain. Let's just say, the truth about what a philosopher's stone isn't a pretty one. And that concludes this chapter. The next few will be some of the works I'm already doing or have completed, with the next being Origami Hero. Hope you enjoyed it, and thanks for reading. Alright, this one's going to be about ninjas. How are they related to me though? Izuku asked, scratching his head under the bulky machine. You're the son of the only female member of this group. They somehow were thrown into this era several hundred years from when they originally lived. For various reasons, the woman who gave birth to you gave you up, knowing you'd be better off without her as your mother. But she found you and trained both you and Uraraka in the art of shinobi. Both of you are quite skilled at it. Big deal. Bakuga dismissed this as he sat in his seat. Ochako was also able to defeat you in the sports festival in this. What? Hatsume ignored this as she played with the multiverse. All right, folks, time for the final round to start. I wish you wouldn't scream everything with me next to you, Pain said with an irritated look while Mike started to sweat, recalling what he had done to him earlier in the day. On one side, we have the Master of Origami, Class 1's representative, Izuku Midoriya. And on the other, we have the woman of sound and gravity herself, Class 1's vice representative, Ochako Uraraka. Both Izuku and Ochako stepped into the ring, stretching a little before tightening their headbands. No holds barred, Aizu. Right back at you, Oka. Begin. Right off the bat, both fighters closed the distance between them to start an intense brawl. Each threw punches at the other, only to be caught and countered immediately. Their speed was incredible, leaving the audience struggling to keep up. In an effort to gain ground, both jumped back, leaving the crowd speechless. Can you tell us what's happening? One spectator asked. Pain merely watched and smirked as the two fighters took their stances again. In the time I've known these two, they have fought more times than any of us can remember during training. But today is a day they can go all out. What you are witnessing is years of rigorous training coming to fruition. Both Izuku and Ochako charged back in, each wielding kunai to intensify the brawl. The sound of fists and metal clashing captured the audience's attention, as neither side showed signs of losing their edge. They began to channel chakra into the tips of their weapons, creating blades infused with wind and lightning. As they clashed, the pressure from the wind generated by their strikes was palpable, affecting those in the front row. This is intense, folks. What did you feed these kids? As I mentioned, this is just the beginning of their training's results. Once both blades broke, they exchanged smirks before forming hand signs. What are they doing with their weapons and hands? Someone asked. They're using chakra, Hatsume explained. To put it simply, it's one of their tools for fighting. The hand signs are used to perform jutsus that allow them to manipulate their chakra. Kirishima grasped this to some extent, while Ochako realized something. I have a piercing in this? Yeah. It's a form of respect you both showed for your teachers. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Fire style, flaming dragon jutsu. Both unleash dragon-shaped beasts at each other, steam enveloping the field. Wind style, wind cyclone jutsu. The steam was immediately dispersed by blades of wind directed at Ochako. She quickly activated her Sharingan to dodge and close the gap between her and Izuku, re-entering a heated exchange of fists. This time, Izuku landed a punch to her gut, while Ochako retaliated with a kick to his face. They both stepped back to catch their breath. As they did, Izuku spat blood from his mouth while Ochako cracked her knuckles. Now this is the type of fight I enjoy. I was thinking the same thing. Both laughed as they resumed forming hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. Ochako launched a massive fireball, while Izuku conjured an earth dragon head to unleash bullet-like pieces of earth at it. The collision caused the fireball to implode, sending debris flying everywhere. Both fighters cracked smiles at each other before speaking. Getting tired, Oka? In your dreams? But I think we may need to finish this with our last technique. They began to take unusual stances, recalling a moment from before the tournament. This is crazy! Kaminari exclaimed, watching in awe alongside many of his classmates. It gets better. About 2 weeks ago, Pain instructed them, today, you both will work on mastering one of these two techniques. He revealed the techniques, and both Izuku and Ochako smiled at the challenge. Ochako, you will take the first one since your lightning complements it well. Izuku will take the second, as it requires focus and restraint, which he has disciplined himself in. I must warn you both, these moves are powerful and dangerous, even by our standards. Do not use them unless it's against us, the other using theirs, or an opponent with no chance of winning otherwise. Yes, sir. They both bowed and began their lesson. Back to the present, Ochako started forming hand signs, lightning crackling from her hand with immense power. Focus as much chakra in your hand, then add your lightning nature element to it. Meanwhile, Izuku was channeling a significant amount of chakra into his hands in a rotating pattern. Focus chakra in one hand in a spiraling motion while simultaneously adding more spin and chakra with your other. This is going to be huge. I agree, Blasty. Toga watched in amazement as the two classmates fought with such intensity that she could almost taste it. Get ready, Oka, because I can't hold it anymore. Me neither. Both charged at each other, intent on landing their attacks. Chidori Rasengan. Their techniques collided with tremendous force, creating a blinding light. This is crazy. The audience struggled to see what was happening, some frightened for the two fighters. What kind of jutsus are these? I can't see. The crowd noticed a small burst of light emerging from the area, prompting some to take cover. A silence fell as a loud sonic boom erupted, sending Cementos, Midnight, and Kozu crashing into the walls. Kakuzu report. Kakuzu emerged from the hole he made in the wall, his head still spinning. He surveyed the stadium with unease from the clash that had just occurred. What kind of monsters did you and Conan train, boss? I'm with this guy on that comment, Aizawa remarked, observing the massive explosion. Once the smoke cleared, Ochako and Izuku stood where they had been, both with their hands burned and injured. Their hair obscured their eyes as they began to lose balance. With a thud, Kakuzu announced the outcome. Both are unable to continue. The final match is a draw. The crowd fell silent, unsure of what to believe after witnessing such a spectacle. After a minute, excitement erupted as they realized they had witnessed one of the best showdowns in UA's sports festival in a long time. And there you have it, folks. Uraraka and Midoriya were too evenly matched, resulting in a draw. Medic bots rushed to the field to assist them, leaving Bakugo speechless at their performance. They were hiding this move the entire time? He growled as he headed into the hallway. They've been holding back this entire time. They think they're better than me enough to give me a handicap. Wait, she didn't use that type of power on me during the fight? Nope. She wanted to prove something, so she fought you without using her jutsus and instead relied on her base combat skills. Hatsume smirked as the ash blonde sat down, grumbling to himself. Wow, Uraraka, you're strong. Eri smiled at Ochako, who returned the gesture with a warm smile. Thank you, Eri. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce your winners of today's events. Kakuzu announced as 3 podiums rose to different heights to signify the places. Considering the final match ended in a draw, we held a small match beforehand to determine second place among our 2 third-place contestants. Now, to present the medals are 3 members of the Akatsuki. At that moment, Sasori, Haiden, and Konan stepped forward, each holding medals representing different placements. In third place, we have Ibara Shiozaki. Haiden approached the podium and placed the medal around Shiozaki's neck. Great job, kid. Your hard work has brought you here. You may still be a bit rough around the edges, but your future looks bright if you keep this up. Shiozaki smiled at Haiden's encouraging words and nodded. Thank you, sir. Wait, who is that man to me in this world? Shiozaki asked Hatsume, who looked into it. He's your teacher. He taught you some forms of shinobi combat, along with the redhead, who also instructed Yaoyorozu. Both were impressed to learn that they had received guidance from such notable figures, while some of their classmates wondered if they too had learned from these mentors. In second place, we have Momo Yaoyorozu. Sasori stepped up to the podium and placed the medal around her neck. Well done, Yaoyorozu. While you may not be a puppet master yet, your dedication to your DSPLN has shown that you can grow stronger. Though you didn't win this time, you have nothing to be ashamed of. Keep up your dedication, and you'll surpass your limits. Thank you, Mr. Sasori, Yaoyorozu replied, bowing respectfully, while Sasori smirked at her. Now for the final medals. In first place, we have a tie between Ochako Uraraka and Izuku Midoriya. Konan gracefully floated to the top and smiled at the two. Congratulations to both of you. While you have won today, remember that this does not give you a reason to skip your training. Grow stronger, for those here today will not accept being second to you forever. Yes, ma'am, they replied, bowing as Konan placed the medals around their necks. Before they stood straight, Konan whispered in both their ears, "It's hard to believe you two are the children I helped over 10 years ago." Wait, we've been training with this Konan lady for 10 years? Izuku asked, surprised. Yep. She's also Midoriya's biological mother in this world. Both Izuku and Ochako exchanged glances, realizing they had known each other since childhood. As Konan stepped down from the podium, Kakuzu addressed the crowd with a few final words. For those of you who didn't win today, remember that this spot could be yours if you put in the effort. Now, let's end this with a chant. Go beyond. The excitement in the stadium surged as everyone shouted together, Plus Ultra. As the festival drew to a close, the students were informed they had the next 2 days off to recuperate. While leaving, Bakugo confronted Ochako and Izuku, visibly frustrated. What was that last move about, you guys? Kaken, please just accept the loss and work harder next time. You've been going soft on me, haven't you? Izuku finally snapped, tired of Bakugo's constant arguments. Yes, we have. Do you know why? Because you can't handle us at full power. If we fought you at our best, it would be over in an instant. Now, if we're done, I have something to do. Get out of my way, Katsuki. Izuku's anger flared, mirroring Bakugo's own fury. After a tense stare-down lasting several minutes, Bakugo stormed off, while Izuku and Ochako headed in the opposite direction. The screen faded to black, focusing on Bakugo. What? 10-1 he turns into a villain in this. Agreed. Angry man will become a villain. Go away, you extras. Everyone chuckled and Hatsume glanced down the list she had. Well, this one is unique, Hatsume remarked, drawing everyone's attention. In this scenario, Midoriya marries Uraraka due to an old tradition in her family. We're married? Both Ochako and Izuku exclaimed, capturing everyone's interest in how this happened. Hatsume activated the multiverse for them to glimpse into another world, revealing a shrine. On the beach of Dagoba Municipal, a shrine stood, guarded by a certain family. Unfortunately, due to years of neglect, the shrine had been forgotten by most. However, there remained a secret custom among those who worshipped and protected it. If someone were to clean the shrine with pure intentions, without seeking any reward, they would wed the shrine maiden at that time. Okay, that somewhat explains how we get married, Izuku said, piecing it together. All Might took me to the beach to train during the 10 months leading up to the entrance exams. He had me clean up the beach and I ended up cleaning the entire area. Everyone stared at Izuku in disbelief. You cleaned the whole thing? It's a lovely spot if anyone wants to relax in the summer. On the beach, a shrine maiden named Ochako went about her daily duties near the shrine. Why are people such slobs? She thought, noticing the beach was clear of trash. Did someone clean up? As she approached the shrine, she spotted a green-haired boy tidying up the podium and placing a small offering on it. What are you doing? She asked. The boy turned around in surprise, his eyes widening as he noticed Ochako in her outfit, complete with 5 tails. I was just trying to clean the shrine. Sorry if I disturbed you or anything. She glanced at the shrine, which looked almost as good as new compared to the litter and grime that people allowed to accumulate on the beach. You cleaned the shrine? Why yes. Why? Well, I felt bad for whichever god this belonged to and thought it wasn't right to leave it like that. If it angered them at all, I wanted to give an offering as a way to apologize. Ochako looked at the offering, a small basket of fresh fruit, free of bruises or overripe parts. Wow. I didn't expect to find someone like that. Them Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Ochako Uraraka. I'm the shrine maiden. I also have a quirk called Kyubi that gives me supernatural abilities, 5 tails, and fox ears, if you haven't already guessed. She flaunted her tails, causing Izuku to blush slightly. They're very pretty. Ochako poured holy sake on the shrine before praying and turning to Izuku. I assume you'd want a reward for doing this. No, miss. I just did it because I thought it was right. I didn't want a reward. Ochako looked at Izuku with interest before nodding. Okay, but do you mind coming with me to meet my parents? Okay then. 10-1 Midoriya gets to sleep in her room, Siro remarked with a grin, prompting Mandalay to shoot him an annoyed look. Can we please not say this in front of Koda or Eri? Not even like Deku would know how to impress her, Bakugu smirked, earning a pillow thrown at him by Ochako. What the heck, Bakugu? Shut up. You're a villain in some of these, so you don't get to argue. The ash blonde flipped her off while Ochako moved closer to Izuku. So you cleaned the shrine, huh? Why'd you do it, kid? A muscular man with brown hair asked Izuku as he sat in Ochako's family house. Well, I thought it was the right thing to do. I had already cleaned the beach as part of my training, and I didn't expect any reward. Meeting Uraraka is rewarding enough for me. A woman who resembled an older version of Ochako smiled at this. Ochako, sweetie, could you change? Yes, mother. Ochako bowed before going into another room to put on a unique outfit. You said your name was Izuku Midoriya, right? Yes, ma'am. So you chose to clean our family's shrine simply because you thought it was the right thing to do, with no expectation of reward, correct? That's right. It was part of my training to clean the beach, and I thought it was only fair to clean the shrine as well. Mrs. Uraraka smiled before getting up to pour sake into a bowl. Are you a man of tradition, Midoriya? Sort of. I believe you should treat sacred places with respect and not defile them. Our family has been the protectors of the shrine to Kami no Inari for centuries. Our tradition is for the shrine maiden to wed a man of pure heart who tends to the shrine out of kindness. I can tell when someone is being honest, as the guardian of the shrine. My daughter is the shrine maiden, and you have honored the shrine with your kindness. I ask that you wear this and meet us outside in front of the shrine to Kami no Inari. She handed him a black yukata typically worn in traditional ceremonies, causing Izuku to blush. This is a joke, right? These things don't just happen, do they? In this world, it does apparently, Todoroki commented, while Midnight watched with excitement. Truly a symbol of youth. This is thrilling. How are you a teacher here? I'm certainly no saint, but you're quite the distraction, Dabi remarked as they turned their attention back to the screen showing Izuku and Ochako in front of the Shinto shrine. Izuku felt uneasy as he noticed that no one was joking. They were all taking this seriously. A crowd of red foxes had gathered around to watch them. One fox approached Izuku, wagging its tail as if wanting to play. He petted the fox, which chirped happily before darting off to sit in front of a small model house. The fox walked around the tiny metal house before placing a paw on the roof, turning to stone in an instant. The kami sees you fit to be the next lord of House Inari and to wed our daughter. Had he not, the foxes would have howled and devoured you. A lucky me, Izuku stammered, feeling petrified at the thought of what could have happened. He glanced at Mrs. Uraraka, who poured sake into a dish. She first handed it to Ochako, who took a sip before passing it to Izuku. Unsure of what to do, Izuku drank from the sake, its dull sweetness and strong flavor flooding his senses. With this, you both are now wed in holy matrimony. May the gods shine down on you for generations to come. Wait, but I'm only 15. I'm only 16, what's your point? Ochako replied as All Might approached, noticing the scene. Young Midoriya, what's going on here? Mrs. Uraraka glanced at All Might before looking back at Izuku. I take it this is your father? I knew it. Todoroki shouted, but everyone continued to watch. He's my teacher. Very well then. To answer your question, sir, Izuku and our daughter Ochako have just been married according to our shrine's traditions. Another red fox approached, circling the newlyweds before gazing up at the large blonde hero. Kami no Inari has that tradition, if I remember correctly. I take it you are all worshippers of the fox god? I have a special connection with one of these shrines. I was born under the Shinto shrine in Tokyo. We are, All Might said, patting Izuku on the back. Nicely done, young man. Perhaps I can pull some strings to get your lovely wife here into UA as well. It would be much easier on both your ends if I could. Ochako glanced at her mother, who nodded, then looked back at All Might. It would be an honor, sir. She bowed and assured him it wasn't an issue before making a few calls. After doing so, Izuku's phone buzzed, and his mother told him to come home. This will be an interesting way to explain to Mom why I'm late. I'm sorry, but my mom needs me to come home. Yes. You're coming with me then? I don't really know how this whole marriage thing works. Of course, it's important for me to see my mother-in-law as well and live with my husband. For now, I will take care of the shrine duties for Ochako. Once things settle down, she'll return. Hopefully with a child soon. You two should solidify your marriage so that our shrine will have its next line of protectors. Mrs. Uraraka chuckled, causing Izuku to blush intensely. They walked back to the house with Ochako to grab her things and begin their journey to Izuku's home. Mom, I'm sorry for getting married and not telling you, he thought as they walked from Dagoba to Izuku's home. Midoriya, you lucky guy. You get to sleep with Uraraka in this one. Mineta exclaimed, but was interrupted by Shiozaki, who watched with interest. Ordinarily, I have a problem with violence. However, I will not stand for inappropriate comments and will make an exception in Mineta's case. Since you two are married in this story, I see your union as a tradition and not immoral. Thank you. Izuku replied, a bit confused, as they turned to see him and Ochako in his bed, drifting off to sleep. Izuku couldn't believe what was happening. First, he helped a girl by cleaning her shrine, then he married her with the blessings of their god, and now he was in his bed with his wife, who had almost tried to solidify their marriage a few moments ago. The only positive thing about this entire incident, at least in his mind, was that All Might had allowed both of them to skip the exam, placing them in the same class. Exactly how did all this happen? Ochako's tails began to wrap around him, providing warmth and comfort. She curled up as close as possible, pulling him close with her arms and legs as if he were a cozy pillow. I'm not sure if this will be something I enjoy or feel uneasy about in the future, but at least things could be worse. I could have been chased by foxes instead. He silently laughed as he fell asleep, dreaming of Ochako with their child and a few others beside them, enjoying their life in their own home. "Good night, Izuku," Ochako whispered, nuzzling her face into his shoulder. "Good night, Ochako," he replied, resting his head on hers and falling asleep soon after. The screen went black, and everyone glanced at Izuku and Ochako. "What? You cheeky ones," Ashido laughed before correcting herself. "I guess we should call you cheeky foxes in this case." Everyone chuckled as the two hid their faces in embarrassment. "All right, next world." "This one's definitely strange," Hatsume remarked, drawing everyone's attention. "So apparently in this world only women have quirks, and men are so rare that it's a requirement for them to have as many children as possible." "Sounds like I have several grandbabies in this," Inko commented, prompting the pink-haired inventor to clarify. "You're not Midoriya's mom in this." In reality, he's actually the daughter of a female Aizawa, who found him in an alley as an infant. Aizawa was speechless, realizing he was portrayed as Izuku's parent in this scenario. Not only that, but he was also a woman. "So are all of us women?" Kaminari asked, receiving a nod in response. "I want to see what I look like as a girl. I bet I'm cute." Mineta exclaimed, only to receive a playful reprimand as the screen showed what was happening. Beep beep beep. Izuku began to wake up to the sound of his alarm going off in his room. "Ugh, I don't want to get up yet." The green-haired boy reluctantly hit the alarm and made his way to his mom's room. "Mom, time to get up." "Just let me sleep in, kid. I don't want to get up yet." "Come on, Mom, you'll be late for work if you don't get up now." She completely ignored Izuku and went back to sleep. "Fine then, I just won't feed Yami breakfast today." "Don't even joke about that. That's animal neglect for a majestic cat like him, and you know it." She immediately got up after the teenager threatened to skip feeding their cat. Meow. Izuku picked up the black cat and started heading downstairs. "If you want breakfast, come downstairs when you're done getting ready." "Fine." "Dang, mister, Aizawa is cool in this." Kaminari shouted, earning a glare from the teacher. "Sorry." Izuku headed into the kitchen and grabbed some cat food for Yami before making breakfast for himself and his mother. About 10 minutes later, Shota made it down with her signature yellow sleeping bag in hand. "Couldn't you just leave the sleeping bag at home for once? You scare enough people as it is with your threats to expel them." "Not happening." "Whatever. Here's breakfast." They both started eating before Shota gave Izuku another talk about his future. "So have you decided what you plan to do?" "I already told you, I'm going to become a hero and pass the entrance exams to UA." She sighed before replying, "This wouldn't have anything to do with Katsume going to you, oh would it? Leave Kachan out of this. I'm over her, and she has nothing to do with my dream of being a hero." "Then why don't you date other girls?" "I'm sure any girl would want to date the only man in Japan." "Sai, I just don't want to date anyone. Besides, it takes away from the training that I need to pass with only the binding cloth." "I didn't teach you to use the binding cloth to be a hero. I did it to let you defend yourself." "Now, I don't like pushing this topic, but the country requires you to start a family once you turn 18. So getting as much experience with women will help you understand." I know, it'll help me understand how to treat and interact with women when the time comes." Izuku felt a wave of frustration as he realized Shota was right about the law and his situation. "Look, it's not that I'm against the law or anything. But haven't you thought that maybe I want more than just that? Maybe I want to help this country and its people in a way other than being its sole source of children." The dark-haired woman pinched the bridge of her nose, but Izuku quickly interrupted her. "You know what, I'm late. I'll see you later, and I'll think about the whole dating thing if it makes you happy." He placed his plate in the sink and kissed his mother goodbye before heading out the door. What did Deku mean by the law, and how does a harem come into it? Ochako asked, unsure, while Hatsume chimed in. "Due to the shortage of men, Japan has mandated that any man at the age of 18 must have a harem of at least 7 people. If not, women will be assigned to them, and they will have no choice but to start families. Everyone's eyes widened at this realization, understanding that they or their female counterparts could be part of this harem. Okay class, today we're going to have you fill out future career forms. A teacher entered with a large stack of papers, tossing them into the air. But who am I kidding, you all want to be heroines anyway. Everyone except Izuku and an ash-blonde girl began using their quirks. Yes, you all have amazing quirks. But it's still against the rules to use them in school. Oi, teach, don't lump me in with these extras. They'll be lucky to be sidekicks to some mediocre D-list heroines. What did you say, Bakugo? Yeah, what makes you so special? Oh yes, it says that Bakugo applied for UA. Wait, doesn't that school have like a 3% entrance rate? No way. With that, Izuku's former childhood friend and now former crush felt her ego swell even more. Like the nerd could even date me if I were some bimbo. Bakugo shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Something funny to you all? I'm curious how this turns out, Aizawa remarked as he observed the scene unfold. I aced all the practice tests and crushed all the mock tests. I'm the only one here with what it takes for UA. I'll be the next #1 hero and surpass even All Might. Oh yeah, Aizawa also applied. With that, everyone stared at Izuku before bursting into laughter. No way, Izuku Aizawa? He'll be lucky if the school even lets him take the test, haha. Bakugo approached his desk and slammed her hand down on it. Deku, what makes you think you have the right to steal my spotlight like that? This is exactly why I stopped liking her. She overreacts to everything. I didn't steal anything from you, Kachin. Nobody said it was a rule that only females could enroll in the school. Drop out now. It'll save you the embarrassment of failing the exam. Izuku met her gaze and replied, make me. Alright, that's enough you two. Aizawa, I suggest you enroll in another school since there's a good chance you'll fail. Of course, you would say that to me and step in when I was defending myself. Not like it would be a problem when Kachin blows my desk up and is prepared to take me down. Izuku took a moment to calm down before refocusing on the teacher. Looking back now, the teacher did kind of play favorites, Bakugo stated, and Izuku accepted her words without argument. At the end of school, Izuku started to put his things away when Bakugo approached his desk and slammed her hand down. Oi nerd, we're not done yet. Look, if you have that much of a problem with me going to UA, then that's your issue. I have better things to do than listen to your rants. He reached for his notebook, but Bakugo snatched it first. Hero analysis, huh? Can you please give it back? He tried to grab it, but she used her quirk to damage it to an almost unusable state and threw it out the window. Come on, charring it was one thing, but throwing it out the window was overkill. I mean it, Deku, drop out of UA now. It'll save you a whole bunch of embarrassment by trying to be more than what you're expected to be. She started to walk out the door but paused in the frame. There is a way for men to get quirks, though. Izuku listened intently. Take a swan dive off the highest building you can and hope you're born a girl with a quirk in the next life. He clenched his fists and stared her down. What, you want to go? Izuku stood silently, looking down at the floor. That's what I thought. Now go and be a good little breeding horse and do what you're made to do. She doesn't even see me as a person. I'm ashamed to admit I liked her at one point. He waited a moment before heading down to retrieve what was left of his notebook from the pond below the classroom. Once he got it, Izuku tried to salvage whatever he could before taking the long way home to clear his head. Bakugo. Explain. Aizawa didn't want to waste time with Bakugo's excuses. Look, get off my back. The nerd's got powers now, so it's not an issue anymore, and he's as tough as me. This comment surprised everyone as they turned to see Izuku on the roof with a female All Might. And no, I don't think a male can be a hero. We're put in constant danger on the job, and your main objective is to keep our race alive the best way you can. Even if you weren't a man, I would say you need a quirk to be one. If you really want to help, be a police officer. They may be looked down on, but they handle transporting the villains we defeat. Izuku felt his world shatter after hearing All Might's answer. It's not wrong to dream, just make sure your dreams are realistic. Once she shut the door, he fell to his knees, realizing that any hope of being a hero was nothing more than a distant fantasy. Izuku started to laugh while tears streamed down his face. I should have known. I'm just a regular guy, and we're nothing more than tools for survival. He glanced over to the ledge, recalling Bakugu's words. If I were reborn as a girl, would I have a quirk? Could I fulfill my dream then? He looked over the railing, contemplating the drop below. I definitely wouldn't survive this. I could end it all and nobody would care. Life would just go on as if I never existed. I could save my mom a lot of future troubles, and Kachin wouldn't be bothered by me stealing her spotlight. Nobody in this world would actually care if I did it. As he thought about what he was about to do, he hesitated at the last moment. Of course you couldn't do it, coward. Oh, thank goodness he didn't. Yaoyorozu sighed deeply, relieved to see Izuku step back from the ledge. That was a rather hypocritical answer, All Might. Given your current state, it seems a bit inconsiderate, Nizu remarked, hoping to make the former pro reflect on his earlier words. It truly was deplorable. Izuku began to wander aimlessly through the town, subconsciously making his way toward a scene involving a villain. Guess my old habits die hard. He observed the chaos with little concern, only to realize that the villain was the same one All Might had been chasing before. Isn't that the same villain? He wondered aloud. Wait, then where is she? He looked around and noticed that the heroines were unable to act. Why aren't they doing anything? I heard the villain has a hostage. A hostage? Oh no, someone is suffering because of my selfishness. Izuku turned his gaze to the villain, spotting a brunette struggling to free herself from the slime creature's grasp. For just a moment, he saw the sheer terror in her eyes. Kid, what are you doing? He heard someone shout, but he was already running toward the villain without realizing it. You again. Die. The villain lunged at him, but he dodged the attack and threw his bag at the creature's face, getting close enough to help the girl escape. I'm sorry, I couldn't just stand by. All I could see was your face, pleading for help. He smiled, feeling a surge of determination. I just couldn't bear to see someone in need go without being saved. The sludge villain attempted to strike again, but Izuku was already focused on the girl. Save the boy. She'll kill him. He felt something warm wash over him. No way, Siro exclaimed as everyone watched in disbelief. Arg. Izuku glanced over to see the slime villain engulfed in flames, but he wasn't the only one affected. It feels warm, but it doesn't burn? Seizing the moment, he pulled the girl free from the villain's grasp and dashed to safety. I did it, he murmured before collapsing, his last memories before blacking out being of Death Arms and Kamui Woods defeating the villain. I guess even in this world, Midoriya is an amazing person to risk his life for others, Tsu remarked, prompting nods from everyone. Izuku began to wake up in a hospital bed, his head pounding. You're finally awake, I see. He turned to see his mother sitting cross-legged in a chair. What happened? It's a long story, but you saved someone and passed out afterward. As Izuku recalled the incident, he remembered the strange flames that had surrounded him. Mom, something happened when I saved the girl. My body was engulfed in flames, but it didn't hurt. I saw it on TV. I also asked them to check you for a quirk. Simply put, you have not one but 2 quirks. Wait, are you sure they didn't make a mistake? They had checked it multiple times, and each result confirmed the same thing. He had a telekinetic quirk and an elemental quirk. Izuku sat in bed, astonished by what Shota had just revealed. Now that that's settled, there's someone who wants to say hello to you. Say hello to me? The pro went outside and motioned for someone to come in. It's me. Ochako shouted joyfully as she entered, the girl he now knew as Uraraka. Hi. My name's Ochako Uraraka, and thanks for saving me. Yua, and no problem. I was just doing what was right, he stammered, a bit flustered by her presence. If you're not busy, would you? Are you trying to ask my son out on a date, perhaps? His mother interjected, causing Ochako's face to turn bright red. Yes, she admitted shyly. Izuku immediately tried to decline, not wanting to engage in anything like that, but Shota covered his mouth. He would love to. In fact, he would deem it an honor to escort a pretty girl like yourself anywhere. How about a cafe nearby tomorrow afternoon? Here's his contact info. Please call him and let him know when and where you would like to go. With that, Uraraka left, exchanging contact information with Izuku. Mom, why did you do that? A pretty girl just asked you out on a date. You're going to treat her to a nice afternoon tomorrow and try to build a relationship with her. Forget about Hatsume for once and enjoy an outing with someone who wants to know you better. Sigh, fine, if it gets you off my back, I'll do it. The screen went black as everyone erupted in applause. Yay! Ashido cheered, and questions about this universe began to fly. Eventually, they moved on to another universe. And that concludes this chapter. This one might be a little hard for the kids to see, Hatsume said, prompting Aizawa to take Eri and Koda into another room. When he returned, Mandalay asked about her comment. So what exactly is so troubling about this universe that you needed them to leave? First off, this one has a race of beings that hunt and eat humans to survive called ghouls. Midoriya is a half-ghoul who has faced torment since childhood at the hands of his father. He grapples with deep-seated issues while being pursued for being one of the most formidable ghouls known. Izuku raised his hand, questioning, "Am I good or evil in this?" You're somewhat indifferent, mainly because you have to deal with scrutiny from the entire class while keeping your role in the organization you founded for coexistence between both species a secret. What's the name of the organization? Ida asked, prompting the pink-haired girl to respond. Truce. The screen displayed Inko entering her home. After discussing the possibility of starting a distribution route for synthetic meat in the 20th ward with Mr. Yoshimura, Inko returned home, contemplating her next steps to help. Maybe I should ask Itori if anyone in her ward would be interested in creating a small area for the synthetic meat. No, that could complicate things for us. What we really need is a benefactor willing to cover the costs of the ingredients. Sigh, who knows when one will show up at our doorstep. As she inserted her keys into the door, she noticed it was unlocked. Hello, she thought, I'm sure I locked it before I left. Mr. Arima? Yuta? Is anyone here? Inko ventured further inside, sensing something was off. She cautiously drew the gun Arima had given her for protection and slowly entered the living room, finding it empty. Just as she was about to leave, a voice she dreaded echoed through the room. Hello, Inko. Long time no see. Who is that guy? Hisashi Midoriya. Inko's ex-husband and the one who tormented her son at a young age to mold him into a weapon. Tetsu began to panic as he watched their confrontation unfold. In a rush of fear, Inko pulled her arm back, aiming the gun at him. Ayah! But she was too slow. In a swift motion, Hisashi struck her arm, causing her to stumble to the ground in pain. Desperately, she reached for the gun with her remaining arm, but he kicked her in the face. That's just cruel, Setsuna remarked, and everyone nodded in agreement. To think you still have some fight left in you. Hisashi seized Inko's arm, crushing the gun and taking a vicious bite out of it. It doesn't matter though. You're just a shadow of your former self. Blood and remnants of the gun splattered onto Inko's face as he continued, I'm heading to UA to eliminate All Might. I just stopped by to see your reaction as I plan to tear apart that failed spawn you call a son. Inko felt her face go pale. That's it. That's the look. The thought of Izuku's hard work going to waste while you sit here, as useless as the person you've become. He laughed as Inko's vision began to blur. But don't worry. Once I'm done with him, I'll return to finish you off. Tada! He left, leaving Inko struggling to rise. I have to warn Izuku. She fumbled for her phone and called Yuta. Hello. Yuta. Izuku's in danger. His father is going to kill him at UA. Inko, are you alright? You sound like you're in pain. I'll be fine. He just injured my arm. Inko fought to stay conscious while Yuta remained calm. How serious is it? She glanced at the injury, noticing it was high up on her arm. Almost to the shoulder. You need to listen carefully. You're going to bleed out if you don't act quickly. Head to the kitchen and heat an iron pan. She stumbled into the kitchen, trying to stay awake. Find something to bite down on. Inko grabbed a washcloth. Now for the hard part. You need to press the hot pan against the wound to seal it. I'll count to 5 so you know when to stop. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the pan and pressed it to her injury, fighting through the excruciating pain. Muffled screams. Keep going. 5. She released the pan and immediately retched into the sink from the agony. Did it close up? Inko checked her arm and saw no blood dripping. Yeah. She sank to the floor, leaning against the counter. I'm going to get help for Izuku and call an ambulance for you. Yeah. Inko began to fade, her thoughts consumed with worry for Izuku. Please. Be safe. Jesus, what happened? Shiro exclaimed as Inko clutched her arm. Trust me, you probably saved your life right there, Dabi said as the scene shifted to the USJ, where Izuku noticed Hisashi and smirked. You have no idea how long I've waited for this day. Izuku summoned his Kakaku Kagun, severing the rinkaku that had been embedded in him. As it detached, the wound healed at an astonishing rate. Not bad. Good thing I ate before coming here. Hisashi tossed aside an arm that bore several bite marks, the severed end cleanly sliced off. Does this look familiar? The members of Truce who remained in the front watched in horror at the sight of the arm belonging to the one person they feared for. You monster! Izuku charged, stabbing his father through the chest and slicing at him repeatedly. Hisashi laughed, blood splattering everywhere. This is disturbing. I agree, Dark Shadow said. It gets even worse, Hatsume added, drawing everyone's attention. You know, I left her there when I cut her arm off. To add insult to injury, I even kicked her in the face. She had a huge gash and a swollen eye when I left. I left her alive, but I doubt she is anymore. I'll make you pay for what you did to my mother. Izuku stabbed Hisashi multiple times, the final blow aimed at his head. Is this really the best you can do? I thought I put more effort into you than this pathetic performance. Hisashi retaliated, ripping Izuku's arm off and sending him crashing into the ceiling. Furata leaped up, stabbing him in the stomach with a quinqua, nearly slicing him in two. Izuku recovered and retaliated with a punch to Furata's gut. Afterward, he grabs him and slams him into the ground to cushion his landing. Ouch! Izuku stomps down on Furata's chest repeatedly, hearing the sound of bones cracking. He only stops when Hisashi uses an Akakagun to unleash a flurry of sharp projectiles that pierce Izuku, causing him to stagger back. Furata seizes the opportunity to grab Izuku's foot and bring him down to the floor. Now that you're where you belong, let's recap your past, son. What's 1,000 minus 7? Izuku attempts to use a Bikaku to stab Hisashi, but it fails, slicing through his legs instead and leaving him unable to walk. Gah! You coward! Hisashi smirks, grabbing Izuku's face and lifting his head before slamming it onto the floor, causing a sickening thud. The entire class winces at the sight. Now, what's 1,000 minus 7? Hisashi releases Izuku's head, staring at him with a twisted smile. Izuku spits defiantly at his father. Go to hell. Tisk, I thought you had better manners. Hisashi reaches into Izuku's chest, and the sound of Izuku's scream echoes in the room, sending shivers down the spines of even the villains who were frozen in place, watching the horror unfold. Why does he keep asking the same question, and what's happening to Midoriya? Togata asks, prompting Hatsume to explain. During his ordeal, Midoriya was forced to count backwards from 1,007s. It kept his mind occupied but intensified his suffering. Those are Kagun weapons unique to ghouls, varying from one to another, made from their own cells. Some in the room felt uneasy as they continued to watch. Pant, you'll regret this. Izuku uses a Rinkaku Kagun to strike Hisashi again. Haven't you learned? Hisashi retaliates, throwing Izuku into the wall where the class stands. The students and teachers watch in horror as Izuku's battered body slides down, leaving a trail of blood. What truly unsettles everyone is the sight of Izuku's heart and lungs still moving, indicating he is somehow still alive. Midoriya! Ochako rushes toward her friend, fear gripping her heart. Midoriya, say something. Izuku can only cough up blood, clearly in dire condition. So he even fell in love with a human. How low can he get? Hisashi strides up the stairs, leaving the class in shock at the realization that this man is Izuku's father. Get away, you monster. How could you do this to your own son? This outcry makes everyone feel nauseous, knowing the truth about Hisashi. Easy. I just tore him apart like when he was a kid. Haha. The crowd begins to tremble at his words, the villains deeming this act pointless and leaving through a portal. Even the Iyajirai and Truce members fighting pause to witness this nightmare. You know, Izuku, I might have been wrong about how to make you the perfect weapon. I found something you care for more than your own life, people you want to protect. In a desperate attempt to stop Hisashi, Kai, Dabi, Himiko, and Nijire attack him simultaneously. Their efforts fail as Hisashi grows several arms to seize them. So we're good in this? Toga exclaims with excitement as Nijire notices herself wearing a mask. What's with the masks? Ghouls wear them to avoid being recognized when hunting or fighting, and yes, you're good in this, blonde. Now, who should I eliminate first? Should I start with the doctor, the spy, or the others? Ochako watches as Izuku struggles to move. Midoriya, can you hear me? Pant yeah. Ochako begins to unzip her jumpsuit slightly to reveal her shoulder to Izuku. We need you. Please. But if I do, I'm betraying my own code of ethics. I know. But would you rather hold on to your ethics and watch everything you care about go up in flames, or temporarily set them aside to save everyone? Ochako gently guides Izuku's mouth toward her shoulder. Please, Midoriya, we need you to survive. I need you to survive. Tears fall from Ochako's eyes as she pleads with him. I can't let you die. You're too good to die. Even if you can be a JRK sometimes, you still help people when they turn against you. Sniffle, you aren't a monster like your father or the things people call ghouls. So please, Izuku, eat and defeat this guy. I know, I'll take out the one who thinks she can show off. Hisashi sends a kagun toward Ochako's head, and everyone is too terrified to move. But just before it reaches her, the kagun is severed, along with the extra limbs holding the members of Truce. At the end of the stairs, Izuku stands, using a kagun to support himself, pulling his severed limbs back into place. They reattach to his body, and he begins to recover from his injuries. This is going to be a major turnaround, Kirishima announced as everyone prepared for the fight to begin. Thank you, Uraraka. You tasted much better than that guy, Izuku said, wiping some blood from his face while Hisashi glared at him. Gore, you filthy little brat. Hisashi unleashed his kagun, but Izuku deftly deflected it and seized him. He brought Hisashi down to the floor, creating a noticeable indent before throwing him away. As Hisashi struggled to regain his footing, Izuku's heel connected with his temple. In a desperate attempt to stop him, Hisashi grabbed Izuku's leg, but Izuku twisted it, revealing a gruesome injury before spinning to send Hisashi crashing to the ground. Hisashi quickly twisted his leg back into place, healing it as if nothing had happened. After everything you put me through, did you really think I wouldn't fight back? I'm going to be sick from watching this, Tamaki said, trying to suppress his nausea. You're dead. Hisashi roared, beginning to transform into a monstrous version of himself. I'll take you all down. And when I'm done, I'll feast on your remains for messing with me. Hisashi's body grew to an enormous size, his head nearly touching the ceiling of the vast plaza as he glared down at Izuku. So you finally show your true face, Izuku said, snapping his fingers. It's revolting to think I'm related to someone like you. Hisashi stomped down on Izuku, but he dodged and ran up Hisashi's body. Hisashi's tail transformed into a serpent, attempting to bite him, but Izuku evaded it, climbing higher as multiple heads tried to catch him. Izuku smiled as he skillfully dodged, reaching the top head. In a surprising twist, he transformed into a giant creature himself, ready to rip Hisashi from his monstrous form. Midoriya can turn into a monster? Everyone exclaimed, witnessing the unexpected turn of events. Izuku seized Hisashi and tossed him onto the plaza floor. Now, he said, summoning Rinkaku Kaguns to pierce Hisashi's limbs, pushing further up his body. Jaya! Hisashi screamed. What's 1,000 minus 7? Izuku cracked his fingers, twisting and prodding at Hisashi's body with his kagun. I can't hear you? Eha! Izuku continued, leaving Aojirai stunned as they realized this fight was not going as they had anticipated. 972. Hisashi began to lose his composure under the relentless pain, while Izuku looked at him with an emotionless expression. After all this time of you tormenting me, you're the one suffering now. It's a pity, really. Izuku glanced at Ferrata, who was trying to escape to reclaim his mask. I'm taking this back, Ferrata said, fear evident in his eyes. I guess this is where we part ways, Hisashi. Goodbye. Ferrata fled, and Izuku turned his focus back to Hisashi. You wanted to eat us, huh? Well, you'll get what's coming to you. Izuku leaned in with an intense gaze. When I consume you instead. He opened his mouth, preparing to take a bite out of Hisashi's neck. But just then, a pair of hands wrapped around him, warmth soaking through his back. Izuku, stop. If you keep going, I don't think I could tell who's the monster between the two of you anymore. Just please. Stop. Izuku snapped back to reality, seeing Ochako in tears, with him on top of Hisashi, who was beaten and bloodied, his mask in Izuku's hands. He began to pant, momentarily losing himself to the darkness within him. Uraraka. Thank you for stopping me from crossing this line. Izuku's tears flowed freely, revealing the depth of his emotions, leaving his classmates in awe. The boy they had underestimated had just prevented someone from killing them and was now on the brink of a mental breakdown. One thought echoed in their minds, what is this guy, and how can he be so unstable? The screen faded to black, leaving everyone in stunned silence. That was intense. Bakugo was the first to break the silence, while the others processed the fact that the sweet and innocent Izuku had shown such cruelty. So Midoriya's hated by us? Ida asked, turning to Hatsume for clarification. You all judged him just because he's a ghoul. So yes, that's correct. Many felt a wave of shame wash over them as Hatsume moved on to the next multiverse. Now this one sounds interesting. Everyone turned to Hatsume as Koda and Eri returned to the common area. So Midoriya's dad is a man named Portgasti, Ace, also known as the Firefist. A pirate who died before his birth at a place called Marineford. Little did the world government know, he had a child with a woman who gave birth to Izuku a few months after his execution. This revelation shocked everyone as the screen began to play. The broadcast of Portgasti, Ace's execution aired worldwide. However, no one felt the grief more than a woman named Inko Midoriya. Inside her, she carried the last living connection to the man. It had been a one-night stand with the Firefist, but she believed he hadn't acted without reason. The man left her with a way to remember him and a means to reach out if she ever wished. However, when she finally found the courage to contact him, Inko discovered Ace had been captured and she could never see him again. When she witnessed the man she loved being struck down, she nearly lost her sanity. Yet, she persevered and gave birth to a healthy baby boy 5 months after the execution. She decided to name the child Izuku and keep his father's identity a secret, even going so far as to conceal his last name. I truly went to great lengths to protect Izuku, she explained. If there was evidence that Ace had a son, they would execute both the child and his mother as soon as they found them. You see, Ace was the son of the former pirate king, Dalda Roger. Hatsume clarified as they watched Izuku, at age 4, manifest flames in his home. Mom, look what I can do! Izuku exclaimed, showing his mother the flames dancing from his hand, causing her to go pale. Inko knelt down to Izuku's level and spoke softly, Izuku, no matter what happens, I want you to promise me that you will never show this power to anyone. But why? He asked, confusion in his eyes. This power belongs to your father, and he was not a man who followed the law. While he wasn't a bad person, he made choices that put him in danger. To keep you safe, I need you to never use your fire again. We can even say you're quirkless if it helps. Izuku nodded, and his mother smiled gently. I'm sorry, Izuku, but please understand this is for your own good. So Deku pretends he's quirkless? Ochako asked, and Hatsume nodded. It's easier for people not to find him if there's no evidence linking him to Ace. The less he falls into that category, the less likely he is to be interrogated. But that doesn't mean it will work forever. The scene shifted to the USJ, where a man in a marine outfit burst through the doors. Everyone froze as what looked like lava surged through the entrance. So this is the new crop of heroes. Not a bad hiding spot, he remarked, smirking at the group trying to escape the flood zone. You're a tough kid to find. But the hiding is over. Izuku went pale as he recognized the man. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki Akainu. He walked into the center of the facility, drawing the attention of the villains. Who the hell are you? You're not invited here, says the man who crashed this place. Akainu retorted, angering Shigaraki, who commanded the Nomu to attack. The beast released Izuku and charged at Akainu. Suddenly, Akainu's arm transformed, appearing to turn to magma. Before anyone could react, he punched the creature, reducing it to a pile of ash before their eyes. The screams echoed throughout the USJ, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. No way! Who is this guy? Izuku felt panic rising within him, haunted by the image of his father in danger. So this guy was the one who killed Mito's father? Someone asked. Yes. He's a Marine who enforces the law to the extreme. He wouldn't hesitate to eliminate his own subordinates if necessary. So you're his son, Akainu said, approaching Izuku, his footsteps echoing ominously. Each step filled the green-haired boy with dread. Before anyone could react, the man seized Izuku, throwing him to the ground and pinning him there with his foot on his chest. Midoriya! Aizawa and others rushed down, preparing to confront Akainu. What are you doing to our friend? Kirishima shouted, but Akainu turned his attention to Izuku. You didn't tell them yet, did you? He lifted Izuku by his neck for everyone to see. Tell us, boy, who is your father? Izuku struggled to respond, gasping for breath. I don't know. He left my mother and me before I was born. Akainu tightened his grip, prompting everyone to prepare for a fight. If you won't tell them, I will. You and your mother were clever to keep your connection to him a secret. When he was alive, your father was a scourge of the sea. But among all those he met, your mother was the only one he cared for. She did the unthinkable by carrying the child of a man who was executed shortly after. The UA staff rushed into the facility as Akainu revealed Izuku's father's identity. Your father's name is Portgastil Ace, the firefist and 2nd Division commander of the former Whitebeard pirates. Silence fell as everyone processed the shocking revelation. Izuku was the sole survivor of the firefist. Oh, this won't end well, Kirishima said, fear creeping into his voice. That's wrong. I don't have a father. Izuku protested. You can deny it all you want, but that's the truth and you know it. The classmates exchanged looks of disbelief and fear. Midoriya's the son of Fire Fist. Ida began to back away, while many others stared at him in shock. He's lying. Then let's show them the truth. Akainu pointed a weapon at Izuku's head. What are you doing to my student? Aizawa shouted, agitated. If he dies, it's a tragedy. If he lives, it's proof. He pulled the trigger and everyone looked away in horror. What is wrong with this guy? Kaminari shouted in anger, but then they all turned back to see what had happened. Izuku's head was engulfed in flames, yet he continued to struggle. Akainu released him and began transforming his weapon into magma. Wait, so it's all true? Shiro asked, shock evident on his face. Izuku crawled back as fast as he could, with Akainu approaching him menacingly. That's proof enough. Now you can either come with me or face the consequences. I appreciate you bringing this to light, Fleet Admiral, but I'd rather you not take such drastic measures with a child. Nizu stepped in front of Akainu, who looked irritated. Are you going to obstruct justice? I am upholding my duties as a teacher of this school. As long as young Midoriya does nothing wrong, you are the one in the wrong here. I am upholding the law and protecting this world from its greatest threat. You came here with the intent to harm a student at this school. As long as he poses no threat, I will not allow you to harm my student or remain in your position if you do so. Way to go, Principal Nizu. Ashido shouted as they watched Akainu walk away. So Midoriya is the son of a villain? Not exactly, Ida. Midoriya is the son of a man who is a pirate. Though they aren't looked at favorably, pirates aren't technically evil like villains. They're kind of like vigilantes. Some are good, others. Well, you get the point, Hatsume explained as the scene shifted to inside a classroom where Izuku began to explain himself. I'm sorry I lied to you all. But if I had revealed who I really was, it would have forced Akainu to come find me. That's not much of a problem now since he already knows. Izuku sighed before continuing. As he said, my real father is Portgus D. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the former Whitebeard Pirates. When he met my mother, he was searching for Marshal D. Teach, who had committed a crime against one of the crewmates. During his travels, he met my mother while following a lead. One thing led to another, and, well, I don't think I need to elaborate. Everyone fell silent until Bakugu spoke up. Then why did you say you didn't have any powers growing up? The fire fist I hold would have given away who I was related to. Many looked at Izuku with anger and disappointment for lying to them. Ida was one of the first to speak. So you lied to us from the very beginning about yourself, are the son of a notorious figure, and now you want us to believe you aren't a threat? Midoriya, I am so sorry for anything I may be doing in this world. For it is not me. I don't take it offensively. Please understand that I didn't want to lie to any of you about who I am. But if I had told you, my life would have been at risk. And how do you know our lives wouldn't be at risk because of your choice? Hagakure interjected, tears welling in Izuku's eyes. I didn't want to hurt anyone. I just wanted to be a hero. To be honest, man, I don't think you should be a hero if your dad's the Fire Fist. Several agreed with Kaminari's comment until one person stood up, visibly upset. What is wrong with all of you? Ochako was furious with her classmates. Deku has proven that he isn't a bad person more than once. If he was someone we should be afraid of, why would you all be worried for him when the marine guy came at him ready to attack? It's not his fault he's the Fire Fist's son, so stop acting like it is. A few other classmates stood up to agree. To be honest, I don't think Midoriya is that bad, one said. Yumomo's right. It's not right for us to treat him this way. Jairu and Yaoyorozu stood up to defend their friend, followed by Tsu. I think he's not bad either. If he were, then Mineta and I would be in serious trouble right now. The last two to stand were Kirishima and Ojiro. Yeah, it's unmanly to judge Midoriya just because he's the son of someone we deem a villain. Besides, the Fire Fist was a formidable figure who worked for probably the most respected man out there. I kind of agree with Kirishima. The Whitebeards may seem bad from the Marines' perspective, but they really aren't if you look at what they actually did. To be honest, they tied up loose ends that the Marines let slip and continue to let slip. Wow, the Marines really dropped the ball with this, Kendo remarked, her class amazed at the unfolding situation. Those who didn't believe Izuku was safe left the classroom, while those who did remained. Unfortunately, you need to prove not only to your classmates but also to the world that just because you are the Fire Fist's son and the grandson of the late Pirate King, you aren't dangerous. Yes, sir. Izuku and the others began to walk out of the room, sadness etched on Izuku's face. It's okay, Deo. Everyone else will come around. That's not it. I've got 3 years before UA can't protect me anymore. If I want to free myself from my father's reputation, I need to show the world that I'm not a bad person and that I can be a hero. So what are you going to do? Izuku looked at his hand before activating his flames. I'm going to be the Fire Fist hero. I will use this power to prove I'm a hero and that the Marines thinking I'm a villain are wrong. The group walked out of the building and began to head their separate ways. The screen went black and everyone clapped. So my dad's one of the most notorious people out there? Yep, Hatsume replied, looking down the line for another multiverse that seemed interesting. And that finishes this chapter. So what is this one about? Kodai asked as he saw Hatsume begin to prepare something. This one is about Midoriya, Uraraka, Kodai, Shiozaki, Ashido, Yaoyorozu, and Tokage being put in the wilderness before humans existed because of an invention I made going horribly wrong. Something tells me this wasn't by their choice, everyone thought as Hatsume continued to explain. In short, they're stuck in the past with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Mandalay overheard this and suggested to Aizawa that they grab the kids. Koda. I think you both should go somewhere else so you don't see something you shouldn't. As they left, Shiro had an idea that everyone would probably prefer. He grabbed Mineta and taped him to a chair, covering his mouth, eyes, and ears. Everyone turned around as the screen began to start. The scene showed a land covered in greenery. As it zoomed in, 7 figures came into view, 1 boy and 6 girls. Ugh. The boy was none other than Izuku, waking up. Where am I? He looked around to notice a bunch of scraps along with the other 6. It took him a moment to realize they were in the middle of a forest, and none of them were wearing anything. What is happening? Nice muscles, Mido, Ashido teased, causing Izuku to blush. One by one, the girls began to wake up and assess their surroundings. Where are we? Ochako asked, panic rising as she realized she wasn't wearing anything. I'm not sure. The last thing I remember is going to sleep in my room, and now I'm here. Setsuna replied, stretching out her legs, making Izuku look away in embarrassment. I wonder what happened and why we're all without any clothes? Ibra remarked, noticing the deepening red on Izuku's face. Hey, could we find something to cover up? I'm a little cold. Uraraka's right. Let's find something to, Momo started, but was interrupted by Mina shouting about finding a letter. Look what I found. She handed it to Momo, who began to read it aloud. Something tells me this has to do with an experiment Hatsume had for Midoriya, Kirishima speculated, and many nodded in agreement. Dear everyone involved. This can't be good, Momo paused, realizing how it began. Due to your participation in one of my most recent experiments, I have sent you all to a time long before ours. My goal was to discover if time travel was possible to learn more about the world that existed before ours. However, something went wrong, and the return port I used has been destroyed in a massive backlash. Well, that explains why we're here, but why are we naked? Yui questioned, prompting Momo to continue reading. During the incident, there was an issue where non-organic matter disintegrated, resulting in the port being destroyed. I am working on a way to bring you back as I speak, so please stay safe and gather as much information as possible while I fix my invention. Can you at least not drag us into your experiments without our consent? Ochako said, annoyed, while Hatsume only laughed it off. So we're in the past. Why don't I see any dinosaurs then? Setsuna asked just as vibrations shook the ground. The group looked up to see a gigantic brachiosaurus in front of them. Holy cow! They began running as fast as they could to escape the open area, fearing what else they might encounter. Over there! Izuku pointed to a cave, and they all rushed inside for safety. As they caught their breath, Momo shouted in frustration, "What is going on in that woman's head to put us all here?" Ibra then noticed something on Izuku's thigh. Midoriya, what is that on your leg? Setsuna looked down and said, I don't think that's just a worm, Shiozaki. It looks more like something Izuku has been hiding from us. The sound of Izuku's head hitting the ground echoed as everyone realized what had been revealed. Oh my, I didn't know a guy could be so impressive, Momo said, a mix of embarrassment and surprise in her voice. Hey, Ochako, if you don't want Mido, I'll gladly take him off your hands. Mina. The two began to bicker about what they had seen while Izuku turned around, trying to cover himself. Sorry. I didn't mean for it to be like this. Izuku exclaimed, keeping his back to the girls. Can we focus on the serious matter at hand? We're in the middle of nowhere with prehistoric beasts roaming around. We need to find food, water, and clothes, Yui suggested, and most agreed. But wouldn't we be better off without clothes? Ashido chimed in. I think populate is the better term here since we are before modern humans, Momo corrected, starting to fashion a makeshift loincloth for Izuku. This should help you not worry about us seeing anything. Izuku thanked her and put it on. Still worth the view. Tokage said, whistling, while Shiozaki prayed for forgiveness for what she had seen. I'm going to find something for everyone to wear. If you girls can find food, maybe we can manage this situation, Izuku said as he left the cave. Before he went, Ochako asked Momo to make her something to cover up as well before running out to help Izuku. I'll come too, Deku. The duo stepped out to talk. So do you think we'll be stuck here long? Ochako asked. Hard to say, Uraraka. Knowing Hatsume, it could be a while. A frown crossed Ochako's face at this. Hey, Deku. Yeah. I have something I need to say that's been on my mind for a while. Izuku turned to her, curious. What is it? You see, I've been kind of interested in you for a while, and since I don't know how long we'll be here and the situation isn't great, I wanted to get this off my chest. Think. I like you. Yes. Ashido shouted in joy, hearing this. What? You all know this has been a long time coming. Izuku was at a loss for words. Here was the girl he liked confessing to him, something he had always dreamed of. Thanks, Uraraka. I like you too. They both blushed, unsure of what to do next. So, does this mean we're a couple? Ochako asked, uncertain. Izuku wrapped his arms around her. I guess it does. Ochako smiled and placed a gentle kiss on Izuku's lips, sealing their relationship. We should probably find materials to make clothes now. If we don't, I think Mina will get suspicious or we might run into another dinosaur that isn't just interested in plants. Right. The two ran off into the forest to search for something suitable. Little did they know, they were being watched from above. Setsuna's head peeked out from the trees, spying on them. Now this is interesting. Everyone looked at Tokage, who wore a sly smirk. What? My quirk works well in these situations. Don't judge me, the woman said, her words hanging in the air as Izuku and Ochako returned to discuss their situation with the group. Okay, can you run that by me one more time? That sounded a bit off, Izuku replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. Mina, playfully adorned with leaves for modesty, chimed in, what I meant was, you're going to be our boyfriend from now on. Why is Deku everyone's boyfriend? The only one who is actually his girlfriend right now is me, Ochako protested. Allow me to explain, Uraraka. As far as we know, we may never return to our time. So for now, we might need to consider living as one group, Mina continued. And since Midoriya is the only guy here and none of us are interested in women. At least not in that way, Setsuna added, a mischievous glint in her eye. Anyway, we might be stuck here, and Midoriya is the only one who can help us with our needs if you catch my drift. How shameful, Setsuna. For that, you should have 30 whacks with a wet noodle, Yui interjected, shaking her head. As long as it's his noodle, he can whack me all he wants, Setsuna shot back, causing Yui to facepalm before walking over to Izuku. I'm sorry this has to happen. If there's anything we can do to make this less awkward, we can try, she said earnestly. Izuku sighed, I don't blame you, but this is a lot to take in all at once. Can we at least put this aside for now? We need to focus on survival first. We don't even have a stable source of food and water yet, and you're all talking about the future. Midoriya has a point, Momo added, helping to ease the tension. For now, our main issue is survival. We can discuss the future when we're more stable. Ugh, I wanted to taste something good soon. Guess that desire will have to wait, Setsuna said, leaving to find food. Mina leaned closer to Ochako and whispered, Don't worry, Ochako. You can have the first taste. Just save a little for me when you're done. Ochako turned bright red, prompting Izuku to ask, Are you all right? Yeah. Perfectly fine, she exclaimed, flustered. The group set out to find anything they could use to keep warm and safe. The road ahead was long and challenging, but they knew there would be interesting encounters along the way. The screen faded to black, leaving Izuku and the girls blushing at what they had just witnessed. All except for the two who were discussing their future as a couple. Wow, Midoriya's really heating things up, one exclaimed. This version of us is having a lot of fun, the other added, high-fiving. Todoroki raised his hand, but why did we have to see them without clothes? Part of the universe. Toga replied, grinning at the sight of one of her friends in such a state. Can someone get me away from the craziness? I promise I won't cause any trouble, Mineta pleaded, finding himself squeezed between Toga and Dabi as Hatsume continued her exploration of possible multiverses. And that wraps up this chapter. This is a collaborative idea I'll be working on in the future. It should start in a few weeks. Hope you enjoyed it, and thanks for reading. Okay, so I just want to say something about this universe. It's really sad how Midoriya started, Hatsume said, drawing everyone's attention. What do you mean? Izuku asked, curious. When you were diagnosed as quirkless, your parents sold you to a group called the Celestial Dragons. They branded you, marking you as a SLV, she explained. A heavy silence fell over the group as they processed her words. Deep underwater, roughly 10,000 meters below sea level, a bubble revealed what appeared to be a kingdom. At the top, a palace housed the lord of this realm and his family. Sire. A man resembling a seahorse rushed in to speak to a man of enormous stature, his lower half resembling that of a fish. King Neptune. A boat has crashed here, and there's a passenger still alive. A woman with blonde hair and the lower half of a goldfish asked, Where is the passenger? Queen Otoheim, he replied. The passenger is healing near the hospital by the Mermaid Cove, but... The fishman hesitated, prompting the queen to question, What's wrong? I think it's best if you see for yourself. So this place is run by fish people? Kirishima asked, intrigued. Technically, yes. This is Fishman Island, inhabited by fishmen and merfolk. The merfolk have fish-like tails, while the fishmen resemble fish more than humans, came the explanation. As the scene shifted to a hospital, a girl who looked about 14 entered. Please step aside. I need to see this person, she said, accompanied by a giant man resembling a saw shark. Did you not hear her? Move, he barked, pushing everyone aside to reveal a small boy with messy green hair and a haunting smile. Oh great, a human. Let's go, shyly, the girl said, remaining still as the boy knelt on the floor. I'm sorry. I'll clean up for all the trouble I've caused, he said, pulling out a rag to scrub the floor. Those who recognized the broken look in the boy's eyes understood his pain. Arlong, why is this boy like this? One asked. Forget the human. Let's get out of here, Arlong replied, trying to leave with shyly before a woman stepped in front of them. Please move aside. I must address this situation, she called out, rushing to the boy on the ground, who was scrubbing with his hand, causing it to bleed on the wooden floor. Why are you cleaning the floors? She asked, stopping him. If I prove I'm useful, then you won't hurt me. Why would we do that? She questioned, puzzled. I don't know, he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. But if I prove I can be worth something, then you won't hurt me. She continued to try and keep the boy from stopping by looking at his hand. Doesn't this hurt? It does, but I won't cry. If I don't cry, then you don't have to hurt me. What's up with him? He seems traumatized. Kaminari asked as Midnight provided an estimation of the situation. During his time with the Celestial Dragons, Midoriya learned quickly that you need to stay quiet and not show emotion, or else you'll face dire consequences. No wonder he's traumatized. The kid had to learn at a young age that he needs to pretend everything is okay and just do something to remain useful. Dabi opened his mouth for everyone to hear. It's no use, Your Majesty. Telling him to stop won't do any good. Tiger, what are you doing here? The man known as Tiger approached and lifted the boy's shirt. On his back, everyone realized what had happened, leaving them horrified. Correct. ASLV crest. This boy, no matter what happens, will never find peace as long as he wears this. What should we do then? Tiger brought the boy with him towards the Fishman district, with Otoheim following along with Arlong and Shirley. When they arrived, Tiger led the boy into a room with an air bubble before shutting the door. Inside, they were met by a group of other fishmen before hearing a loud scream. Ah! The door opened to reveal the fishman holding the boy. Where the SLV crest had been, a new symbol was now present. Bandage him. He'll survive, but his life until now has been a nightmare. Otoheim immediately helped the boy before bringing him to the royal palace. Meanwhile, Shirley watched in horror as she processed the nightmare she had just witnessed. Holy cow, Midoriya had to endure so much just to fix his life a little. Sura was amazed. What? Some of the others in the class felt nothing but anger toward those who had done this to their friend. Even Bakugo was furious. Inside the palace, Izuku lay on a bed with 4 children around him. Who is this person? What happened to him? Why is he here? Mama? The 4 asked, with their mother resting her head on her largest, yet youngest child. I don't know yet. I wanted to try and help him, but I haven't found out his name yet. Suddenly, the boy woke up, startling everyone. What happened? It's okay. You're safe. I didn't cry, right? This comment surprised everyone as the boy continued speaking. If I didn't cry, then you don't have to hurt me, right? Otoheim moved toward the boy and pulled him into a hug. You don't have to worry about showing emotion. We won't hurt you. The smile on the boy's face didn't fade, which made the others uneasy. What's your name? Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, how did you become SLV? My parents thought I was useless when I was 5 and sold me. After that, I was forced to work for over a year. The mother realized that Izuku had been without parents for over a year, having been disowned by his biological ones. In an attempt to help, Otoheim pulled Izuku into a hug. It's okay. It's okay to cry. We won't harm you. If possible, I'd like to help you grow up. Would you be willing to give me a chance? Izuku didn't fully understand, but the queen continued, it may take a lot of work to return you to who you were before being a SLV, but I promise I'll help you if you're willing to help yourself. Suddenly, the smile on Izuku's face began to fade. The children in the room began introducing themselves. My name is Fukaboshi. It's nice to meet you. My name is Raboshi. It's nice to meet you. I'm Amboshi. If you want, I can teach you to dance. Hey, and I'm Shirahoshi. It's nice to meet you. See? We're nice people. So please trust us. The smile on Izuku's face disappeared as he broke down into tears. He held onto Otoheim with all his strength while sobbing into her. She gently patted Izuku's head, and the 4 children joined the hug, showing they wanted to help if they could. This is kind of touching, Ojiro said, a bit teary-eyed. It is. But every happy moment ends sooner or later, Hatsume remarked, leaving many confused. As 3 years passed, Izuku was taken in by Otoheim and King Neptune. Though he was human, they treated him like one of their own. Even with this, Izuku vowed to repay their kindness. He assisted the queen when she addressed the townspeople about signing a petition. He worked hard while building a strong relationship with his new family. He trained with Fukaboshi, sang with Raboshi, danced with Mamboshi, and learned about the kingdom while helping his little sister Shirahoshi. One day, Queen Otoheim made significant progress after years of hard work. Signatures for the petition to move the home of the Ryugu kingdom to the surface kept rolling in. During this time, 2 familiar faces approached Izuku. Seems everything is going according to plan. Izuku turned around to see Shirley and Arlong. You 2 came to sign our petition. Save your breath, little human. I only came because she told me to. Stop being mean to Izuku, Arlong. Shirley punched her older brother in the arm before holding a handful of papers. It was a bit of a hassle, but I was able to gather quite a few from the Fishman district. Would these help? Very. Thank you. The 2 walked up to the podium for Shirley to place them in the box. I'm sure Mother will be happy for everything you've done. It's a great thing what you both are trying to do. Izuku smiled upon hearing this, but then the sound of something singing caught his attention. When he looked around, a massive fire broke out among the papers. Oh no! Water! Get some water! The guards began running to fetch water while Izuku rushed onto the stage. Stop the fire! He reached in as quickly as he could to grab what signatures he could. Izuku! A man resembling a whale shark ran up to pull him away. Stop, boy. I isn't worth the. Mother worked for years to get this many. I can't let them all go up in flames. He reached in to save as many as he could, ignoring the pain as his hands burned. No matter how badly he was hurt, Izuku was determined to save what his mother held dear. No matter what, These signatures mean more to me than anything. They symbolize the hope of our nation and our people. They need to be saved." As he spoke, a gun emerged from an unknown direction, aimed directly at Izuku. A single shot rang out, and everything slowed down. Izuku's life flashed before his eyes as he saw the bullet approaching. Just before it struck, Otohime pushed him aside, taking the impact herself. As she fell to the ground, Izuku watched in horror as his adopted mother succumbed to the fatal shot. "Mother! They shot at you?" Bakugo shouted, furious at the sight. Izuku rushed to his mother's side, joined by his brothers and sister. "Mother!" They were all in disbelief that someone could commit such an act. Fukaboshi was consumed by rage. "Mother! Stay with us, please. Doctor! We need a doctor." Otohime opened her eyes to see her children's tearful faces. "It's okay. I know this is terrible, but I believe you will all be all right. My brave sons, do not seek vengeance for my death. Hatred will only lead to more suffering. Let your anger go and live as who you wish to be." The family was on the brink of tears, with Shirahoshi struggling to hold it together. To comfort their sister, Mamboshi and Raboshi tried to keep her calm, singing and dancing despite knowing the truth. Their mother was slipping away, and there was nothing they could do. "Izuku, I know you aren't my son by blood, but I love you as my own. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise." "Sniffle, I won't. Just please, mother, stay with us." The queen extended her pinky, signaling their family pact to always be together, even in tough times. They linked their pinkies together, and Otohime smiled before her hand fell to the ground, signaling her passing. In that moment, gunshots echoed as a guard emerged, dragging the body of a man. This was the culprit. This was the man who killed our queen. A human. See what their kind is capable of. Many were horrified, none more so than Izuku. The race he belonged to had caused suffering for fishmen for years, and now a single individual had taken away the loving mother he cherished. Izuku fell to the ground, screaming in anguish. "No! That's messed up. You're telling me, Jiru?" Ashido watched as Izuku pounded his fists against the podium in frustration. Days passed since Queen Otohime's death, and Neptune emerged from a locked room. "Your Majesty!" After hearing of his wife's death, the king had locked himself away in anger for not being there when Otohime needed him most. "Are you all right, sir?" "I shall manage. My anger is not gone, but it is subdued for the most part." His subjects looked away, uncomfortable. "What has happened in my absence?" "It's Izuku, sir." The guards led Neptune to an open area where they found Izuku fighting against the guards, bandages covering his wounds. "Come on. Strike me like you mean it." A guard punched him in the face, causing blood to spill. Izuku retaliated, landing a blow that cut his own hand further. "I know you're all better than that." Neptune watched his adopted son, seeing a self-destructive anger within him. Why is he doing this? Izuku feels responsible for being too weak. The bullet that killed Queen Otohime was meant for him, but she pushed him out of the way. Another punch knocked Izuku down, but he got back up, blood soaking his bandages. "Let's go. I'm giving you all the privilege to take your anger out on a human. Show me the hatred you have for me and what I am." Izuku was interrupted by a punch from King Neptune. "Your Majesty!" As Izuku stood up, Neptune held him down. "Stay where you are, boy. Just do it. Just end it now, Your Highness. I heard how many humans you've killed. What's one more to that list?" Neptune slammed his fist into the ground to get Izuku's attention. "Don't you dare think this way, Izuku. Otohime brought you into this home and gave you the love your own parents wouldn't, and this is how you repay her kindness?" Tears streamed down Neptune's face, revealing the pain he had hidden. "I understand you're hurting, Izuku. We all are. But if your mother could see what you're doing right now, it would break her heart." Izuku stopped struggling, his emotions pouring out. "I should have been me. Why did she have to do that? Why couldn't I do something to help her?" They embraced, understanding the depth of their loss. One had lost his beloved, the other the first person to accept him. "This is horrible. Poor Deku. Ochako began to cry, and soon everyone else joined in. Days passed, and Izuku met Jinbei. Your father said you wanted to talk with me? Izuku gazed at the Ryugu kingdom before responding. I want you to teach me everything you can about fishman karate. I also want you to use your title as warlord to help me understand what the world government can do. Have you lost your mind, Izuku? Izuku turned to face the fishman. I couldn't save my mother because I was weak. I need to get stronger. If I do, I can protect my family when the worst happens. This isn't a demand, Jinbei. This is me begging you. The fishman sighed before agreeing. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Thank you. Years passed as Izuku trained to become stronger. He worked part-time at Shirley's cafe, determined to show the kingdom he was nothing like the human who took their queen. He even tried to join the Fishman district to prove his worth. Eventually, Neptune offered Izuku a chance to go to the surface and learn about the human world. Now, he sat in Shirley's mermaid cafe, conversing with her. So, tomorrow you leave us. I'm afraid so. Over the years, they had grown closer. Though she was 24 and Izuku was 14, he had confessed his feelings, and they began dating. Now, when they were alone in the evening, the two cherished their time together to express their feelings. Shirley inhaled through her pipe before releasing a puff of smoke. When will you be back? That I don't know. If you wish to end this here, then I won't stop you. Shirley silenced Izuku by gently pressing her lips against his. When they parted, the shark mermaid smiled, her hand resting against Izuku's face. Why would I want to end this? Even if we are apart, I won't seek another like you. Thank you, Shirley. You have no idea how much it means to have you by my side. Shirley gave Izuku another quick kiss before slowly pulling away. Since we still have the night, I'd like it to be a night of no regrets or sorrowful goodbyes. She gestured for Izuku to follow her into the back, where he found himself in her cozy bedroom. I'm ready to accept you for everything, if you're ready to do the same. Izuku smiled before responding, I wouldn't have it any other way. The scene abruptly changed, fast-forwarding to Mineta, who was visibly frustrated. Oh, come on. We were about to have some amazing moments here. With children present, Hatsume pointed out, indicating Eri and Kota, who were watching. The next day, Izuku boarded the ship, looking out at the crowd that included the Arlong pirates, the Sun pirates, and his family, minus Shirahoshi for important reasons. He took a deep breath and smiled at the island one last time. Wait! Neptune called out, stopping Izuku to hand him a katana. When drawn, the blade displayed a unique, wavy pattern reminiscent of the ocean. That blade is crafted from the finest minerals on this island. When you wield it, you carry the spirit of the fishmen with you. Izuku bowed to his father before stepping onto the ship. As he departed, everyone waved goodbye, and the green-haired boy looked toward the horizon. Look out, world. Here comes Izuku. The screen faded to black, prompting applause. Poor Deku. He didn't deserve what happened in this universe. It happens in a lot of them. Next universe. And that concludes this chapter. It was an idea I had in my head. Hope you all enjoyed it and thanks for reading. This one I need the kids out of the room again because of some comments made that I'd rather they not hear. Hatsume pointed this out for the kids to exit with MT Lady looking curious. So what's this one about? Midoriya is the son of a demon called Alaster, more commonly known in Hell as the Radio Demon. Thanks to a deal his mom made a while back, he's his son and really dislikes him. Wait, so I'm half demon in this? Yup, and you're quite the charmer. If anything, you got your charming wits from your father. Hatsume started rolling the clip to show Yue. The members of Class A had returned to the dorms, brainstorming ideas for the culture festival. As they did, Izuku was reviewing his notes when he felt a light tap on his shoulder. He turned to see Itsuka Kendo, Setsuna Tokage, Ibara Shizaki, Reiko Yanagi, Mei Hatsume, and Nijire Hado. Approaching. Hello, ladies. It's always a pleasure to see you all again. He bowed, eliciting laughter from his classmates, including Momo Yaoyorozu, Ochako Uraraka, Tsuyu Azui, Mina Ashido, and Kyoka Jairu, who made a playful remark. Careful, Izuku. Your inner charm is shining through. Kyoka chuckled while Momo joked, should we be worried about you cheating on us? Oh please. You all know I'm not that type of guy. I'm not that much of a demon. They continued walking into the dorms for some quiet time before a portal suddenly opened in front of them. So we're all dating Deku? Ochako asked, prompting Hatsume to nod. Wait, but why is he making comments about being a devil and we're laughing about it? Shiozaki questioned, leading Hatsume to clarify. You all know he's the son of a demon, right? As the portal revealed a handful of demons, Izuku spotted one specific demon that filled him with disgust. Izuku, my boy. You look absolutely dashing. I haven't seen anyone so fashionable since. The demon was cut off when Izuku kicked him away. Go back to where you came from. There was a moment of silence before the girls and several demons burst into laughter. Izuku glanced at this version of himself before looking at Hatsume. You really dislike your dad. Quite the reunion, wouldn't you agree, Charlie? The demon got back up, and the other boys in the room looked around, confused about what was happening. Al, are we in the human world? Why yes, Charlie. And this dashing young boy here is my son. Yeah. Where's the drinks around here? A demon resembling a cat walked over to the fridge in search of alcohol, while Bakugu shouted in annoyance, who are these people? Charming that boy is. He reminds me of that lovable Spitfire your mother used to hang around, Izuku. What was her name? Mitsuki? A lovely lady, but she did have a temper that rivaled our dear friend here. He pointed to a demon girl with an X over one of her eyes as he approached the girls. Just, why are you here? Why, I've been watching you down in hell all this time, and I thought I'd love to introduce you to some of my business partners. I also noticed you haven't been using my powers. Why is that? Perhaps you don't want to startle these lovely ladies. He approached Momo, who looked a bit disturbed. Quite elegant you are. He then turned to Nijire, Ochako, and Su. But you three have such adorable looks. Afterward, the demon turned to Itsuka and Kyoka. And let's not forget the tomboyish charm here. Lastly, he addressed Mei, Mina, Setsuna, and Reiko. And let's not overlook the unique personalities you four represent. Why, as your father, I'd be thrilled to have any of you as my daughters and… Izuku interrupted him with a swift kick. Can someone please tell me why my father is here before I lose my temper even more? I like your fiery spirit, kid, a demon resembling a spider commented, prompting Izuku to shoot him a glare. Go find someone else to bother, you flamboyant nuisance. Whoa! Big words coming from Midoriya. Ashido exclaimed, surprising everyone that such words could come from Izuku. Midoriya, who is this man? Kicking him is not fitting for a hero, Tokoyami remarked. Izuku sighed before answering. This is Alastor, more commonly known as the radio demon in hell. He's my father due to a deal my mother made, where her firstborn would be given to him in exchange for help with her ex-husband. Unfortunately, the JRK cheated on her and divorced her, leaving her firstborn actually being his. Wait, so you're half demon? Kaminari asked, and Izuku nodded. But why are you girls not surprised? Tokoyami inquired, and they replied in unison. He told us already. Well then, allow me to introduce my colleagues, Alastor said, proceeding to introduce the members of his group. Izuku listened as Charlie, his partner, expressed her desire to create a redemption program in hell thanks to the Has-Been Hotel. The rest were staff members, with one also involved in the program. So you want to create a redemption program where the souls of hell could potentially go to heaven? That's right. Al said you could help, so maybe you could assist. Charlie offered a hopeful smile, prompting Izuku to scrutinize her sincerity before bursting into laughter. You've got to be kidding me. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. He continued laughing, while Angel Dust had to restrain Vaggie from reacting violently. After his laughter subsided, Izuku looked at Charlie and said, This is probably the craziest idea I've heard. Look, Charlie, I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but I'm going to hell no matter what because I'm related to that guy over there. He pointed to Alastor, who was pouring himself a cup of black coffee. Hell is a place of punishment. People had their chance to be good in their first life, But they didn't, and hell is where they end up. I get that your heart's in the right place, but not everyone there will want to redeem themselves just because you want to help. I know. My dad said something similar, and that this is bound to fail. But every year, we purge more and more souls due to overpopulation, and it's just so sad. If I can at least save a few souls and show that this could work, then maybe. I don't know, people will consider a different way to address overpopulation that doesn't involve genocide. Charlie lowered her head, tears forming in her eyes, and Izuku felt a pang of sympathy. He mulled over the idea before grunting in frustration. I'm going to regret this in the morning, but right now, I don't think I have a choice. Deku? Ochako asked, prompting Izuku to let out a loud sigh. I'll help. You will? Charlie exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement as Izuku nodded. Yay! She hugged him joyfully, causing Mineta to scream in frustration. It's not fair. Why does he always get the girls? Vaggie pointed a spear at Mineta, ready to silence him, when Angel Dust leaned down to his level. You know, if you're looking for some action, I could offer you a little something to cheer you up. Heck, I might even let you ride on top of me out of pity. I'll join on one condition. Izuku pointed at his father. No tricks. No sneaky side deals. And absolutely no calling me your son, okay? My only family is my mom, and you're just a donor. Nothing more. A silence fell over the room before Alaster replied, Fair enough. He smiled and walked out the door, noticing Ibra pouting. Smile, my dear. You're never fully dressed without one. As he left, Vaggie turned to Izuku with a serious question. Do you even trust him to keep his word? Not really. He only does things until they become boring. That's part of why he stopped trying to rule hell. He found it pointless since he hardly had any entertainment from it anymore. Wait, your dad almost ruled hell? Kirishima asked, and Hatsume nodded. That's messed up. As in, I don't want to mess with this guy messed up. Not the other kind of messed up, Dabi remarked, maintaining a straight face. What? They mentioned he's a porn star, even offering his services to Mineta out of pity. I take offense to that. How? He's not saying anything inaccurate, Toga pointed out, and they turned back to the screen. So you're the daughter of the king and queen of hell? Izuku asked. That's right, Charlie said with a smile as Izuku walked over to the kitchen to grab a root beer from his hidden stash. Little did they know, it was Spike to help him cope with the situation. So I'm helping some big shot in hell and her girlfriend, a patron, an alcoholic, and a creepy little demon get wrapped up in that smooth-talking demon's offer to be something more. Oh, how far I've fallen in a single day. He began to chug the spiked soda, and the guys exchanged glances. Wait, but why do you look human? Shiro asked, prompting Izuku to explain. I hide it because I despise it and my dad with a passion. Can we see it? Todoroki asked, and Izuku shrugged before transforming into a demon similar to his father, the only difference being his green color. Happy! All the guys were shocked, while the girls blushed, and the members of the hotel were somewhat impressed that Alaster actually had a son. Anyway, we should find that troublemaker before he actually causes any issues. Izuku returned to his usual self and left the dorms with Charlie walking beside him. Wait up! A silence filled the dorms as everyone processed the events that had just unfolded. So, any chance I can get some excitement, or are all of you just a bunch of cowards? I'd even be fine with one of you ladies taking a shot at me. What is wrong with you? Bakugu shouted at Angel Dust, who had made a few more jokes at his expense. Oh, come on now, why don't you try stepping out of your comfort zone a little? I'd love to help relieve some of that stress. A shiver ran down the girls' spines at the thought of Bakugu in a compromising situation with the spider-like demon. Like anyone would want to be involved with someone like you. Please. Where I'm from, everyone is a bit eccentric and eager for a chance like this, and I've got the fan mail to prove it. Angel pulled out a letter that read, Show me your feet. I'm done here. Bakugu retreated to his room, and no one blamed him. This was a lot to handle. The screen went black, leaving everyone speechless. I'm just going to put on the next one and find something better than what we just saw. No one disagreed as Hatsume did just that. And that wraps up this multiverse. I'm just putting this out there. If you're going to complain about this one, I warned you it wasn't exactly clean from the start. So don't blame me if you didn't like it because of the humor. Hope you enjoyed it, and thanks for reading. Well, I may get a lot of you angry at me with this one. May began looking at a small display that provided a synopsis of the universe. Why? Yanagi asked, curious. In this one, I did a little bioengineering and kind of made all the first-year girls in the hero course have a baby with Midoriya's DNA. I'm kind of impressed with myself in this one. There was a moment of silence before all the girls involved shouted in unison, "You made me have a baby with Midoriya?" Izuku merely blushed and hid his face in his arms. The day was rather simple for Izuku as he wanted to make some upgrades to his costume. As he walked down the halls of the support course, he paused at a door and heard some familiar voices. "Hey Deku, what are you doing here?" Ochako approached him, accompanied by Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Jair, Itsuka Kendo, Pony Tsunatori, and Kinoko Kimori from Class B. "Oh hey Uraraka. I was just about to check if a project I asked Hatsume to work on was done." Izuku replied, stepping to the side to knock on the door. "What's wrong, Mushroom?" Kinoko asked, noticing Izuku's worried expression. "Nothing." A loud boom erupted from inside, followed by what sounded like the cries of children. Well, that was a bust. Hatsume emerged from the debris of the door, smiling as she saw everyone. "Sup? Don't sup us when you blow up a door," everyone exclaimed in shock as Hatsume walked inside. "Wait. Hatsume, you said the project you were working on for me would be done today." Izuku followed her inside, along with the others, still hearing the cries of very young infants echoing through the workshop. "I don't think I want to know what that sound is in this universe," Yui commented as everyone watched cautiously. Inside the workshop, the group discovered a makeshift nursery filled with 13 small infants of various hair colors. "Look at the babies. Oh, they're so cute." Ochako exclaimed as she entered the nursery and spotted a baby with green hair and freckles. "This one looks a lot like Deku," she paused, noticing a small blush on the baby's face and features resembling her own. "What's your name, sweetie?" She glanced at the crib, reading the names of her and Izuku on it. "Well, don't you look adorable?" Momo followed Ochako, picking up a baby with jet black hair similar to hers. She stopped momentarily when the baby opened its eyes to reveal a striking emerald green. She looked at the crib, just like Ochako, and saw her name alongside Izuku's. Curious, the two placed the small infants down and continued exploring, discovering that all the children bore some resemblance to Izuku, along with different names that included his own. "What's wrong?" Kyoka asked, holding a baby that looked like her up to the AUX cord quirk user. "She looks so cute." She halted when she noticed freckles on the infant and small green tints in her purple hair. "What's with that look, Momo? You look like you've seen a ghost." Itsuka approached her friend, noticing another child beside the crib with curly orange hair, freckles, and green eyes. "Oh hello, little one. Why do you look like me?" she mused, glancing at the nameplate under the crib. Now intrigued, Kinoko and Pony walked over to the cribs with their names on them, finding babies with similar traits as well. Every girl paused for a moment before screaming in unison, "What did Hatsume do?" "Wow!" The children all cried out in response to the shouting, prompting Izuku to rush in. "Sometimes I wonder if you do these things just to stir up trouble," Aizawa remarked, causing the young inventor to laugh it off. "There is no way I'd end up in a situation like that with Midoriya. No offense." "An untaken, Jairo," Izuku said, somewhat amazed at what they were witnessing, as he noticed all the girls from classes A and B gathered in a room with him while Nizu, Aizawa, Vlad, and Hatsume stood at the front with the babies sitting on the girls' laps. "I think I deserve an explanation as to why my students have children that look exactly like them," Vlad exclaimed, furious, while Aizawa remained somewhat unfazed, accustomed to Hatsume's antics from Power Loader. "You see, I kind of had an idea a while back to make some improvements to everyone's quirks. It came after looking into Midoriya's DNA. I tested it on some of the girls here before on a computer to see that the genetic code would easily enhance their quirks with little to no backlash afterward. I wanted to explore the possibility of creating a generation of great heroes to help balance the current situation without all might. So you used DNA from every girl here and created children using Midoriya's DNA as the fathers, Nizu deduced, prompting Hatsume to nod in agreement. What's next? Are you planning to make them from Pros and Midoriya? Aizawa asked, sipping from an apple juice container, somewhat hoping he was wrong. Oh, I already have the first set of embryos incubating in the artificial womb in the room over there. They are based on Midnight's, Miruko's, Ryukyu's, and a lady's DNA, she replied nonchalantly. Nizu was about to respond but noticed Izuku bang his head on a desk. Can someone check on Mr. Midoriya? Is he all right? Ochako got up and rushed to Izuku, finding him still breathing but somewhat out cold. He's fine. I think the stress of everything finally caught up to him. Nizu pondered this for a moment before sipping his tea. What I see here is a teaching experience for what it would be like to be new parents in today's society. Has your brain gotten waterlogged since the last time we had to give you a bath? They're teenagers. This is a hero school. Not some new parents' social gathering. Vlad exclaimed, his voice rising in frustration. No, it is not. Many pro-heroes have to learn how to balance work and family life. Besides, do you have any better ideas on where to send these bioengineered children? I thought not. The girls began to look down at the babies, some smiling as they noticed the similarities. Well, you definitely are a cutie, that's for sure. Yes, you are, Mina cooed to her baby boy in her arms, who had green hair and a reddish-pink skin tone. One by one, the girls started to see small bits of themselves reflected in the babies. Izuku soon woke up, feeling the baby he and Ochako had playing with his hair. Now that that's settled, how far along is the other group you mentioned, Hatsume? Too far along to stop it without risking human rights issues, Nizu replied with a sigh. Do you have any more started? Vlad asked, his voice rising again. Why do we need to know this? He shouted, causing Reiko's baby to cry and earning a death glare from the ghostly student directed at her teacher. Sorry. Just two more, and one is from a rather explosive blonde woman with spiky hair. I never caught her name, though, and the girl from the third year. I think she's part of the big that's not counting the android program in the sublab, Mei responded, with Izuku knowing exactly who she was referring to. We must know so we can discuss this with the others involved. I will inform Midnight of the situation while the two of you explain this to Miruko, Ryukyu, and MT Lady. We should also inform Mrs. Bakugu and Ms. Hado about this issue as well. I'm quite interested in the android program you mentioned, and I have some suggestions for the perfect being. The two began discussing this while Aizawa looked at the kids. For now, I'll have you all stay in the spare dorm we kept in case one burned down. Midoriya will help since he's technically the father of your children. Come on, Vlad, we have a lot to discuss. Oh, and Mei? I believe it would be a good idea to develop a medicine that will allow the mothers of these children to lactate. Nizu stated, with Mei quickly handing out small tablets she had prepared in advance. All the girls fell silent before Inko spoke up. I guess I have a lot of grandbabies in this one. The girls slowly turned to her, the mother wearing a calm expression. What? As night fell, Izuku felt somewhat exhausted from the day's events. Not only was he now a father of one child, but he was also the father of 13, not counting the 6 that were on the way. He tried his best to help the girls put the babies to sleep, all of them feeling worn out in the common space. How are we going to manage this? Setsuna lay on the ground, extremely tired, while everyone else around her looked equally drained. Just where does that girl draw the line? Yui asked, her chest aching from her child eating shortly after he fell asleep. I believe the heavens have done this for a reason, so we must accept it in some way. I don't believe you all have told me the names of your children since they are all half-children with Midori. Well, at this point, there's no point in not calling him by his first name, Izuku, Ibra said, asking for the names of the children and playfully insisting on calling him by his first name. I guess I'll start then. Our son is Tashinori, after All Might's first name, since Izuku was the one who wanted to choose that one. Momo said, somewhat exhausted, with Ochako going next. I named my baby Izumi since her hair reminds me of spring. You know, I thought of something similar with Arai because of his hair, Mina pointed out, referring to her little feisty baby. I chose Ichigo for my son. The strawberry hair is a dead giveaway, Itsuka said about her red-headed son. One by one, the girls shared their children's names while Izuku wrote them down to remember who he would be taking care of. Just as they finished, a cry rang out, prompting Izuku to jump up. I've got it. He rushed to the room to find it was Pony's baby, Uma. Ochako x Izumi, girl. Momo x Izu Tashinori, boy. Jiru x Izuku Matsu, girl. Pony x Izuku Uma, girl. Itsuka x Izuku Ichigo, boy. Mina x Izurai, boy. Hagakure x Izukumida, girl. Tsu x Izukurin, girl. Yanagi x Izuku Uriai, girl. Kimori x Izukuru, boy. Tokage x Izukubo, boy. Shizuki x Izukudanoki, girl. Kodai x Izukutaka, boy. The night that followed was long, with most of the girls staying in the room with their cribs and children, while Izuku found it hard to rest. Instead, he made his way through the 13 different rooms, checking on the babies to ensure they could sleep through the night. Much to his displeasure, changing diapers proved to be the most challenging task he faced that night. Squirming and crying infants certainly didn't make it any easier, and at one point, he got caught off guard when one of his sons decided to let loose during a diaper change. By the time morning arrived, he had showered several times after being spit up on and was sprawled out on the couch, with all 13 infants resting on him, barely awake. Tashinori had somehow chosen to sleep with his entire body covering Izuku's face, which made Momo chuckle as she watched her baby boy nestled there while the other infants used their father as a pillow. Looks like he had a long night, Momo commented gently as she picked up Toshi from his sleeping position. I kind of feel bad that we didn't help. He looks more exhausted than he did after his last fight with Shigaraki, Itsuka remarked softly, lifting her baby off of Izuku's chest. I think we should do something nice for Izuku since he spent the whole night taking care of all of them, Ochako suggested, still allowing their daughter to sleep in the crook of Izuku's arm. During the commotion, Mineta and Kaminari, curious about why the girls and Izuku had gone to a different dorm, walked in and found the girls surrounding him with babies in their arms. Midoriya, you lucky guy. It's bad enough that it's hard for us to get dates, but you've managed to win over all 13 of our female classmates? I hope you get what's coming to you. Mineta started, but was quickly silenced when Momo kicked him, causing him to pale. There are children sleeping here, you too. The infants began to stir, and the girls shot daggers at Mineta and Kaminari, who could feel the tension in the air. Izuku stood with a playful grin, holding 4 children in each hand. Sorry man, but you're on your own. Kaminari exclaimed, bolting out of the dorms, leaving Mineta to face the wrath of 13 mothers who were not pleased with him. The scene hinted at chaos, with sounds of discontent echoing in the background. The screen went black as everyone glared at Hatsume. What? She asked, confused by their reactions. You lucky guy. Why do you get all the attention? Mineta shouted at Izuku. Maybe if you'd stop being a nuisance, you'd have someone who would like you, everyone thought as Hatsume looked down the line of Multiverses. And that concludes this chapter. It was an interesting one to write, and I haven't done as many family-themed stories as I would like, so this was fun. Hope you all enjoyed it, and thank you for reading. Alright, this one is a bit unusual. Define unusual? Everyone asked, prompting Hatsume to elaborate. Midoriya is the son of the world's greatest swordsman, a man named Dracule Hawkeye Mihawk. As such, he took a rather unique path. In simpler terms? Bakugo questioned, wanting clarity. He became a swordsman and a strong one at that. Japan's greatest swordsman at a young age. He also aims to defeat his father and take his mantle, Hatsume explained as the universe unfolded, showing Izuku at the age of 5 sitting in a doctor's office. Sorry kid, but you're not getting a quirk, the doctor said, leaving Izuku frozen in shock. I don't understand, doctor. Why can't he? His mother asked, concern etched on her face. The doctor held up an X-ray of a foot and began to explain. You see, when a quirk manifests, There's usually a change in the pinky toe, indicating individuality. However, you can clearly see that your son has an extra joint in his pinky, so it's safe to say he will not get a quirk. The small boy felt his world crumble. All Izuku wanted was to be a strong hero so his father would notice him and his mother would come back home. He was on the verge of tears but couldn't express them, sitting motionless as his hopes faded away. That's always tough to hear, Dabi spoke up, feeling a pang of empathy for Izuku. The scene shifted to a house in the evening. As bedtime approached, Inko entered Izuku's room to find him watching a man slice a ship in two with a large sword. Izuku, sweetie, it's almost time for bed. He couldn't turn to her but cried silently as he heard the man declare to the villains, "You thought this fleet was enough to invade? How foolish. Power only respects power and ignores the weak. You were all a waste of my time." "Mom, does Dad not come home because he thinks we're weak?" he asked, but she remained silent, tears reflecting her answer. "I don't care if I'm quirkless, Mom. I'm going to become someone Dad will have to acknowledge. Sniffle, I'll be the best swordsman in the world and beat him. He has to notice us if I do that, right?" Inko hugged her son tightly, her tears falling onto him. "If that's what you want, then we'll see what we can do. I'm so sorry this happened, Izuku." As Izuku cried, he clenched his fists in determination, knowing his journey would be challenging. Dang, that's gotta be tough on Midoriya. Not only does his father not come home, but he also has to deal with being quirkless, someone remarked. "Trust me, this isn't the hardest thing Midoriya will face in this universe," Hatsume said as she fast-forwarded the timeline, showing Izuku about 15 years later on his first day at UA. I should mention that this UA is a college instead of a high school. Class A had gathered on the training field, with members of Class B beside them. "Izuku!" Itsuka ran over to him, hugging him tightly, while a blonde from Class B looked a bit annoyed. He started, unsure of how to respond. "You, Midoriya, Bakugo, and Uraraka are childhood friends. You all go to a dojo together. Take a wild guess who doesn't." Everyone turned to Bakugo, who simply gestured dismissively. "Today we will be doing quirk apprehension tests," Aizawa announced, and Izuku noticed a third person on the field alongside the two homeroom teachers. "Hawkeye, my hawk." Izuku stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. "Kid, what are you?" Vlad began, but Izuku interrupted him by pulling out his swords. "Hawkeye, my hawk, I challenge you to a duel." "What?" Confusion spread among the group, but Hawkeye remained calm. "Now, why would I face a weakling like you?" Izuku's anger flared. "So I can prove myself and claim your title as the world's greatest swordsman." "Wait, so this guy is Midoriya's dad?" Todoroki asked, intrigued. "Yep." "He also had no idea Midoriya was actually conceived," someone replied. Everyone glanced at Hatsume, puzzled, before pointing at Inko. "Did I do something for this?" "You could say that." Silence fell until Monoma burst out laughing. "Ah, you want to be the greatest swordsman? How pathetic." Izuku raised Shitsuke in anger. "Very well. I shall battle you." "This will not end well," someone muttered. "You're telling me, Kendo?" Bakugo sounded slightly worried about his friend, using Itsuka's real name. Hawkeye began to remove the cross from his neck, revealing it to be a small blade. "Is that some kind of joke?" "I apologize, but I have no smaller blades. This will suffice to demonstrate the difference between us. You wouldn't use cannonballs to swat flies, would you?" Izuku focused his mind, recalling everything he had learned over the past 14 years. "This is it, Izuku. All your hard work, effort, and dedication culminates in this moment." Hawkeye held out the small sword, leaving everyone unsure of what to think. "The opponent has the first move." Izuku heard this and placed his blades in the ground for a moment. He removed the weights he was wearing, letting them fall to the ground. "Now that I have 600 pounds off, I can move freely." "Holy snap, Midoriya bro is strong in this." Both Kirishima and Tetsu exclaimed, urging everyone to watch closely. Izuku dashed toward Hawkeye with surprising speed, even catching Ida off guard. As he approached, his slash with Sasaguru was intercepted by the small blade. "Quite the fast one, aren't we?" Hawkeye remarked as Izuku swung with Shitsuke, but Hawkeye dodged effortlessly. The crowd watched in amazement as Izuku continued his relentless assault. Holy crap, this guy's going toe-to-toe with Crossblade. Bet he's wishing he didn't have that tiny blade now, huh? Kick his butt, Green Demon. Izuku's attacks were unyielding, but something felt off to Itsuka, Bakugo, and Ochako. Huh. You see it too, don't you, round face? Deku's attacks are being deflected with little effort. I've never seen him go all out like this and not even make a scratch. Izuku. Ochako and Itsuka exchanged worried glances, knowing it was only a matter of time before Izuku slowed down. As Izuku continued his onslaught, he decided to change his technique to end this quickly. He pulled back slightly, preparing for his instant win technique. Strike of Earth's Ascension. Izuku charged at Hawkeye, who moved his blade between Izuku's swords, immobilizing them. What, the I can't move my swords? Is this truly the best you can do, weakling? The crowd fell silent, and Itsuka realized just how vast the gap between Izuku and Hawkeye really was. That's a move that nobody has been able to block in all of Izuku's life so far. It's a move that made him famous. The gap is now more evident. She paled while Bakugo shouted, "Don't give up, Deku. You can beat him. Deku's gotta be tough if I'm cheering him on. After a certain point in childhood when he learned swordsmanship, you've lost to him every time you've fought. There's no way I'd lose to that guy." Everyone ignored him and focused back on the duel. Hawkeye pivoted his blade, forcing Izuku to stumble and delivering a swift strike to his neck. Even a novice could tell the difference between us. You're not worth my time. In that moment, memories flooded back to Izuku, all the bullying, ridicule, and the pain he saw in his mother. He hated feeling powerless. I refuse to lose. Izuku stood up, preparing one last move. I will become the greatest swordsman and defeat you. He formed a cross with his blades as Hawkeye advanced. Cross-. Hawkeye drove the blade into Izuku's chest, and everyone gasped in horror. Izuku remained steadfast, blood trickling from his mouth. You have received a lethal blow, yet you do not step back. Why? If I do, I would disgrace everything I have worked for over the past 14 years. All the pain I endured and the ridicule for not being born with something everyone else had would be wasted. And that is why you wish to become the greatest? Izuku locked eyes with Hawkeye, his green hawk-like gaze unwavering. I want to be the greatest, so you will have no reason to deny me as your son. I will force you to accept me as your own or die trying. That's gotta be messed up for any father. Stabbing your own son without realizing it until after, Jair pointed out, while Eri covered her eyes, unable to watch. Hawkeye, though surprised, concealed his emotions. He withdrew the small blade and sheathed it. What is your name, boy? Izuku crossed his arms and assumed a running stance. I am Izuku Midoriya, son of Inko Midoriya. There's a name I have not heard in a long time. Hawkeye drew his larger sword, preparing for battle. Falling to this blade is an honor only the strong can have. Count yourself lucky. Izuku began to spin his blades, creating the illusion of large metal discs with the speed behind them. Eternal slash. He sliced his blades, and Hawkeye mirrored the action. Both stood motionless behind each other, leaving the crowd speechless. What happened? Deku lost. Izuku's blades shattered, and a diagonal cut appeared on his chest. Izuku! Itsuka, Ochako, and Momo rushed to his side as Hawkeye sheathed his blade. As he walked away, Minoma laughed at Izuku's failure. Ah, is that really the best a quirkless can do? That's too rich. All that hard work and you can't get anywhere. Only the weak mock others. Stay your tongue, boy, or I may have to silence you. Hawkeye held his small dagger up, emphasizing his point. To take all of you down, all I need is this blade. The only one worthy of forcing me to fight with my best sword is the boy. Keep that in mind going forward. I figured Minoma would annoy him, Itsuka remarked, watching her classmate laugh at Izuku on the screen while playfully striking his neck. Hawkeye began to walk away but was halted by Izuku's shout. This isn't over, Hawkeye. I will defeat you and become the world's strongest, I swear. Then get stronger, and we shall battle again. Hawkeye raised his larger sword to the heavens. I am Dracul Mihawk. I am the one you must surpass to become the strongest. Become stronger and surpass me, Izuku Midoriya. That is your goal. That is what I want to see you do. With that, Hawkeye left, followed by Aizawa, who mentioned that class was dismissed and syllabuses were inside the classroom. As they walked, Hawkeye began asking questions about Izuku. That boy is the child of mine and Inko's, isn't he? Yeah, Aizawa replied, noticing Hawkeye's expression change slightly. Hawkeye brushed his finger against his cheek, feeling a small sting. It has been some time since someone was able to injure me. He smiled at this as he departed. Things will get interesting this year, Aizawa. Wait, so nobody has laid a scratch on him in a long time? How long exactly? Ashido asked, glancing at Hatsume. Long enough that he can't truly remember what it feels like to be cut, Aizawa replied, causing everyone to go pale. Izuku woke up in the nurse's office, bandaged, with a man who had blonde hair and a skeletal appearance sitting beside him. What happened? You collapsed after declaring that you would surpass Hawkeye. The young swordsman looked around for his blades, and the man handed him 2 handles and shards of what was left in a bag. We believe these are all of them, but your friends are still searching the area to make sure. Izuku felt a surge of anger and wanted to scream at himself for not being able to do anything. Young Izuku Midoriya, I'd like to make you a proposition. He looked over to see the man transform into All Might. All Might? Yes, I am All Might. Now, I'd like to ask you a question. Why do you wish to become the world's greatest? Izuku pondered these words as he held the remnants of his blades. I want to be the greatest so that people acknowledge I exist. Growing up, my father never once showed up to see me. I thought it was because he saw me and my mother as weak. So, on the day I was told I was quirkless, I vowed to become the strongest until I was the greatest and could not be ignored by Hawkeye. All Might reverted to his smaller form before asking Izuku something. Young man, I've been keeping my eye on you since the sludge villain incident some time back. Because of this, I would like to ask you to become the successor of my quirk. Izuku remained silent as All Might explained his quirk, which could be passed down from person to person, making Izuku the 9th holder if he chose to accept it. So, what do you say? He took a deep breath before responding. Can you give me until tomorrow to have your answer? I'm going through some heavy stuff right now. Take your time. Losing a fight like that is hard on anyone. All Might walked out, leaving Izuku to assess the damage done to him. This will be a pain for training. He grabbed his belongings and started walking out of the school. On his way, Itsuka and Ochako approached him, handing him a few fragments of his swords they had found. He thanked them before heading to the forest where he would train alone. Once he arrived, Izuku climbed up to see the city of Mustafar with the sun setting behind it. He sat down and looked at his blades, tears streaming down his face as he realized everything he had accomplished was now a pile of broken metal. Sniffle, I won't lose again. He stood up and shouted to the sky, You hear me, world? I will never lose again. I will win as many battles as it takes and carve my name into the heavens. When I do, not even the mighty Hawkeye Mihawk will be able to defeat me, do you understand? I will become the world's greatest swordsman, and that will never change. Wow, he's in pain, Ciro remarked, watching his friend with tears in his eyes and anger evident on his face. Defeat is painful to accept. In Midoriya's case, I'd expect it to be harder because of the whole quirkless part, Aizawa noted, with All Might looking down solemnly. Poor Midoriya. This must be a breaking point for him. The scene shifted to the next day, with Izuku heading toward the faculty lounge. Young Midoriya, I believe you've come with your answer. I have. And what is your decision, my boy? I accept it. I will become the strongest in the world. I will become the greatest swordsman that ever lived and force you to acknowledge me, father. For I refuse to accept defeat from you a second time. The screen faded to black as Bakugo expressed his frustration. That's ridiculous with the acceptance of Ofa. It wasn't because he wanted the power. He knew he'd hit a plateau that a normal person can't overcome, Itsuka pointed out, with Aizawa adding, I may be strong as is, but my physical capabilities are still extremely limited. Hence why I'm not really a brawler. But aren't you at least strong enough to take on a small army? You did that at the USJ, Ashido chimed in, prompting Aizawa to explain. Most of my strength there came from using forward momentum for every thug I took down. By utilizing the binding cloth, I was able to pull villains into one another while also using my knowledge of hand-to-hand combat against those who rely on quirks to create openings. Mind you, those villains were back alley thugs, common criminals who aren't as serious a threat as others. If they were actually the dangerous ones that heroes who specialize in combat face, I wouldn't have lasted as long. Now that explanation is out of the way, next world. And that concludes this chapter. Thank you for reading. In a multiverse twist, Midoriya's father is revealed to be All for One. All Might felt a twinge of shame recalling the last story where he played the villain and caused Izuku's father harm. This one is different, the inventor insisted. Midoriya's father is still AFO, but Inko remarried the #1 pro hero named Liu. He pointed at All Might, who exchanged a bemused glance with Inko. And by the way, Midoriya has both AFO and one for all. That's just great, Bakuga muttered from his seat, visibly annoyed. Izuku opened the door to his home, his girlfriends trailing behind him. Welcome to my home. I hope you all like it. As he stepped inside, 5 girls followed. One had a sweet, neighborly appearance with a bob cut, another was a blonde with messy buns and a mischievous grin, while the third and fourth had their hair styled in ponytails, one jet black and the other a vibrant red. The final girl stood out with her long blue hair and a uniform that differed from the rest, her figure drawing attention. Well, it seems Midoriya has quite the entourage, Kaminari remarked, only to be playfully jabbed in the stomach by Jairu. It's not fair. Why does he get all the attention? Mineta whined, drawing disapproving looks from the girls. Probably because of his power and personality, Lady noted, visibly uncomfortable being near Mineta. What do your parents do for a living? Nijire asked, glancing around the well-kept house. My mom is a surgeon at a hospital and won't be back until late tonight. As for my dad, well, I have 2. My stepdad is a pro hero, and my biological father is a different story. Just then, a gray portal opened, revealing Hisashi, the infamous All for One, with a rather unflattering expression. Ah! Momo quickly fashioned a mini nuke launcher, while Ochako vanished in a panic. Toga, however, remained unfazed, and Nijire prepared her quirk. Dad, how many times do I have to tell you to use the door like a normal person? Izuka deadpanned, pulling Hisashi through the portal and onto a beanbag in the living room. What? Can't a father visit his own son? Hisashi replied, feigning innocence. You can, but there's a perfectly good door right there. Izuku gestured to the slightly ajar door, where Ochako was peeking in. He has a point, you know. Every time you do that, you ruin the carpets. They were just redone yesterday. Tashinori emerged from the kitchen, protein shake in hand, leaving everyone confused. So this is normal for you? All Might asked, trying to comprehend the situation. Pretty much, Izuku replied. Allow me to introduce my father and stepfather, Hisashi Midoriya, known as All for One, and Tashinori Yagi, better known as All Might. Izuku's tone was slightly annoyed, while the girls looked bewildered. If I find another horse head under my sheets, I'm going to make you regret it, Dad. Hisashi's grin faded, and he vanished briefly before reappearing and tossing a stuffed animal's head out the window. Horsehead? What horsehead? I don't see anything, he said, attempting to act oblivious. At least it wasn't real this time, Izuku sighed, snapping his fingers. The glass shards began to levitate and reassemble themselves. Nice to see you again, sir. Toga approached Hisashi, who smiled back. Nice to see you too, Toga. I hope everything with Izuku is going well. Very, Toga replied cheerfully, prompting Momo to speak up. Can someone explain why the #1 villain and the #1 hero are here, chatting like old friends? And why is Toga so calm about this? If I were in your shoes, I'd be freaking out. In order, They can't fight when I'm within a mile of them, thanks to my mom, who nearly took them out after their last encounter, Izuku explained. That makes sense, Itsuka noted, somewhat annoyed. Toga was another orphan Dad took in and introduced me to when we were 5. She lived with the League for most of that time before joining UA. And no, she is not the UA traitor, that was Monoma, whom we dealt with last Thursday. As for why I'm calm, I could easily handle both of them without breaking a sweat. He's not joking, he's literally the strongest person on the planet, and I have over 200 quirks, Bakugo added. He stopped a full-force punch of mine during the final exams with just his pinky. We couldn't even touch him in a real fight. And you put up with Bakugo, why? Ochako exclaimed, exasperated. It's a game at this point. He knows I could easily overpower him, so I let him think he's stronger to ease his insecurities. I don't have insecurities. Really? I could name 5 right now, Aizawa chimed in. So, what was life like growing up as the son and adopted son of these two? Nijire asked, curious about their upbringing. Chaotic for the most part. One week, my dad would try to groom me to become a supervillain, attempting heists and evil schemes, and the next day, All Might and I would be stopping hostage situations, taking down villains, and being a typical hero duo. Despite my choice to be a hero, I could waltz right into the League headquarters, and nobody would even bat an eye. That reminds me, Kurojiri wants to play chess with you again when you have the time. How have you not fired him? He's a terrible bartender. He can't even make an old-fashioned, the classic villain drink, and he can't even manage that. He just stands behind the bar cleaning glasses that have never been used. He's mainly Shigaraki's guardian. Have you seen how he acts? That's on you. You treated him like he was going to be a god. The only god we have here is the boy over there playing with a cat on the piano. Everyone turned to see Izuku holding a tabby cat and playfully pressing its paws on a keyboard. What? Now that was a funny cat. Shiro and Kaminari burst into laughter as the rest of the class watched the group on the screen continue talking for a while before Izuku began preparing dinner for everyone. I'm home. The sound of a woman entering the house made Izuku smile. Hey Mom, how was work? Nice. I see some girls' shoes by the door. Is it safe to assume that your friends are here? Yeah. We're in the dining area if you want to join us for dinner. Instantly, every girl but Toga was on edge, eager to find out what Izuku's mom was like. This is it. Deku's mom. The woman who managed to keep both the #1 villain and the #1 hero in line. Walking in was a woman who looked somewhat shorter than Izuku, with a friendly smile. It's nice to finally meet you all. Toga, I hope you're doing well. She's normal, the girls exclaimed, expecting someone intimidating enough to keep both All Might and AFO in check. I'm Inko Midoriya. It's nice to meet you all. It's nice to meet you too, the girls said, bowing respectfully before Inko walked out of the room toward the master bedroom. There's no way this is the woman who put All Might and AFO in line in her own house. Toga happily sat at the table, chatting with All Might about a possible transfer to the hero course while Izuku finished setting the table for dinner. Hisashi. Why is there slime on my carpet? All Might and AFO flinched at Inko's voice, surprising the 4 girls. You're in trouble now, for one. Come on. Dad made one of his usual entrances. He could have just done it 2 feet back, and it would have been fine. You're paying for the repairs. This was new carpeting too. Hisashi had to twist and dodge several large kitchen knives, a sword, and even a flaming sword that narrowly missed him. Beep Inko, save it. A chainsaw was thrown, coming dangerously close to the villain leader's face. Now things make sense. Wait a second, couldn't you just take her quirk? Nope. Well, you're in trouble, Toga said, turning her attention to the cat brushing against her leg. Aren't you a cutie? Who has a soft belly? So you lived most of your life with the #1 pro who has taken down every villain that crossed him, and the #1 villain who has destroyed anyone who dared to oppose him, and you somehow turned out normal, Itsuka said. Yeah. Pretty much, Izuku replied. What god or gods did you pray to in order to keep your sanity? Ochako asked, still watching Hisashi dodge weapons that soon turned to furniture far too large for anyone to think Inko could throw. Mom, you're going to lose the security deposit at this rate. And Ochako, I didn't. This is kind of rare. Usually, they pull pranks on each other, but the main reason they aren't fighting is one thing. He held up his index finger. And what's that? We want all the grandkids. Both of them said in unison. Every student and pro face-bombed at this comment. What? It's clever. On what planet would that comment be, clever? Midnight asked sarcastically, watching the family finish dinner and relax in the living room before glancing at the time. Well, I guess it's time to turn in. All Might stood up and began walking toward the master bedroom with Inko. Hisashi, if you leave out the front. Yeah. Hisashi. Inko's voice made the villain shudder before he turned to her. Have a nice evening. Her smile calmed him a bit. Oh, and Izuku, try not to break the bed. I know you're young, but you're still too young for kids. I want them, but not so early. Right now would probably be a bad time to say I adopted a little girl from a mission and put the child abuser she was with's head in the fridge. Inko immediately walked into the kitchen and pulled out a milk carton to see the decapitated yet still living head of Kai Chisaki. Can someone just end me? Please. Not wanting to deal with any more questions about why the decapitated head could talk and was in the fridge, Inko placed the milk carton back and shut the door. God damn it. Is it wrong that I don't feel as bad for this guy? Ochako asked, and nobody seemed to notice. Well, I guess we'll call it a night too. Good night, everyone. Izuku and the girls headed to his room, noticing it was a king-sized bed with enough space for everyone to sleep comfortably. Izuku started changing while Ochako, Nijire, Momo, and Itsuka blushed, while Toga acted as if this was nothing new. How are you not fazed by Izuku changing in front of us? Momo asked. Because we've bathed together, Toga replied, grabbing a black nightgown that was somewhat sheer before changing into it. Cover your eyes, Eri. Ochako shielded Eri's eyes while Mandalay did the same with Koda. Alright, I'm going to start laying down. The bathroom is over there if you girls don't feel comfortable changing in here. I could also turn the other way if you want. The four paused for a moment before starting to change into their sleepwear. In their minds, this was more about proving they weren't any different from Toga. Or you can just change right here. Once everyone was in their sleep attire, Izuku lay on his back with everyone cuddling up to him. Nijire, Ochako, and Itsuka were in mostly their underwear since the sleepwear they brought wasn't as bold as Toga's. Momo wore a nightgown similar to Toga's, but hers was red, and Izuku simply wore shorts without a t-shirt. Good night, everyone. Good night, Deku Izuku. The six began to drift off to sleep when the door creaked open, revealing Hisashi and All Might. Are they going to do anything? Hisashi asked. Looks like they're just sleeping, All Might replied. I know my son wouldn't just fall asleep with 5 beautiful and perfectly proportioned women on top of him. This has to be a trick. I'm 5 seconds away from sending you two back to the States if you don't be quiet and let us sleep. The door shut completely, and Izuku smiled. Much better. The screen went black as everyone started to chuckle at All Might. What? In this one, young Midoriya was far superior to me. What did you expect? I didn't know the number 1 pro hero liked to complain, Hatsume said, looking down as she searched for a new multiverse. Well, this one seems interesting, Hatsume said, stopping at a multiverse. It says here that Midoriya tries to be an unconventional hero in this. Wait, did you just say I'm trying to be an unconventional hero? Izuku asked. Apparently so. It says here you have a quirk that makes people feel a strong attraction when you lock eyes with them. Because of this, you wear special glasses that disrupt the quirk's effects, which look similar to normal glasses. Wait, so Mito can make people feel attracted to him? Ashido asked while Hatsume continued to read about the universe. Not necessarily. Basically, he's increasing their desire to connect, she explained, glancing at Koda and Eri in the room. I don't think I need to elaborate further. Let's take the kids and Mineta out of the room, please. Now, on to the universe. She pressed start, and a scene in a doctor's office appeared. Well, Mrs. Midoriya, I have good news and some bad news, A portly man with a large mustache said to Inko and Izuku, who were sitting in 2 chairs. What do you mean by good and bad news? Inko asked. The doctor looked down at his notes before answering. The good news is your son has a quirk. But now I can be a hero like All Might. Izuku cheered, only to be corrected by the doctor. Not exactly, son. This is where the bad news comes in. The two sat back down and listened carefully. The quirk you have is called Lilith's Lens. It won't manifest until you hit PBR to Y. When that happens, your eyes will change to golden yellow with slit pupils. Everyone who sees your eyes will feel a strong attraction they may not want. Inko turned red as she read what the doctor meant. Is there a way to avoid this? That's where these two come in. You can join us now. 2 people entered the room. A woman in a skin-tight bodysuit with long dark hair and a man in a flamboyant purple suit. It is nice to meet you both. I am His Purple Highness, and this is my sidekick, Midnight. It's nice to meet you, Midnight said. Ah, how I miss His Purple Highness. He really did teach me everything I know, Midnight smiled, while Aizawa shivered at the memory of his time at the eccentric prose agency. To make a long story short, Mrs. Midoriya, we will help train your son. Unfortunately, this means we will need to take care of him when he begins going through PBRY. Why? Inko asked, looking at His Purple Highness for an explanation. From what we can tell, Lilith's lens works better on the opposite section. We're concerned you might be affected by it. We don't want to take a mother away from her son, but we have no records of how the quirk affects women or men related to the user. Therefore, I would prefer Izuku to be raised by His Purple Highness and Midnight once his quirk officially manifests. So they're going to take Izuku away during this? Inko felt nervous, while Nizu considered the logic behind it. They are dealing with an unknown quirk factor. Perhaps this is for the best. The group watched as the scene changed to about 7 years later. Izuku woke up and walked toward the bathroom, feeling somewhat tired that morning. Man, His Purple Highness really put me through the ringer yesterday. Since he needed to work hard to become a hero, Izuku had been training to build stamina and increase his strength. With a little help from Midnight, he had also learned about the responsibilities that come with being a hero. Standing in front of the mirror, Izuku began washing his face. As he did, he noticed something strange in the mirror. What the heck? Looking closer, he saw his eyes had changed from vibrant emerald green with circular pupils to golden yellow with slit pupils like a snake's. Hey, Mom. Yes, sweetie. Can you call His Purple Highness or Midnight? I think my quirk activated. It what? My eyes look like what the doctor said they would when it's active. I really need you to call them and ask for that support item they had for me when the time came. Well, that's one way to find out, Jair pointed out as the group noticed Midnight arriving at the house. All right, Izuku. These should help suppress your quirk. Midnight handed Izuku a pair of large, circular glasses. He kept his eyes shut before opening them to see through the lenses. There we go. Now we can admire those pretty eyes of yours. My baby has his quirk. Sniffle, I'm so happy. Inko began to cry tears of joy while Midnight sat down on the couch. Now that this has happened, you both know what will need to be done next, right? The two looked down, knowing that Izuku would have to leave his mom. You don't have to never see her again. You just can't live with her, as there's a risk you might unintentionally use your quirk on her. Thank you, Ms. Midnight. Izuku bowed to his teacher. I am forever in yours and His Purple Highness's debt for helping me. Just become a great hero, kid. Midnight ruffled Izuku's hair before pulling out a folder for him to see. Since we're moving to the next part of the procedure to make you an R-rated hero, I think it's best to show you this now. Izuku opened the folder and glanced at the papers. What is this for? It's about a special course at UA for people with your qualifications. It's for Class M, a course specifically dedicated to training R-rated heroes. The pro spoke with confidence, gesturing to herself. I'm actually the teacher of that course. I just need an honest answer right now, Ms. Midnight. Inko asked everyone to turn toward her. Will my son be involved in questionable activities because of his quirk? Probably. Most likely. I don't want him to, but I think Deku will be. Agreed, came a voice from the back. The girls of Class A pointed out that Izuku's future in this universe looked a little bleak. Kinda, but not really. Midoriya will use his quirk to gather information from villains. He may end up having encounters with some of the female ones, but this won't be an act of love or payment, Prehistoric. He can still have a normal relationship if he desires. Inko looked at Midnight, disbelief in her eyes. Says the woman who dresses like that. Don't judge me. Izuku began to laugh a bit before glancing at the time. I gotta go to school. I'll see you two later. When you come home, we'll be moving you to UA, and you'll be taking classes there from now on, Midnight stated, while Izuku gave a thumbs up and left. So I'll be living at UA? Apparently. Hatsume pointed this out for Aizawa to see some logic. Since UA can help people with unusual quirks like yours, it's believable that this will happen. Not saying I want to be a babysitter, but I can see this easily. The scene shifted to 3 years later, with Izuku in the common space of Class 1A. Walking inside after the first day, the class of 19 students felt somewhat down due to losing one of their classmates. They noticed Izuku sitting in the common area, sipping tea. Hello. You must be Class A. Nice to meet all of you. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He bowed, and the others looked at him as if he had two heads. What are you doing here? An ash-blonde boy yelled at Izuku, prompting him to smile. Nice to see you got into UA, Kachin. His smile surprised everyone, especially a girl with pink skin named Ashido, who stepped forward. So who are you exactly, and why are you in our class dorm? To make a long story short, I'm a member of UA's first year in Class 1M. Since it's only me, UA has me dorming with all of you and learning my curriculum outside of heroics with you. Class M? I don't think I've heard of that curriculum before, a boy wearing glasses said curiously. It's a very uncommon course designed for unique quirk users like myself. To simplify, I'm training to be an R-rated hero. There was a moment of silence before everyone shouted, "What?" To be honest, I expected that reaction, Kirishima pointed out. So what does an R-rated hero in training do that's different from a regular hero? Asked a girl who resembled a frog, known as Tsuyu Ajui. To put it simply, R-rated heroes work with the red light industry. We handle situations that involve sensitive topics. We're also somewhat involved with it. So are you in training for questionable activities or something? A brunette asked, causing Izuku to shake his head nervously. I'm not anything like that. Trust me. I only got into this because my quirk is really special and would affect anyone I stared at without these glasses on. Izuku defended himself quickly, sensing the group's skepticism. Look, I'm not proud of this being the way I become a hero, and I'm sure not many would be. But this is the path I can take to achieve my dream. If what I do can save people or help others, then I'll do it, even if it isn't the best way. Tisich, whatever. Just don't involve me in your stuff and know where you stand. Bakugo walked away, leaving Izuku smirking at him. Oh, like how your mother was on all fours while I was doing her? In an instant, the ash blonde grabbed Izuku's shirt and lifted him. You talk about that again and I'll turn you inside out. He stopped when he noticed Izuku's glasses were off. His eyes began to glow, causing Bakugo to fall to his knees, breathing heavily and shaking. What the hell did you do? I gave you a taste of what your mother experienced, as well as a demonstration of how my quirk works. Izuku placed his glasses back on before turning to the 18 students behind him. My quirk allows me to amplify hormones related to reproduction, making the need for it grow in the body. In less than 3 seconds, he's on the ground, overwhelmed. The only reason none of you are in the same situation is because of these glasses. They deflect my quirk's ability and allow me to look at people without the fear of it activating. Some of the boys began to help Bakugo away, while the brunette, later identified as Ochako Uraraka, spoke up. So it doesn't even take that long for someone to fall like that. I'm a bit concerned about this, Izuku said, returning to the sofa with his tea. I should mention that this quirk tends to work better on women than men, so it doesn't take much to put a woman in a certain state. The girls exchanged worried glances. But don't worry, I won't use it on you. Unless you consent. Well, I guess our time here is going to be interesting, a girl with AUX cords for earlobes remarked as she approached the others. As the class was leaving, Izuku spotted a small boy he recognized from Midnight's comments. Mineta. A word. Without letting go of his materials, Izuku lifted the small boy off the ground to make his point clear. I'm responsible for keeping you in line here. If you don't want to end up regretting your actions after just 10 seconds of my gaze, I suggest you leave the girls alone. Understand? And why should I listen to you? Mineta challenged, but Izuku began to remove his glasses, making it clear he was serious. Okay, but I'll behave. Excellent. Izuku dropped him back down before returning to his notes. Now get out of my sight. Mineta hurried away while Izuku read about how women experience pleasure, sipping his tea. Honestly, my heroics textbooks are just filled with questionable content. The screen went black, and Hatsume smirked. So, what did you think, folks? I swear, some of these get weirder and weirder, Yayarozu commented, prompting Hatsume to continue selecting the next multiverse. And that wraps up this multiverse. Let me know your thoughts below. Hope you all enjoyed it and thanks for reading. So this one seems a bit strange, Hatsume said, finding a particularly concerning entry. In this universe, Midoriya has a quirk that makes him an evolved superhuman. That sounds kind of cool, Jiraiya remarked, her expression showing concern for Hatsume, which only made her more anxious about this universe. What's the catch in this universe? Izuku asked, drawing everyone's attention. There's usually some kind of catch with immense power like this. I want to know what's special about this universe. You're put in Tartarus by All Might, who is your biological father, out of fear that you might be captured by AFO at the young age of 4. Everyone in the room winced at this revelation as the screen began to play. Inside a doctor's office, a doctor reviewed some information before looking at a woman with green hair, Inko Midoriya. So, how long until your husband arrives, ma'am? He should be here soon. Just then, the door opened to reveal a blonde man with blue eyes, Toshinori Yagi, better known as All Might. Hello, Inko. What seems to be the matter? It concerns your son, Mr. Yagi. Immediately, the father's expression shifted to one of concern. Is Izuku okay? I saw him in the waiting room playing with some toys. Is something wrong? Not exactly, but it concerns his quirk. To be honest, we've never seen anything like it in our history as medical professionals. The doctor handed the file to the parents before continuing. It appears his quirk allows him to drain energy from anyone he touches and use an evolved version of his own quirk. From our tests, it seems his body is significantly modified, allowing him to utilize 95% of his brain that most people cannot. We also discovered that his bone structure and healing factors exceed those of most healing quirks. The best we can say is this. Izuku Midoriya has somehow become something beyond human. And that's saying something since humans today are far from what they once were. Wow. That sounds really intense, Kendo said, struggling to find the right words. Truly something beyond human capability, Shiozaki added, as she and Setsuna stared blankly at the screen, both parents watching Izuku asleep in his bed. You can't be serious right now. You want to put our son, this innocent little child who has done nothing wrong, in a prison where dangerous criminals are held, monsters that even heroes would rather see gone. I know you don't like it, Inko. I'm past the point of not liking it. I can't believe you'd even suggest this. Inko interrupted, noticing Izuku stir slightly, ensuring she didn't wake him. In the kitchen. Now. As they walked away from the door, All Might explained his reasoning. The quirk the doctor mentioned will undoubtedly attract my nemesis. I hate the idea of putting my own son in a prison as much as you do, but this is for his safety. I can't be around 24/7 to protect him from those who would misuse and manipulate him. I can do many things, but that's beyond my capabilities. Then why not ask Nizu to enroll him in UA? That seems more humane than putting him in a prison like an animal. Believe me, I'd prefer him to go to UA, but that's still not the safest option. No one can sneak into Tartarus easily. It's the most secure place for Izuku until he's old enough to control his powers. Unless you can suggest a better place that's just as secure, we don't have many options. Inko looked back at Izuku's room, feeling sick to her stomach, knowing her husband was right. From what they understood, Izuku was far beyond any help they could offer. Alright, if this is the only way to keep my baby safe, then I'll agree to it. Forgive me, Izuku. I don't like this, but I can't think of a better way to protect you without making it seem like you're a caged animal. Please don't hold this against me. Ouch. Jur felt a pang of sympathy as the scene shifted to Tartarus the next day. Wait. Dad. Izuku shouted for his parents as he was led into Tartarus. Please. Don't do this. I'll be good. Inko felt her heart break, seeing Izuku so distressed. She turned her face away to avoid seeing him before the heavy metal doors closed. Once inside, Izuku was taken down to a deep level beneath the sea, where he was placed in a cold cell. A voice came over the loudspeaker, addressing the small child. All right, kid, I don't like the fact you're here as much as anyone else. So let me give you the rundown. Around the room, you'll see cameras, weapons, and no windows. Escape from here is nearly impossible, so just sit down, accept where you are, and try not to cause more problems than you already are. The voice faded, leaving Izuku to walk over to the bed and curl up into a ball. He began to cry, realizing he was in a room filled with villains. But, Hick, what did I do to deserve this? Young Midoriya. I am so sorry for what happened. All Might began apologizing as Eri wrapped her arms around Izuku, joined by Ochako. I'm sorry this happened to you, Deku. Eri felt Izuku gently pat her head while he continued to watch the years pass on the screen. It's not your fault, Eri. These things happen. Still, it's wrong. Inko's voice rang out. I'm appalled at the version of me in this universe that agreed to this. I would never let my son be thrown into a place like this. Sadly, this is how it is in this universe. The group focused on Izuku, who was about 15 in the prison. Over a decade had passed since Izuku was thrown into Tartarus. He had been left in the room, silently collecting his thoughts and anger towards his family for being trapped in this prison. Not once since his incarceration had he been visited by them. However, he had been given books that, he was told, his mother had offered to ensure he learned about the world he could no longer live in. Dinner time. A man opened a small slot, noticing Izuku in the center of the room surrounded by several books on advanced technology and physics. Did you hear me, you little pest? Take the food. Izuku remained silent, continuing to read. Activate the defenses for Cell 5982. The sound of machinery whirring to life echoed as the man stepped into the room. Listen here, when I say grab something Izuku ignored him, keeping his focus on the book in front of him. Listen when I speak to you. The man raised the tray, ready to strike, but Izuku seized the moment. Drawing on the martial arts knowledge he had studied, he grabbed the guard and used his quirk to absorb his energy, incapacitating him. The alarms blared as the defenses began firing, and Izuku held the unconscious man as a shield before darting out of the cell. Phase 1 complete. Now for Phase 2. Attention! Prisoner number 5982 has escaped. Block off corridors AH-93 and H-42. The speakers blared as Izuku felt the guard's quirk manifest within him, transforming his hand into a drill to break through the titanium blockade and escape to the elevator. Now let's see if this key works. Using the key he had taken from the guard, Izuku unlocked the elevator, which began descending to his level. Freeze! Several armed men approached, guns drawn. Prisoner number 5982. Return to your cell or we will use force. Izuku stared blankly at the guards before charging at them. Fire! They opened fire, bullets grazing his arms and face as he dodged, absorbing their energy. One by one, they began to fall, his hands glowing with power. I think it's time I take my Leah. A shot from a still-conscious guard struck Izuku. You think we're going to let a monster like you out? You're going to stay in here until you die, freak. Everyone in the room began to worry, seeing Izuku sustain a wound that seemed impossible to recover from. Is he that I mean he can't have? Tamaki was on the verge of panic before a lady noticed something off. No way. Izuku was about to fall but steadied himself. Why you can't? How are you still alive? The guard shouted, watching in disbelief as the wound began to close before his eyes. It seems I haven't been as clear with all of you as I was led to believe. Tell me, do you believe someone can evolve beyond humanity through a quirk? Izuku began walking toward the guard, who panicked and fired again, only for the bullets to bounce off him as if they were nothing. That's what happened to me. I became the very thing that terrifies everyone outside at the age of 5. Consider me the next step in human evolution. Stay back. I'm warning you that you monster. Hearing that word, Izuku trembled with anger. So, that I'm a monster in your eyes, aren't I? Fair enough. Izuku unleashed an evolved beam quirk he had obtained from a guard, blasting the top of the prison off and sprouting wings. I want you to send a message to All Might. Tell him that his son is going to do the one thing even the so-called symbol of peace can't. He soared out of the prison, flashing a triumphant fist in the air as a mockery of All Might. Dang, Midoriya bro's tough in this. Kirishima shouted in amazement, with no one daring to disagree. Can I just point out that this is All Might's fault for being a poor parent in this situation? Aizawa remarked, causing the blonde pro to wince at the comment. To be honest, I'm not innocent in this either. I agreed to the act, and I feel ashamed for letting this happen. Inko lowered her head in shame at her actions in this story. At least you tried to help Izuku. That's why he isn't as resentful toward you as he is toward All Might. Hatsume pointed out, showing an image of All Might in his scrawny form in the principal's office, reviewing the footage from Tartarus. Tell him that his son is going to do the one thing even the so-called symbol of peace can't. Nizu paused the tape, noticing All Might shaking with fear. Words cannot express the amount of shame I feel for you, All Might. Though I understand this was for your son's betterment, you neglected to explain that you didn't make this choice willingly, allowing him to believe he was placed in Tartarus because he was some kind of monster. Sir, I didn't want Izuku to be taken by. I know. But that isn't the issue here. The real problem is that we have one of the most powerful beings, who also happens to be your son, out in the world, and we have no idea where he is or what he is doing. The fact that we can even have this conversation proves he isn't coming after you for revenge directly. But the real question is, what will he do first? As they contemplated this, All Might decided to head out and try to help lead Class 1A, which had gone to the USJ. I will begin searching for Izuku the moment today is over and will step down as a teacher. If I can't even guide my own son, what right do I have to be a teacher? I will not accept your resignation. While you may feel you lack the right, this will be your atonement for what you have done by ensuring the students of this school do not falter, with you being held accountable if any do under your watch. Yes, sir. I agree with this version of myself's idea. He has failed his son, so he must make up for it in some way. Nizu sipped his tea before the scene shifted to the USJ, where Shigaraki was about to attack Azui. The top of the USJ broke open as Izuku descended, nearly crushing Shigaraki's head if he hadn't dodged in time. Who are you? I don't remember you being in this game. Izuku smirked before replying, Me? I'm someone who wants to take down your master. And you and your little lackeys are going to help me. What makes you think that I'll, before anyone could respond, Izuku lunged forward, grabbing Shigaraki's neck and applying pressure. That wasn't me asking. Now, care to say that one last time? Shigaraki moved his hands to decay Izuku's arm, but Izuku remained unfazed. Quite the useful quirk. Too bad it won't amount to anything when I redirect the decay back at you. What the? Let go. Stop. The villain looked behind him in anger at the giant creature. Kill him. The beast charged at Izuku, who held out his hand and grabbed the creature's fist, causing it to disintegrate into dust in less than a second. Thanks to touching you, I can control the decay, making it fast or slow as I wish. Now tell me, where can I find All for One? Just then, the doors to the USJ burst open, and All Might entered the facility. Of course you show up right when I'm about to get what I need. Izuku, what are you doing here? Before he could respond, Kurogiri teleported Shigaraki away, igniting immense anger in Izuku. I was about to get the answer to where the villain you want to take down is, But it seems you've let my best lead escape. In a bid to stop his son, All Might charged at him, but the green-haired boy pushed him away in frustration. Izuku, please, end this and turn yourself in. Why? So I can spend the rest of my life in a jail cell that I never should have been in? Face it, All Might, you messed up and put your innocent 5-year-old son in jail when he had no right to be there, and now you have to live with the consequences. Goodbye. Toshinori Yagi. Izuku leaped out of the USJ, leaving All Might to realize he had lost his son and might never get him back. The screen went blank, and many in the room felt a mix of empathy for Izuku and resentment toward All Might. Alright, time for a new one. Hatsume looked down the list before stopping at one she liked. And that concludes this chapter. I came up with this idea a little while back and thought it was interesting since I haven't explored a scenario where All Might is portrayed as a significantly flawed father. I hope you all enjoyed it and thanks for reading. Okay, so this one is kind of interesting. Midoriya is the new owner of a mansion with a bunch of servants working in it. To give some background, Midoriya's uncle, Midoriya Spiegel, was a wealthy businessman who passed away without any children. He decided to leave his estate to Izuku in his will. Kendo raised her hand in curiosity. Who's working in the mansion? You girls and a female Todoroki. This raised many questions, with MT Lady laughing a bit at this. So this kid's a girl in this? That's hilarious. The screen started with everyone looking at it. Izuku walked into an apartment complex, visibly irritated. I'm home. Not that it matters since nobody's here. Oh, hey Manchin, you're here to greet me instead of sleeping on my shoes. He said to the Shiba Inu sitting patiently by the door. The dog yipped at his owner before receiving a belly rub as he walked inside. Izuku, now 23, had recently found himself unemployed a week ago due to the facility he worked at shutting down amid charges against the CEO for embezzlement. The bankrupt company was now defunct, and poor Izuku was out of a job. Let's see what we have for mail. He had been job hunting, trying to find something to keep him afloat. Unfortunately, things had taken a downward turn half a month ago when his girlfriend dumped him for his childhood friend, who had bullied him. Simply put, he needed some light in his life. Ah, there's the pink slip from the layoff and, oh no, my unemployment got denied. Wait a second. Damn it. Why am I getting evicted? He shouted in frustration upon seeing an eviction notice from his landlord with no clear reason listed. That sleazy owner is probably going to keep the security deposit, Izuku muttered, glaring at the notice before tearing it to shreds and collapsing onto his couch, feeling completely overwhelmed. Wow, I feel bad for Midoriya in this situation, Kirishima remarked. You're telling me? Tetsu agreed as they continued watching. Izuku opened one final notice, expecting it to be about a lawsuit or jury duty. Dear Midoriya Izuku, he read aloud for Manchin to hear. We regret to inform you that your relative, Spiegel Midoriya, has passed away unexpectedly. Wait, Uncle Spiegel is dead? Thanks for telling me, Dad. He continued reading to uncover more details. In the will, he has named you the sole beneficiary and leaves his estate and the enclosed financial amount and assets to you at. He read the address, noting it was in the countryside, almost 4 hours north of where he currently lived. The cremation will be held on the 19th of this month at noon in Saitama Prefecture. His ashes will go to his next of kin, Hisashi Midoriya. The official reading of the will take place there, where you will receive the benefits outlined in this letter. Furthermore, due to his position as CEO of Spiegel Industries, the staff and CFO would like to offer you the opportunity to take over as his successor. Izuku rested his head on the sofa, contemplating the implications. So Uncle gave me most of what he owned aside from what he left my dad. I knew we were close when I visited him a few months ago. Why do I feel like this is going to blow up in my face? He always did have a twisted sense of humor. So the nerd got a bunch of money and a house. Great. Now what does this have to do with the universe? Bakugu pointed out, using Mineta as a footrest. You'll see. The scene shifted to Izuku riding in a car with his former roommate Zero, who had moved out a few months prior. I liked your uncle when he came over to the apartment. Did they explain how he died? Zero asked. Yeah, he had a sudden massive aneurysm. He was gone before he even hit the ground, and the doctors said he wouldn't have felt a thing, aside from maybe a nosebleed. He was in his 70s but was extremely healthy. Life is unpredictable, Zero remarked. What's your dad going to do with his ashes? Uncle always wanted to go to space, so my dad and I are going to create a rocket to scatter his ashes so they can escape Earth's orbit and explore the stars. My mom thought about turning them into fireworks for the wake, but he would have wanted the rocket. He was always a bit showy. Still think the way he died was probably the best way he could have gone. My dad died in a car accident a few years ago because of a drunk driver, so if you need to talk, I'm here for you. I know, you moved into my place the week it happened. Yeah, that was a rough week. You okay back there, Manchin? Orf. I'll take that as a yes. Shortly after, the two pulled into the open courtyard of the estate, with Zero backing the small trailer close to the steps to make unloading easier. Do you mind if we take a look at what he left you before we start unloading? We got time. Plus, I'm going to order a pizza and get some beer for your help moving. Izuku unlatched Manchin from his carrier and brought the small dog with them as they toured the estate. From what I was told about Uncle's estate, it goes quite a distance in the back. He was a bit eccentric too. I remember running around the cherry orchard he had when I was little while he watched me when my parents went on dates. Why didn't he remarry? He couldn't bring himself to after my aunt died in an accident. He always said he thought it would be like cheating on his late wife, so he never remarried. That's why I spent so much time with him when I was little. I spent a good part of my childhood here. As they reached the back of the mansion, they noticed that the cherry trees had been thinned down significantly, and a large concrete mausoleum sat on a hill behind the mansion. Was this the orchard you were talking about? No, and I think I'm done touring the outside for now. Let's check out the inside. Zero looked a bit unsettled by the scene. Yeah, I'd be kind of scared too. The two approached the front gate, and Izuku reached into his belongings from the reading of the will to find a 17th century-styled skeleton key. Well, I guess we can start with the inside. He inserted the key to unlock the door, but it was already unlocked, and someone was pulling it open. This caused Izuku to stumble forward onto the ground, looking up to see a woman with white and red hair gazing down at him with a stoic expression. You must be Izuku Midoriya. The master informed us of your inheritance shortly before his passing. If you would kindly follow me inside, we shall assist you with unpacking. Wait, after his death? Now we're asking the real questions, Reiko pointed out. Izuku followed the woman, along with several other women around his age, who began taking his belongings out of his car. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shoko Todoroki. I am one of the maids who moved in when the late master needed assistance due to his health conditions. Counting myself, there are around 17 other maids working in the mansion. We are responsible for cleaning and preparing your meals. In exchange, we live in the mansion as well. I gather produce from the garden, tend to the grounds, and greet guests when they arrive. But when you mentioned after his uncle's death, what did you mean? If you follow me, I'll take you to the study where the other maids are waiting. I don't think she heard you. Or she just ignored me. Zero felt a bit frustrated as they entered the private study to find a line of beautiful women standing in unison. Wow, you could start a harem here if you wanted. Midoriya, you idiot, Mineta tried to get up but was swiftly knocked out by a large hand. Shut up. Kendo was completely exasperated by Mineta's antics. Don't talk during movies. Alright man, I need to get ready for my night job. Let me know when you're settled in, and maybe we can have a maid's special later. Oh, and you can have the pizza. Just make one for me from scratch next time I come over. And if the beer is that IPA stuff, feel free to get rid of it. He smirked at his friend, who blushed at the comment as Zero headed toward the door. Scram, you beer snob. You're one to talk, you broccoli-headed nerd. Anyway, see you later, bro. Zero left, and Izuku turned to the girls. So, I'm not really used to this whole live-in assistant thing, so I won't ask you to change your personal lives for me. Just do what you normally do, and I'll manage on my own. Feel free to do whatever you want, and how do I pay you all? You also don't have to wear the French-made outfits if you don't want. We live here, get free food and transportation. Plus, there's a bank account for spending. The late master put a significant amount of money into our account that we couldn't even begin to dent, said a girl with purple hair, and Izuku sighed in relief, glad he didn't have to worry about that. Also, the French-made outfit was a request from the late master when addressing you, said a girl with black hair, surprising Izuku. If you prefer, we can lose the uniforms altogether. No. The French-made outfits are fine. Izuku yelled, blushing profusely as the girl began to undo her corset. He raised his hand, blocking anyone watching from seeing anything inappropriate. Why am I saying this? She asked, confused. You'll see when we get further in. The scene shifted to the evening, with Izuku waking up in his late uncle's bed. This feels so wrong. I'm literally sleeping in my uncle's bed not long after he died. There must be some kind of rule against this. Even if he did leave it to me, it still feels wrong. He got up, hoping to find the kitchen for a late-night snack. Unfortunately, he got lost, unable to find the bedchamber he had just left. Great. Now I'm lost without any idea where to go. Izuku turned a corner and saw one of the maids he had seen earlier walking down the hall. She had orange hair tied in a ponytail and was moving in a peculiar manner. Well, the young master's asleep, so I don't think I should worry about this. Suddenly, a tail popped out from behind her, and what looked like wolf ears emerged from her hair. Izuku rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dreaming, but the tail and ears were still there. It's okay, Izuku, you're dreaming. Something didn't sit right with you at dinner, and you're hallucinating. You're starting to go crazy, and you need to lay down. He turned toward another hallway, hoping to find the private study. There he saw Shoko's legs sticking out from the couch. Hey Shoko, I'm sorry to ask, but can you help me? He turned to see Shoko's body, but she had no head. Everyone screamed as Izuku started to faint. And down he goes, Aizawa said, prolonging the word as Izuku slumped in his seat, going limp. Young master, what seems to be the issue? Shoko asked, her head resting on the nightstand next to the couch. You're just a head. Naturally. I am a Dullahan, so this is somewhat normal. A Dullahan? Yes. All the maids here aren't human, we're demi-humans, or as you would call us, mythical creatures. The late master was a bit eccentric, after all. Izuku froze before collapsing onto the ground, motionless. Perhaps this was too much for him at once? You don't seem to care, do you, Manchin? Manchin let out a soft sound before rolling back over on the couch and continuing to sleep while Shoko scratched his ears. I'm amazed he didn't faint when the headless body appeared, Kamiari remarked as they continued watching Izuku asleep on the couch. Young master? Young master. We need you to wake up. Izuku stirred to see a girl with spiky hair and crimson-red eyes, fangs slightly visible. But your color seems to have returned. Aya. Izuku fell backward off the couch, holding a lamp defensively. Why are there monsters in this mansion? Allow us to explain, said a girl with vines in her hair, motioning for Izuku's attention. As soon as he turned to face her, he felt a rush of blood to his face, seeing that she was a dryad, with only a few leaves covering her. In his later years, Master Spiegel traveled the globe following legends of humanoid beings like elves, vampires, and other creatures modern humans consider creatures of the night. He planned for us to be ambassadors for our species to integrate into modern society and no longer remain in the shadows. I am a dryad, and my name is Shiozaki Ibra. We all come from different provinces in Japan. I am Yaoyorozu Momo, and I am the last living relative of Count Dracula, which technically makes me the vampire queen. Wait, but Dracula was Transylvanian? That was 700 years ago. Izuku looked over to see a brunette sniffing him and holding him close. It's been so long since I've smelled such a lovely aroma from a young man. I've always loved this scent from the late master, and I'm so glad it's on you. So who are you and what are you? I'm Uraraka Ochako, and I'm the daughter of the succubus Queen Lilith. Oh joyous! I am a virgin succubus. Now I've seen it all. One by one, The girls reintroduced themselves to Izuku, explaining their various magical races, making it clear that the mansion was indeed a gathering of extraordinary beings. So, my uncle brought you here to hopefully foster peace between our species. How did he plan to do that? Simple. By one of us marrying you to demonstrate that relationships between humans and us aren't impossible. Itsuka Kendo pointed out, raising a finger that hinted at her werewolf heritage. So aside from being live-in maids, you're also candidates for engagement. What else should I know? Is my uncle still haunting this place? The girls fell silent until the ethereal blue shade of his uncle drifted past him, opened the fridge, and took the whipped cream before vanishing. My uncle is still here, isn't he? Technically, yes. I'm haunting this place. But don't worry, Izuku. I'll be out of here once you tie the knot, and then you can enjoy the company of any or all of the maids. The ghostly voice of his uncle echoed around the room. You know, my biggest issue last week was not having dog food for Manchin since I was completely broke. Now I'm in a haunted mansion, sleeping in my dead uncle's bed, and I can't even begin to wrap my head around this. Oh, it's not mine anymore, that's for sure. Besides, this is the first time in 15 years I can walk and jump without feeling like my knees are grinding together. I'm glad you enjoy being dead. Now, how did my life turn into something out of a supernatural story? The scene faded to black, leaving everyone somewhat impressed. So does Deku get a harem in this? Ochako asked, prompting a smile from Hatsume. Maybe. She resumed scrolling through multiverses until she found one she liked. Why is it I always find the ones I mess up with? Hatsume remarked while reading about the next multiverse. What do you mean? Looking up from the tablet, the pink-haired inventor explained, in this universe, I accidentally sent Midoriya and Uraraka into the future. Come on, both teens exclaimed upon hearing this. To make a long story short, you both are sent 10 years into the future and meet the staff of UA in the support course lab. And here I thought you were more annoying when things blew up? Bakogu pointed out, and everyone secretly agreed with his assessment. Hey, not everything in science is a perfect success. But you tend to have more mistakes than successes. Everyone chimed in, with Aizawa sitting down and rubbing his temples. Just play the universe. The scene shifted to the support course, where Izuku and Ochako stood inside a teleporter that resembled a Star Trek-style device with 4 positions. Hatsume, are you sure this is safe? It won't explode on us, right? Izuku asked hesitantly, while Ochako nervously considered where to step. Relax. I'm about 75% sure it won't blow up. That's not a very reassuring number, Ochako pointed out, noting that the odds weren't at least in the 90s for serious injury. Just relax. If my calculations are correct, which they are, I should be able to send you 2 into the future and maybe find a way to locate Shigaraki before any more issues with the League arise. Izuku didn't want to resort to drastic measures, but this seemed like the best way to prevent a future crisis and possibly save lives. Get ready. You'll be sent forward in 1. A lever was pulled, causing Izuku and Ochako to shimmer before, transforming into a strange light and disappearing from the lab. Great. No fire. However, something on the opposite side of the room exploded, prompting Hatsume to grab a fire extinguisher. Spoke too soon. So you two went into the future to find out where Tamura is? Hatsume nodded, and Toga smirked. We know something you don't. Midnight shot a glare at Toga, slightly irritated. Can I interrogate them for information? No. Nizu replied calmly while sipping tea. The last thing we need is you getting over the top again and doing things that are too disturbing to explain with children present. Mandalay and Aizawa exchanged glances, not wanting to ask with Eri and Koda sitting nearby, sipping juice. Izuku and Ochako returned to the lab they had just left, only to find it empty. Hello? Hatsume. They stepped out of the machine, looking around for any sign of life. Didn't leave us here, did she? I wouldn't be surprised if she got distracted with something else, Ochako added, hearing a commotion from a side room. She's probably dealing with something that's on fire or creating something over there. They approached the room, and Izuku opened the door to find Hatsume sitting in a chair. "Hey Hatsume? Did the invention not work?" Turning to face them, Izuku and Ochako were taken aback by two surprising details. Hatsume appeared at least 10 years older, and she had a baby cradled in her arms. "What the heck?" they shouted, causing the infant to wake and begin crying. "Great. It took me an hour just to calm him down." Hatsume began soothing the baby before looking at Izuku and Ochako with a hint of shock. "So my invention actually worked all those years ago. Hard to believe you two weren't pulling my leg." "What are you talking about?" Izuku asked as the pink-haired woman continued to shush the infant and stood up. "To make a long story short, I sent you both at least a decade into the future when we were first years. I didn't know if it actually worked, but I guess this is my answer. We should report this to Principal Yagi." "Principal Yagi?" Everyone turned to Hatsume for clarification. "Nizu retired about 5 years ago, and All Might took over." Izuku and Ochako stood before the blonde former pro, who had patches of gray in his hair, as Hatsume explained the incident. "So you sent young Midoriya and young Uraraka into the future when you were first years, and this is them coming here now? And you didn't think to write that down?" "For the most part, no." All Might pinched the bridge of his nose, recalling how unpredictable his support course teacher had been even in her first year. "I assumed it was a failure since they returned only a moment later. I didn't actually believe they were serious when they said they left for a significant amount of time. I suppose this clarifies that time travel relates more to multiverse theory than the butterfly effect." The man stood up, reaching for a cane before pulling out his phone. "I'd rather ensure we don't create too many tangents in case your theory is incorrect. For now, I think it's best to keep the two in the hands of their older selves. At least if they're with them, the trouble should be minimized." He began dialing a number, and someone responded on the other end. "Young Midoriya, I hope I didn't call at a bad time. Well, there's something I need to discuss with you and young Uravity if you don't mind taking a trip to UA. You'll see when you get here. Okay, goodbye." He ended the call and turned to the two teenagers. "You both will be meeting your future selves in about half an hour. For now, I think it's best if you two stay here and try to piece together what's happening." The two agreed, and All Might handed them a laptop to research their current time. "So, did they get together in the future?" "Mina!" Ochako exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "What? It's a question." Everyone ignored her and turned back to the screen, where someone was knocking on the door to All Might's office. "It's unlocked. Now, before they enter, I suggest you don't hold your breath. You might faint when you see them," All Might warned the younger teens, causing them to glance toward the door. As it creaked open, both of their eyes widened in shock upon seeing Izuku's older version step inside. Standing as tall as All Might, Izuku had to duck under the door frame to avoid hitting his head. Despite the armored appearance of his hero costume, the muscle mass he had developed over the years made him look as strong as All Might in his prime. Then in walked Ochako, a full foot and a half shorter than this version of Izuku, with one significant difference: the noticeable baby bump beneath her maternity dress. Despite her PRGNCY, the teen version marveled at how well she had filled out over the years, mentally debating that in adulthood, she could outshine Yayorozu in a beauty pageant. The teen version of Ochako gaped, a continuous sound of astonishment escaping her lips as she took in the sight of her older self, especially the large diamond ring on her finger. "Oh, I somehow completely forgot we might be seeing our younger selves soon." Then again, when you have buildings dropped on your head, Hatsume's chaos is the least of your worries. The older Deku chuckled, noticing his younger self peering over the back of the chair, his face flushed against the leather as he stared at the pro hero. "I put it on 5 different pieces of paper, sent an email, set a calendar reminder, and even wrote it on the fogged-up shower window, and you still forgot? It's a wonder you remember my birthday," the older version of Ochako teased, walking past her husband toward her teen self. "I take it you're surprised we're going to be moms. Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. WH-. What? When, how, and who?" Uraraka stammered, pointing at Ochako's PRGNT belly. "Well, it's kind of obvious there's a baby in here. As for when, it was back in July around Izuku's birthday, and you and I both know how. As for the who, it's the silly green-haired man currently having a staring contest with himself at the moment. Ochako pointed to Deku, who was still staring at his older self. Knowing me, I'm surprised he hasn't fainted yet, Izuku remarked, indicating his younger version, who promptly slid out of the chair, overwhelmed by the situation. Oh, never mind then. Well, I knew that was going to happen, Kaminari commented, somewhat unbothered. To be fair, I'm amazed Midoriya lasted this long, Jiru added, glancing over to see Inko on the verge of tears. Sniffle my baby is a man in this one. Inko cried, her tears causing everyone nearby to shield themselves with umbrellas. Can we get back to the multiverse, please? You know, before Mrs. M drowns us all, Siro suggested, urging them to return to the multiverse discussion. Izuku and Ochako followed their future selves back to their home, where they were given a guest room with 2 beds. Sorry to put you 2 in one room, but our other guest room was turned into a nursery a couple of months ago. If you want, I can set up the couch for one of you to sleep on. It's a lot comfier than you'd think, Ochako offered, glancing at her husband. Yeah. I remember you coming home and crashing on the couch after hero work, falling asleep while still in your costume. Not my fault you have a comfy couch. I didn't hear any complaints when I brought you to try it out. Honestly, I was about ready to carry you and the couch out the door. The two playfully bickered, allowing the younger Izuku and Ochako to engage in a small conversation. So we've been teleported into the future, and our future selves are married. I guess we can learn from them and maybe improve ourselves faster. If we do, maybe that'll help us in our actual future with Shigaraki. Agreed. The two separated and turned to their older selves, with Ochako speaking first. So, future me. Any chance I can talk to you about some of the things we did and how our family is in the future? Sure. Do you mind if we go make something to eat while we talk? I'm craving pickled peppers and mochi. Can I just have the mochi and you can have my pickled peppers? The two walked out, and Izuku glanced at his older self, pondering where to begin. Come with me. Where? So we can discuss things I want you to know to make your life less hectic. They headed toward a private study with 2 desks. One displayed a picture of Ochako's parents alongside a wedding photo of her and Izuku, while the other had a similar wedding photo paired with a picture of Izuku's mom. The older Izuku rummaged through a file cabinet, pulling out a document labeled, Past Self Do's and Don'ts. I'm not proud to admit it, but we made quite a few mistakes in the past. Some small, others significant. Most of what's in here will help more people than just you and will prevent issues in our relationship with Ochako. Izuku skimmed through the contents until he found one labeled, Confess to Ochako before the 3rd year. Why should we confess to Ochako before the 3rd year? We ended up going on a trip abroad to America as part of an exchange program. It was decided after the 2nd term of our 2nd year at UA with all might, who thought it would be beneficial for us. We started noticing Ochako a lot more by then and spent almost all our time talking to her, struggling to confess our feelings. We did confess before we left, but we wasted so much time trying to express something that was already mutual. If we had confessed earlier, a lot of the awkwardness in the 3rd year could have been avoided, and we would have enjoyed more carefree dates. Realizing this was a significant issue, Izuku continued searching through the notes for advice regarding his feelings. Don't push your feelings down. Trust me when I say the worst mistake you could make regarding your love for Ochako is to pretend it doesn't exist. It hurt both us and Ochako deeply. Talk about a conversation with oneself, Tokage remarked, somewhat shocked that this was a full discussion. Be honest with my feelings? As Izuku contemplated this, Ochako was having a similar conversation with herself. Yes. The one thing I regret the most is not being honest with Izuku while growing up. The older woman popped a pickled pepper into her mouth and chewed thoughtfully before continuing. I wasted so much energy thinking my feelings for Izuku were inappropriate at that time and could jeopardize our friendship, which nearly cost me the life we have now. She sipped some tea as her younger self pondered this. So, these feelings we have for Deku aren't good to keep hidden? Trust me, I hurt him just as much by suppressing these feelings as I did ourselves. Just be honest, and I'm sure Izuku loves us just as much as we love him. Ochako smiled, reassured by her older self's words before the PRD woman made a light-hearted joke. Also, it would have avoided some awkward moments during our first time. What? The older Ochako chuckled before clarifying, I'm joking. Deku was our first, and trust me, we were missing out. I kind of wish I had more personal time with him when we were younger. Maybe that would have eased some of the constant desire I feel now as a mother-to-be. Why is this happening? The screen went black, leaving everyone with mixed feelings about this universe. So, we're stuck in the future. Pretty much. Hatsume looked down, searching for the next world they could observe. And that concludes this chapter. This one is quite interesting as it features several future characters who are entirely different from their counterparts. I hope you all enjoyed it and thanks for reading. Alright, so this one is quite unique. When you say unique, do you mean one where I have a lot of messed up things happen to me, or is there something else? Izuku hesitated, prompting Hatsume to respond. You become a demon lord. What? To put it simply, Midoriya had an incident that turned him into a demon lord. He confronts Muscular and takes a demon lord seed from him, which begins to sprout, leading him to become a demon lord himself. That I'm conflicted about feeling satisfied that Muscular dies in this, as well as the death of a human being, Mandalay pointed out, feeling a strange satisfaction from hearing this. Hatsume started playing the scene, which took place at the training camp. Izuku struggled against the villain Muscular. His major concern was the small child behind him, who was the target of the man's wrath. Come on, you little runt, just die and show me your blood. Muscular charged at Izuku, relentlessly attacking him. He grabbed Izuku and slammed him against a wall, delivering blow after blow until Izuku lay motionless. Pathetic. To think you're the one who will make me overthrow that pathetic little fly. Izuku began to lose consciousness, but a splash of water jolted him awake. Let him go. Koda held his hands up, visibly terrified of the villain. Don't rush it, kid. You'll get your turn. Muscular advanced. Toward Koda, his muscles bulging ominously. Time to say goodnight, kid. Mandalay quickly covered Koda's eyes, with Ochako doing the same for Eri. Izuku noticed this happening, and his body moved instinctively. I have to help Koda. His mind raced as he unconsciously activated One for All at maximum power, even stronger than All Might, before leaping into the air toward Muscular. The villain was too preoccupied with Koda to notice what was coming. He only felt the impact when Izuku's fist connected, delivering a blow that sent shockwaves through him. Muscular gasped, unable to speak, as he faltered, his life force draining away. When he hit the ground, he succumbed to his injuries. Izuku looked up, fear and disgust washing over him at what he had done. Midoriya killed him. Izuku felt a wave of dread wash over him, knowing he had taken a life before a strange event unfolded. Muscular's body suddenly ignited in a fierce green flame. Within moments, he disintegrated, and the fire swirled around his killer, enveloping Izuku. He felt no pain, but an otherworldly voice echoed in his mind. Notice. The requirements for the demon seed absorbed by the human Muscular to become a demon sprout have been fulfilled. Due to the death of the original holder of the seed, the fulfillment will be offered to the human Izuku Midoriya. Initiating the Harvest Festival now. What was that? Izuku couldn't finish as a strange, intense sensation coursed through him. This discomfort was unlike any injury he had ever felt. It was as if his very essence was being torn apart from within. The pain radiated from his soul, pushing against his skin as his flesh, marred with a sickly purple hue from the transformation, began to heal. He struggled to maintain his balance. What's happening to Midoriya? Ida exclaimed, concern etched on his face as Hatsume analyzed the situation. He's transforming into a demon lord. The process is incredibly challenging, but it holds great potential. What was that voice? Jiru asked, her brow furrowed. Hatsume continued to study the data. The voice of the world. To simplify, it's akin to a deity. It's what people might refer to as the voice of reason. To say it knows everything would be an understatement. A palpable demonic presence drew the attention of both students and villains alike, compelling them to approach the source. They witnessed Izuku's body emanating an ominous aura that kept everyone at a distance. "Deku!" Ochako shouted, worry evident in her voice, as the pressure began to recede within him, allowing Izuku to slowly rise to his feet. The being known as Izuku Midoriya's ascension to Demon Lord has been completed. He has become a unique entity known as a demon human. Consequently, his stats and skills have increased. Notice: the unique skill known as One for All has evolved into the ultimate skill known as Master of All. Notice: the confines of One for All have expanded. The skill float has now transformed into the unique skill known as Levitation. Notice: the skill Smokescreen has advanced to the unique skill known as Haze. Notice: the skill Danger Sense has developed into the unique skill known as Presence Sense. Notice: the unique skill known as Black Whip has evolved into the ultimate skill known as Hades Binds. Notice: the unique skill known as Fa Gene has transformed into the ultimate skill of Grand Gain. Notice: the unique skill known as Explosion has become the ultimate skill known as Ordnance. Notice: the unique trait of One for All has evolved into the unique skill Inside Tribunal. The user may now communicate with those who once held the quirk and materialize them for all to see. Notice: the allies of Izuku Midoriya will receive gifts with his ascension. "This is getting really creepy," a blonde girl exclaimed, and another villain covered in scars nodded in agreement. "What is One for All?" Bakugu shouted, hearing the voice of the world. "Kurogyri! Open a portal! This is getting too wild." A portal opened for the League members to escape. Once they left, everyone in Class A felt a sudden, intense headache that forced them to lose consciousness. Across Japan, those close to Izuku experienced a similar voice delivering final messages before succumbing to the same throbbing pain. What just happened? In accordance with Midoriya's ascension, you all will also receive special gifts that enhance your quirks. This revelation shocked many, sparking curiosity about how their abilities might evolve alongside Izuku. "So, is Deku okay?" Ochako asked, prompting Hatsume to check the information. "He's perfectly fine. It will take some time for him to adjust to his new body, but he is alive and well." The screen shifted to show Izuku in a hospital bed, slowly waking up. As he opened his eyes to the sight of a white ceiling, Izuku began to take in his surroundings. "Where am I?" The door opened to reveal All Might, looking notably younger and restored to his former self before his battle with All for One. "Young Midoriya, you've awakened." "Why? But isn't it strange for you to be here in your buff form, sir?" The pro chuckled, placing a pot of flowers aside and lifting his shirt to reveal a scar that appeared significantly smaller than before. "It's not a big deal. Besides, this is what I look like now." "What? How did this happen?" "I don't fully know. All I know is that this occurred after a voice spoke in my mind, telling me that those allied with you would receive gifts. Mine was twofold, so to speak. I acquired the unique skill Bulk Up, which allowed me to access the power of One for All that I had before. It also aided in my body's regenerative abilities, healing my injury and even my organs. All Might is back, young Midoriya. Ah!" Izuku was overwhelmed with joy at the sight of his idol restored. I'm so happy for you." A knock at the door interrupted, and it opened to reveal Ochako, who looked noticeably different. "Sorry if I'm intruding, Deku." "You. Uraraka?" Izuku stared at his friend, noticing her transformation. Her face retained its cute, bubbly charm but now carried a hint of maturity. Her figure had slimmed slightly, accentuating her features. What happened to you?" "Oh, this? I honestly don't know. When I woke up after the incident at the training camp, my body had changed. Plus, my zero-gravity quirk has evolved into gravity control, allowing me to increase gravity on what I touch. That's amazing. You should see what some of our other classmates have experienced. Tsuyu looks less froggy now, Hagakure. Can make herself visible, and even Mineta has grown taller. He's still shorter than Tsuyu, but now it's by just a few centimeters." Realizing he hadn't asked, Izuku began to panic. How long was I out for? Only about 3 days at most, really just 2.5 since it's 9 in the morning. We all woke up the next morning to notice the changes in ourselves. You should see yourself. You look really different now. Honestly, you've lost a lot of your baby face. Ochako pulled out a small mirror and handed it to Izuku, who examined his more adult-like features and recalled his injuries. He glanced down to see that his arms had healed, their definition more refined but less bulky than before. Wow. That's what we said. That's what she said, Kaminari joked, earning a playful smack from Jairu. Can't you take this seriously for once? It was kinda well-placed, I'll admit. Ashido chuckled as they returned to the multiverse, finding Izuku back at UA and noticing they were now in a dorm system. Izuku walked into the common area where everyone seemed a bit uneasy, their eyes mostly focused on him. What are you all looking at? How do I put this mildly? Shiro pondered before being blunt. You feel like you could break the world in half just by being here. Confused, Izuku looked down to see a purple aura radiating from him and instinctively tried to pull it back in. Sorry. Is that better? Much. Looking around, Izuku noticed Ida approaching with a list in his hands. Midoriya, I don't know exactly what happened, but your actions seem to have helped us grow our quirks in some way. This sheet outlines our quirks and how they've evolved. I took the liberty of compiling this to help you understand what we've been through. Thanks, Ida. As Izuku scanned the list, he realized that most of them had significantly improved control over their abilities, along with some repercussions from overusing their quirks. So it seems everyone has experienced some kind of evolution. I wonder what caused this. You becoming a demon lord, a voice chimed in from nowhere, causing Izuku to look around in surprise. Who said that? My name is Ramiris, and I'm the demon lord who governs the eastern part of the world. There was a pause before Izuku exclaimed, You're a demon lord? Figured he'd react that way, Tokij remarked, prompting laughter from the class. Okay, let's start with the basics of what happened to you. To make a long story short, the man you defeated, Muscular, was previously given something called a demon lord seed. This seed is embedded in a person's soul and grows when fed 10,000 human souls. He was at 9,999, and you became the final soul needed for him to ascend. Since he was so close, the demon lord seed transferred to you, forcing you to ascend. Now that you're a demon lord, you're causing quite a problem for me and the other demon lords. Wait, there are others? A woman with blonde hair asked, wearing clothes similar to Hagikure's. There are technically 4 known demon lords that govern our world. Me, the fairy demon Ramiris who governs the east, the beast master demon Carrion who governs the south, dragon demon Millim who governs the west, and demon puppet master Claymon who governs the north. So basically, you're one of these 4 leaders, huh? You don't look that tough, Bakugu stated before a portal opened, and a giant golem fist playfully tapped him on the head. Don't underestimate me. I may be one of the weaker demon lords, but I can still hold my own. Leave it to Bakugu to annoy a demon lord, Hagikure snickered as Bakugu glared at her. So technically, I shouldn't be a demon lord then? Izuku asked, trying to grasp the topic since he had never heard of any of this. To simplify things, we demon lords generally keep out of human affairs and stick to our own domains. If there's a problem, we hold a meeting, and we need at least 2 members to agree on a course of action. If the other 2 oppose it, we keep debating until we reach a consensus. So it's like a voting system for you all. As long as enough people agree on a topic, you'll act, Yaoyorozu pointed out, and Ramiris nodded. Exactly. Now, here's where it gets important for us. To avoid more issues, we have an unspoken pact not to interfere with each other's domains or create more demon lords. Doing so would upset the balance and lead to unwanted conflict. So how did Deku become one? Ochako asked, noticing the contradictions in Ramiris's statements. That's Clayman's doing. Though I can't prove it definitively, he's the only one considering increasing his power. Unlike the other demon lords, he's the weakest in terms of strength. The main reason we avoid confrontation is Millim. She may look like a child, but she's the oldest and most powerful among us. Even if all 3 of us teamed up against her, she'd defeat us without breaking a sweat. So to clarify, you four have rules to keep each other in check, and if you step out of line, you risk facing the wrath of the most powerful among you. And what happened to me was likely Clayman's doing, even if you can't prove it, Izuku summarized, looking at Ramiris, who nodded. So, are they plotting world domination, or? Wait a second, what's going to happen to me? That's the question. There have been instances in the past where potential demon lords were eradicated by Millim and Carrion. Also, world domination is somewhat pointless for us since we exist outside of space and time. We mostly govern the world as we see fit. My approach is through mutual understanding. I try to avoid interfering with humans since I find it pointless, but I do pop in occasionally to lend a helping hand. Seeing Izuku's concern, Ramiris sighed. Look, I'll talk to Millim and Carrion about this and bring you up in the next meeting. This was an accident, and you didn't intend for any of this to happen. To be fair, I think I'd rather have someone like you help me out with enforcing this region. It would be beneficial to have your support in keeping things balanced among us. If I can get Carrion or Millim on our side, it would reflect well on us since one usually doesn't want to provoke the other. Just be cautious not to appear threatening to them until we've had a chance to discuss things, okay? Good. With that, Ramiris left, leaving everyone in the dorm to ponder what had just occurred. So, did anyone have any idea what just happened? Izuku asked, noticing that everyone was frozen in place. Thought so. The screen went black, and everyone was left. It's strange how beings we believe are evil can actually be more diplomatic than we think. You're telling me, Ochako responded to Ida's statement as Hatsume looked over the multiverse list. And that concludes this multiverse. I had this idea for a while and couldn't sit down to upload it until recently. Hope you all enjoyed it and thanks for reading. Well, Midoriya is quite powerful in this one. Everyone waited for Hatsume's answer. Midoriya's half-demon. He also becomes what's known as a demon slayer. Wait, so I'm part of a demon slayer group, but also half-demon? After your family was killed. Nobody liked this thought as the screen began to play. It was late at night with snow covering the ground and beginning to fall. The sound of shouting echoed as 4 people were dragged out of a single house. Hoist them up. Get rid of the demons. The 4 being held were a man with dark hair and freckles, a woman with dark green hair, a boy who looked about 16 with straight dark hair, and a girl around 10 with messy green hair. We're not demons. We haven't done anything to any of you. The boy was interrupted as a rock struck his head, causing him to stumble. Tsubasa. Filthy demons. Burn them. They killed my son. They killed my wife. The crowd grew restless, their anger directed at the unfortunate group before them. As they were tied up in the town square, prepared for a fiery fate, someone emerged with a family picture showing a 5th member. There's one more. The demon family has another child. He must have gone to the forest. After him. The crowd began to form a search party, while the family grew increasingly anxious. Leave Izuku alone. He hasn't done anything. The older man shouted, only to be struck in the eye by a rock. Hisashi dad. The man known as Hisashi remained silent, glaring at the mob in fury. You call us monsters, but we've never harmed anyone. All we've done is raise a family that wants no harm. Tell me, who is the real monster here? Enough of this. Burn them alive, and we'll deal with the younger demon next. Several torches were lit, igniting the mounds beneath the family, causing the children to panic as their mother prayed for her youngest's safety. Please God, save my son. Don't let him die tonight. No one could speak as they watched the family face such a horrific fate. This is just wrong. No one disagreed with Tiger's comment as the scene shifted to a forest, where a child was running for his life. A small boy, no older than 5, sprinted as fast as he could, fear evident in his eyes and cuts covering his body. Gotta run. Pant pant, mom and dad said they would be right behind me. The boy hit a snowbank, sliding down a hill and crashing into a tree. I think I heard something over there. I see kid tracks. Get him. Knowing he couldn't stop, the boy ran as fast as he could, despite the pain. Somebody help me. Please. He kept running, the lights of the townspeople closing in. As he neared a ledge, he felt a sharp pain in his back and fell forward. Turning back, he saw the townspeople, all of them aiming at him. Get him! The light revealed the boy's face, dark hair with green tints, but the most striking feature was his red eyes, pupils resembling a cat's. He fell off the cliff, and the villagers rushed to find him below. Make sure you grab the body. Don't let it suffer. Did these people really send Midoriya off a ledge just to torment him more? Hananuki shouted, voicing what everyone was thinking. The boy lay in the snow, motionless. Every part of him ached. He couldn't move, only hear the townspeople and see their torches in the distance. Hikmum. It hurts. As he lay there, he thought of his family and how he ended up in this situation. I just wanted to play with kids my own age. Since birth, he had stayed inside, never understanding why until people called him a demon. His mother had tried to explain earlier that night, revealing that the father who raised him wasn't his biological one. His real father was a demon named Muzan Kibutsuji. Hisashi and the rest of his family accepted him with love, despite not being fully part of their family. Tsubasa. Izumi. It hurts. Gathering what little strength he had, Izuku turned onto his stomach and began to crawl away as best he could. Why did this happen? What did I do to deserve this? What did my family do to deserve this? Please. I don't want to die today. To the side, he noticed a figure smiling down at him. Oh my. What happened to you, little one? Seeing the woman, the boy reached out for her. Please. I don't want to die. I want to live. Very well. But why are they after you? The sound of footsteps approached as a second woman ran toward them. Sister, people are coming. We need to leave now. The long-haired woman picked up the boy. He felt a flicker of fear at the sight of the sword at her side, but she reassured him. It's all right. My name is Kane, and this is my sister, Shinobu. We're here to help. Trusting them, the boy held onto the woman as they carried him away from the forest and the people pursuing him. Who just saved him? Kirishima asked. Members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The first one he met was named Kane Kocho, and the other was Shinobu Kocho. So Midoriya was attacked for being a half-demon and then brought away by members of the Demon Slayer Corps, a group meant to kill demons. Tsu thought, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. That's a little strange. I'm with you on that one. But it's still better than what I thought was going to happen, Ashido said, relieved that Izuku was safe. A few days later, Izuku sat in front of Kane and Shinobu. They had been kind and welcoming, giving him no reason to distrust them. He felt it was time to share his story. So, you are saying your name is Izuku Midoriya? Yes. My mother had me with a different man. She called him Muzan, I think. The women exchanged surprised glances before explaining who he was. Izuku, you said your father was Muzan? By any chance, is his last name Kibutsuji? Ken asked. Izuku thought for a moment and nodded. I'm sorry to say this, but your father is not only a demon but also one of the most powerful. Wherever he goes, death and destruction follow him. He is the sworn enemy of the Demon Slayer Corps and the reason we were founded. Izuku felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to apologize. Kane gently patted Izuku's head, offering him a warm smile. Didn't do anything to warrant an apology on your father's behalf. Though you have no reason to, you were pulled into this conflict. Taking you in was our way of helping you understand yourself and demons better. This comment puzzled Izuku until Shinobu clarified. My sister hopes for peace between humans and demons so that fighting can be avoided. That sounds like a noble goal. You believe it's noble too? Kane exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she took his hands. If someone like you genuinely believes that it's possible, then perhaps we can save many lives by finding a happy medium. Wow, she really wants to be friends with demons, Ashido remarked, finding Kane's enthusiasm a bit unsettling. Shinobu cleared her throat to regain everyone's focus. While I appreciate your optimism, we still need to inform the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. We must also address the fact that this boy is Muzan Kibutsuji's son. You're right. I doubt the other Hashiras will be pleased to have a demon related to Muzan here. Ms. Kane, I have a request. Izuku interrupted, catching both sisters' attention. He dropped to his knees and bowed his head to the floor. I beg of you, let me join the Demon Slayer Corps. What? But you're a demon just like your father. Why would you want to join a group that wishes to eliminate you and erase your existence? So I can prove I'm nothing like the demons those townspeople think I am. Shinobu was taken aback by his determination. I was hunted because I was seen as a monster that would harm everyone. But I'm nothing like that. I'm not much different from a human. I don't need human flesh to survive, and I can walk in sunlight. No matter what, I will show the world that I am worthy of trust. Even if I have to confront my own father to do so. Izuku looked up at Kane, his eyes filled with determination. Please, Miss Kane, allow me to become your student and let me join the Demon Slayer Corps. There is nothing more I can do to repay your kindness than to help stop my father from harming others. Understanding the gravity of his request, Kane sighed and nodded. Very well. Our training will begin after the Hashira meeting. But be warned, your training will be intense. Are you prepared? Yes. I'll train until it feels like I'm about to collapse and then push even further. So what exactly does a demon slayer do to become one, and what is a Hashira? To answer your question, demon slayers learn how to fight and use total concentration breathing from their mentors. Once they are deemed worthy, the mentor sends the trainee to final selection, where they spend 7 days on a mountain with captured demons. If they survive, they become members of the Demon Slayer Corps. A Hashira is one of the most powerful demon slayers, and there are usually 8 at any given time. The only times there aren't will be when one dies and there isn't a replacement. The pro winced, realizing her question hadn't been the best. Hey, check it out. Deku looks like his normal age now. Ochako pointed out, noticing Izuku in the middle of a forest wearing a black cloak adorned with white butterflies. Izuku stood before a cave in the dead of night, calm and focused, wielding 2 blades. From what I can sense, there are 5 demons inside this cave. Each has claimed at least 36 lives. Opening his eyes, he could see several souls around the cave, their anguished cries for help echoing in his mind. Blood demon art, eyes of the dead. What's a blood demon art? Kendo asked. It's a technique unique to demons. Midoriya discovered his during training, allowing him to see the number of victims a demon has around them. This is a warning to those who reside in this cave. Izuku began walking in, slowly unsheathing his swords, revealing twin blades with a purple sheen. You have taken more than enough lives, and today their souls will find peace. You can choose to face your end with dignity for a swift resolution, or you can prolong your suffering. You think you can defeat me? Die, Demon Slayer. A demon resembling a centipede lunged at Izuku, who deftly stepped back, ready for the fight. What the? Curse breathing, first form. Izuku raised his right blade while crossing his left arm over his body. He slashed down, leaving a cross-shaped mark on the demon's back. Cursed cross purge. Ayaha! The demon collapsed, its body turning to ash. Die! 2 more demons charged at Izuku, prompting him to cross his arms again. Second form. Black rotting flames. He pulled his arms back, the blades igniting with black fire as he swiftly sliced through both demons' necks, their bodies engulfed in flames. Below. Izuku jumped back just in time to evade a demon with large claws. Fourth form. He spun around, his body twisting like a small tornado. Night wind current slash. This demon was torn apart before it could turn to ash. Demon U. The last demon lunged at Izuku, who pierced its heart with his blades. 8th form. Flesh rotting pierce. The demon's flesh began to decay, its head crumbling away in seconds. Once all were defeated, Izuku sheathed his blades and clasped his hands together. I'm sorry I couldn't save you, but may you rest in peace knowing your killers can harm no one else. The souls of the fallen vanished from his sight, and he allowed himself a small smile. As he walked out, the half-demon was approached by a crow with a message tied to its leg. Izuku Midoriya. You are to head to UA under the guise of a student in the hero course. There are reports of one of the 12 Kazuki being there. Did that bird just talk? Mineta exclaimed in astonishment. Good, I'm not the only one hearing that, came the surprised replies from others. Glancing at the note, Izuku noticed the sun rising on the horizon and smiled. I guess it's time for the 9th Hashira to make his appearance among the top demons. Get ready, Musen Kibutsuji, little Izuku is coming for a family reunion. The screen faded to black as everyone smiled at this moment. Now that was a pretty epic moment for Midoriya. He was incredibly brave taking down those demons. I must admit, he was quite impressive in that fight. Yaoyorozu agreed with Kirishima's comment. I wonder if I could create demons myself? You create demons, Hatsume, and we're going to have to kick you out of the support course, Aizawa stated bluntly, prompting her to reconsider. She resumed her search for other universes. And that concludes this chapter. As a fan of Demon Slayer, I find the idea of Izuku being part of that world quite fascinating. I hope you all enjoyed it, and thank you for reading. Alright, this one is a bit unsettling, Hatsume pointed out while observing the scene. In what way is it unsettling? The pink-haired inventor looked at classes A and B before explaining. You all almost face a serious threat at the beginning. What? Relax. I said, almost. In this story, Midoriya isn't known to you until around the time of your training camp. At that point, the villains attempt something rather chaotic. Toga and Dabi looked at Hatsume and asked in unison, what did we do? You opened a portal to another dimension and sent the girls from the classes there, where they faced a dire situation. Every girl in the school glared at the villains, who began to sweat as the realization of their actions set in. Okay, I may want to cause chaos, but that kind of threat is not something I would ever request. I find it completely unacceptable. Yeah, that kind of thing is definitely not okay. Once again, different universe, different you. Hatsume began rolling the tape, revealing all the girls from classes A and B unconscious on the ground of a cave. Momo started to wake up, a throbbing pain in her head. What happened? Slowly, memories flooded back of being cornered by villains before a strange portal pulled her into a dark void. Her eyes shot open as she jumped to her feet. The camp! Her sudden alarm woke everyone else, who began to rise slowly. What happened? Where are we? Everyone! We need to get back to the camp now. We're under attack. Momo paused mid-sentence, her eyes widening as she pointed toward the darkness of the strange tunnel they were in. The girls turned in that direction, hearing footsteps and noticing shadowy figures approaching, illuminated by faint light. As they became visible, the girls saw large, muscular men holding massive weapons, their scars indicating past battles. Looks like we found some fresh meat, boys. Yeah, I like them a little young. Keeps them nice and strong. Unaware of the danger they faced, the girls began preparing for a fight, with those lacking combat-based quirks receiving weapons crafted by Momo. Now that's an interesting ability the one girl has. Maybe we'll keep her around for our prince. He does need to expand his legacy. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. Besides, he just gets upset if he finds out we take more than he allows. Take this. The girls charged at the creatures, who grinned and braced themselves. So we're facing an army of ogres. That's definitely unsettling. Tsuyu pointed out as the girls watched themselves in this universe battling the ogres, struggling against their numbers and strength. Oh no, Shiozaki spoke up, her expression grave as she watched the screen show the girls unable to fight any longer, the ogres towering over them. Daemon, you girls are impressive. I hope those strange powers of yours carry on to the next generation. Realizing the true nature of their adversaries, the girls began to panic, understanding they were dealing with actual monsters. The creatures began to tear away what little clothing they had left, and fear gripped each girl as they faced the possibility of their peaceful lives ending. Each one wished for this to be a nightmare, hoping for a final chance to escape, when a voice shouted from behind the ogres. What do you all think you're doing? Clearly, you all forget the pecking order here. Any women that come into our home should be brought to me untouched. The smaller, humanoid figure glared at the large ogres, trying to reason with them. Come on, Izuku, we were just having a little fun. The ogre stopped mid-sentence as his head began to tilt unnaturally. The unknown man approached, clearly angered, while cleaning his blade and sheathing it. I don't care if you were having fun. This pecking order has been established since the beginning of our tribe, and I refuse to let some reckless ogres tarnish what my lineage has built. Holy crap, that was amazing! Kaminari exclaimed, awestruck by the display. Wait, did that ogre call him Izuku? Hagakure asked, prompting everyone to realize the implications. The unknown figure approached the group with a calmer demeanor. My apologies. These young ogres do not fully grasp the status quo here. A demonstration of what happens if they defy me again should set them straight. Just stay back. Whoever you are, stay back. Momo attempted to grab a broken piece of a blade for defense, only for it to be knocked from her hand. You really think you stand a chance against me? Compared to the other ogres, I'm on a completely different level. The girls sensed the immense energy radiating from him, realizing he was not joking. If he wanted to harm them, he could do so effortlessly. 3. Take them to my quarters. If you harm any of them, expect consequences. Yes, sir. The ogres complied, with the man hoisting both Momo and Ochako over his shoulders. Ochako, holding a knife, attempted to stab him, but it broke upon impact. No way. Kijin skin is much tougher than ogre skin. If you wanted to harm me, you'd need something stronger than a flimsy knife. The group moved through a smaller tunnel that opened into a large area filled with furs and weapons. Each ogre set the girls down on a bed before leaving. Once the Kijin placed Ochako and Momo on the bed, he turned to close the opening and stared at them. Alright, how did you all get so deep into my tribe's cave? Wait, what? You heard me, green-haired woman. The man fixed his gaze on Setsuna. How did you get so far into this cave without being detected? Are you mages? Look, Mr. Itsuka hesitated, seeking a name, and the Kijin responded calmly. Izuku Midoriya, head of this tribe of ogres. Midoriya. We didn't come here by choice, nor do we even know where here is. Also, what was that about being mages? Haven't you seen a quirk before? Mina asked, prompting Izuku to look at her as if she were speaking nonsense. Anyway, do you have a phone or something? What's a phone? Okay, I think I understand what happened to us now. Do you mind hearing us out and seeing if you can help us get out of here? Izuku shrugged and listened as the girls explained their situation leading up to the incident, detailing their world and the things they had lost. As they described falling into a portal, Izuku began piecing together what had likely occurred. So, as far as I can tell, you all are from a different world and were sent here by some strange portal. The people who sent you probably didn't even know where they were dropping you off. Sounds like a powerful mage. Honestly, though, I have no idea how to get you all back to your own home. What? So we're stuck in a cave living with monsters? Hey, I'm one of those monsters. Izuku shouted, irritated by Pony's unintentional insult. Anyway, there are two problems here, not counting the fact that you're stuck without any idea how to return. I don't like where this is going, Kirishima stated as the group listened intently. First, you can't just come and go from this cave as you please. The only ways you would be allowed out without facing dire consequences are if you become members of this tribe or if we no longer have use for you. Did you just say, no longer have use for us? Yui asked, seeking clarification. This is a tribe rule. Since female ogres are rare, we take women from other tribes. Recently, after I took over leadership from my father, we've limited how many humans we take. Wait, did Midoriya really dethrone his own father? Kirishima pondered aloud. Apparently so, Hatsume replied, observing the situation closely. What's the second problem? Kyoka asked, prompting Izuku to be blunt. In order to have women as part of our tribe, they must either be personal companions or part of our communal group. As my personal companions, your role would be to bear children. As part of the communal group, you would be expected to contribute to the tribe. Ibra glared at Izuku, clearly irritated. I'm not getting involved with either you or those ogres out there. One or the other. As my personal companion, you would be protected from the other ogres, or face dire consequences. This would allow you to venture into towns and gather information about possibly returning home. Well, that doesn't seem like a problem for us, Mina smirked, only to be met with Izuku's deadpan stare. What? If you choose that option, then you would be expected to demonstrate your commitment in front of the tribe so they understand who not to mess with. The decision to have children would be mine, but it looks bad if they don't see me take you as my own. What type of laws are these? These are my tribe's laws. Now, it's either you agree to this arrangement tonight or face the alternative, which would not be gentle. Especially that which hasn't experienced a man yet. Everyone stared at Izuku for a moment, looking somewhat in disbelief. I'm not the one doing this. The girls began to ponder the possibilities in their minds. From what they could tell, there was no chance for them to escape the area safely since they didn't know how to get out and couldn't defeat the ogres. They realized they couldn't live here without being some form of property to them. To put it simply, they were trapped in a situation with no good options. You know what, I'd rather just have one guy than 100 who won't be gentle. Yeah, no argument there. Setsuna and Mina immediately agreed, knowing there were no better options. If it makes anything worthwhile, I'll be as gentle as possible. Also, wear something that keeps you covered. If you do, I can avoid any unwanted consequences, Izuku said as he got up from where he sat and walked out of the room. This is your room as well, so don't worry about getting comfortable. Izuku began walking out before Ochako stopped him. Wait, why are you helping us? If you're the leader of this tribe, then you have a lot at stake if you do something like this. Let's just say I have empathy for you and leave it at that. The screen went black as all the girls looked at Izuku with wide eyes. Now I know how Kacchan feels in these. Hatsume continued her search for another multiverse, seemingly unfazed by the girls' expressions. Chapter end. Okay, so this one is sort of like a leveling system. Midoriya has a quirk called Cardinal Fist. His abilities are very unique depending on the type of gauntlet he equips, Hatsume explained as she read off the information. So he's got a leveling system quirk? Awesome! Kaminari shouted as the pink-haired inventor continued reading. It is, but since it's very dangerous if used incorrectly, the doctors decided it would be best only to tell his mother and keep Midoriya unaware. This way, they could prevent people from wanting a power that has no natural limit except what limits you impose on yourself from falling into the wrong hands. So basically, I think I'm quirkless? Yep. Hatsume pointed this out as Izuku found himself in a familiar scene on the rooftop with All Might. No kid, I honestly don't think you can become a hero. Those words shattered Izuku. For years, he had wished nothing more than to be like the heroes he idolized, but here was his own idol telling him it was impossible. I'm sorry, but without a quirk, it's impossible for you to be a hero like me. If anything, consider becoming a policeman or something. The work they do doesn't compare, but it's still admirable. The door to the rooftop shut, leaving Izuku alone with those words echoing in his mind. Tears streamed down his cheeks as frustration consumed him. But why can't I have this? All I want is to help people like heroes. Why can't this world give me that and instead treat me like I'm a monster? I hate this world. I hate it. As he spoke, a strange image appeared in Izuku's field of vision, like a pop-up on a computer. Do you wish for power? Unsure of what it meant, Izuku expressed his deepest desire. Yes, I want power. I want the power I should have been born with. The strange tab appeared again with a new message. Curse series unlocked. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that's not a good thing to have unlocked by the name. What was your first clue? The question before it was, do you wish for power, or the curse, in the name? Bakugu pointed out, prompting Kaminari to stay quiet and watch as a scene familiar to Izuku and Bakugu unfolded. Walking toward the scene of an incident, Izuku's eyes were covered, revealing a sludge villain holding Bakugu hostage. Come any closer and I'll snap this brat's neck. The heroes around were hesitant to move closer until they saw Izuku. Hey Runt, didn't you hear me? You better back off. Izuku didn't respond and kept walking toward the sludge villain. Fine. You asked for it. The villain attacked Izuku, sending him into a wall. You should have figured this would have. Before the villain could finish, he noticed his tendril was on fire. Aya! It burns. It burns. What just happened? Death Arms questioned before hearing something similar to muttering. Burn. He glanced at Izuku, who stood unscathed and smiling. Burn it all. Burn everything. Everything can burn for all I care. Okay, why does Deku sound like a villain? Ochako asked, prompting Hatsume to look it up. To sum it up, the series he unlocked called the Curse series can only be activated if you succumb to misery, as if your world crumbled to bits. In exchange for insane power, you commit a sin. But as the name suggests, it comes with a price. It will alter your personality to fit that of the series you've unlocked. In Midoriya's case, he unlocked the Wrath Gauntlets. His anger is artificially instilled in him, and he will attack anything his anger is directed at. In short, I'm guessing he'll hate the entire world after that outburst? Hatsume nodded at Aizawa as they watched Izuku handle the sludge villain and burn him further. Standing above the villain with Bakugo able to escape, everyone hesitated to approach Izuku, who wore a sickening smile. Burn. Everything. Everyone. It can all burn. Whoa there. Didn't expect something like this to happen today. Izuku turned around, only to be met with a karate chop to the back of his neck. As he was knocked out, the unknown person grabbed him by his torso to address the crowd. Sorry if that scared anyone. I'll take it from here. Wait a sec. Who are you? Death Arms approached and the man smiled at him. Relax, pal. I'm a hero like you. I'm the Scythe hero, Lark. This fella here is going to be under my protection. So don't worry about him. The man known as Lark walked away, and everyone made room, wary of what Izuku had done. So the guy's a hero? Sorta. Everyone looked at Hatsume as she pointed at the screen. Waking up, Izuku found himself staring at the image of an unfamiliar roof. It's good to see you're awake. I was worried Lark might have been a bit too rough with you. Turning, Izuku was met with a woman who had blue hair and wore unique clothing. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Therese Alexandrite. I'm a friend of the person who knocked you out. I was knocked out? Yeah, kiddo. You went a bit wild on some slime creature and almost hurt another kid your age. Lark entered the room with some tea and sat in a chair beside the sofa where Izuku was sitting. So, do you mind telling me where you got those fancy gauntlets on your arms? What are you talking about? Izuku looked down at his hands and noticed strange gauntlets. What is this? From what I can gather, it's what's called a cardinal weapon. One of 4 that can be summoned in a specific world. To keep it simple, Lark and I are heroes from another world who ended up here by accident, along with some other allies. We've got 2 little girls here as well. One's a bit younger than me, while the other is just a little older than you. Some of our other friends are. Should I be telling him this, Therese? It's fine. From what I can tell, he is a good person at heart. Says the people who kidnapped me. Izuku stood up, showing little emotion as he walked toward the door. Sorry to cause you trouble, but I'm leaving. Whoa there, little buddy. You're not going anywhere just yet. Although we don't know the full details of this world, you did use what you call a quirk, without legal consent on someone. As far as we know, that's against the law. First off, whatever you're talking about doesn't apply to me. I don't have a quirk. I was never born with one and never will have one. Now get out of my way. Izuku touched the scythe, and a strange shock sent him back. What the heck? A Dropbox appeared in front of him to explain what had happened. Cardinal weapon rule broken. Only weapons of the same type may be held by the user in forms of combat. Alright, just what is this thing? As I said, it's a cardinal weapon of this world. We don't know the exact details, but with a little information, we found out that this world's cardinal heroes are born with them. Their powers are quite unique, and unless manifested by the user's beliefs, they become inactive. My guess is, whoever told you that you didn't have one said it to protect you, since cardinal heroes can become quite dangerous if made an enemy. Staring at the gauntlet on his hand, Izuku scowled before responding. So I had a quirk all along and you might have known about it. Thanks for keeping that secret, Mum. So Mrs. M is gone in this one too? Hatsume nodded. I feel bad for you. Zero looked at Inko with empathy before they turned back to the screen. Since you've got nowhere to go, maybe we can help you with that. Lark pointed this out as he and Therese walked toward Izuku. To make things simple, we're more than willing to help train you. All we ask in exchange is that you help keep things tidy around here, and we'll call it even. What do you say, kiddo? Lark held out his hand, and Izuku let out a sigh. Might as well. I've got nothing better to do. Besides, it'll be easier to find out more about this weird quirk thing I've got if I get help from you. Izuku took Lark's hand to get up. So Midoriyabro's going to be taught by some guys who know how to handle his quirk. That's awesome. That ability is quite amazing, but his emotions afterward can be quite troubling. Ida pointed this out, prompting Hatsume to share some important information. For the Curse series, if the user's emotions don't match the type they should have for the series, like Midoriya with the Wrath series, the weapon will manipulate and reform the user's character to fit this. That's messed up. I mean, that's really messed up. Kendo pointed this out as they watched the USJ incident on the screen. So, is Midoriya going to use that power again here? For the most part, yes. Everyone turned their attention back to the screen to see Izuku fighting the Nomu. Being knocked back into a wall, Lark and Izuku stood in front of the monstrous Nomu as Shigaraki bragged behind it. You should have known better. Nomu can't be killed that easily. He has shock absorption and regeneration. You'll never beat something like him that was made to kill All Might. You know something? I'm getting really tired of hearing this guy brag about this thing. You took the words right out of my mouth, kiddo. Looking at their options, Lark and Izuku tried to think of what else they could do. Lark, I'm sorry, but I'm going to use that power. I'd advise against it, but our options are limited. Just promise me you won't lose yourself. Sigh, do I have much of a choice but to try not to? Izuku stood up and calmed himself before punching his fists together. Come forth, wrath fists. Izuku's hands began to glow red with strange cracks appearing on his body. Intense anger surged within him as he shouted, Ayahah! Nomu, take care of the brat first. Shigaraki commanded, and the monster lunged at Izuku. He countered with his fists, managing to burn the creature's hand and push it back slightly. They repeated this process, with Izuku able to deal some damage, but it wasn't enough to defeat the monster. This isn't getting me anywhere. I need to find a way to beat this thing and fast. As he pulled back, a combination move appeared to him. What the Sai guess this grants my wish. Vice grip. A giant fist emerged from the ground to hold the Nomu in place, exposing its head. Now, change fist, veil gauntlets. The insides of the prison transformed into rags that wrapped around the Nomu, keeping it restrained as Izuku held his hand out and recited a verse. Within this dark, motionless prison, only your dismantled torso will remain as your limbs are torn asunder and sent into eternal darkness. I cast the vice rack. The hand holding the Nomu turned sideways, dark shadows enveloping the beast as small hands emerged from the shadows, wrapping around the Nomu's limbs and head, beginning to pull. As Izuku's hand clenched, the Nomu's limbs were torn away, leaving only the torso of the creature on the ground when Izuku's power finally subsided. Wow, that was intense! Kaminari exclaimed, his voice trembling as everyone exchanged uneasy glances at the sight. Great job, kid. You doing all right? Lark approached Izuku, who was cradling his arm in discomfort. Kiddo! Noticing the state of Izuku's right arm, which appeared to be severely injured, Lark's expression shifted to concern. Leave the rest to me. Just sit back and let your teacher take care of this. Shigaraki glared at the motionless form in frustration, scratching his neck. You cheated. You cheated. Big words from a sore loser. I'll say this once, walk away and we won't have to escalate things. Lark brandished his scythe at Shigaraki, his demeanor suggesting he was prepared for a confrontation. Don't make me repeat myself. The two locked eyes for a tense moment until the doors to the USJ burst open. Oh, look who decided to join us. The cavalry has arrived. At the forefront of the entrance stood a man in a green cloak, holding a shield on his forearm and smirking at the group in the plaza. Good to see you, Lark. We can handle things from here. Sounds good, kiddo. We'll leave the rest to you. Suddenly, a little girl leaped into the air and transformed into a large bird, carrying a woman resembling a raccoon on her back. Philo. Raphtalia. Focus on the villain. Once he's down, take care of the rest. Right. The two charged at Shigaraki, but Kurogiri intervened at the last moment, whisking him away just before they could strike. The two stood where the villain had been, slightly annoyed that he had escaped. Sorry for the delay. We rushed here as fast as we could after Master Nofumi ran into the boy with glasses, the raccoon woman explained, while Lark smiled and waved it off. Don't worry. We won today, and everyone is safe. That's what matters. Izuku frowned slightly at Lark, who seemed to take the situation lightly, before being lifted and carried away from the area. Alright, let's get that arm checked out. The screen faded to black, leaving everyone momentarily surprised. Well, that was quite the experience. Yeah, it was. I actually got some ideas from that. Please, none that involve me breaking my arms to pull off something like that. That looked painful. Izuku winced as he held his arm, while Hatsume began searching through the universes for another adventure.